defining force. So, right, so the political spectrum kind of plugs in X and Y, what you want, and it can end up showing what you want depending on the parameters you choose. So if you decide that freedom is going to be the basis for what moves the needle on your spectrum, well then yeah, it might go in the direction of more free and another direction of less free, in which case all the totalitarian systems of their economic viewpoints or whatever belong on one end. And as you said, anarchism probably belongs on the other far extreme. I don't have any problem with people redefining the political spectrum as long as they understand that that's what they've done.
Well, and also not using the wrong terminology, because if we're using freedom, I completely agree. You can put anarchism on one extreme, you can put totalitarian ideologies at the other extreme. But there's nothing left or right about this. This is just a new way of looking at things. So we shouldn't probably use the terms left-wing, right-wing, which traditionally have a completely different meaning, and plug them into a spectrum that just is something else entirely.
Well, and let's understand too a little bit about what the differences of this always were.
Sure.
So, for example, when you go back to the original French version, those people that were sitting on the right side of the assembly, those are monarchists, right? So the extremes in the original system we're talking about here are people that support the church, the aristocracy, the monarchy, and the status quo. The people on the left side, until you got, the Jacobins and all that, were actually the equality, liberty, for laissez-faire capitalism, maybe, take that with a grain of salt, but by the standards of the time. And those things change with the times. I mean, certainly if we were going to talk about what left-wing and right-wing were in the 1930s, it's going to be very different than what they were in the 1790s. But I mean, from that basis, there are fundamental differences between the views of the. I mean, let me give you an example. Sure. So when you look at the Nazis, one of the things that catches people up in the United States is the name, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, right? So for everyone out there who doesn't know it, if we asked what kind of a government the North Korean government of today was, it's a hereditary dictatorship, isn't it? That's what it is, right? This is the guy in charge. There is the third generation, father, son, grandfather of a dictatorial regime that brooks no opposition and has no legislative body with any power at all. Yet the official name of that country is the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea. That is marketing, right? That is marketing. That is exactly what the National the German Workers' Party is. I mean, to Hitler and his people, the Nazi party of that early era, workers was the same as voters. And this was a political marketing attempt to try to swing voters. And by the way, the centrist party in Germany in that time period had workers in their name. So this is not an unusual thing. And so but Americans get so hyped up when they see the word socialist or workers that they automatically assume, okay, what we have here are Bolsheviks, which is nothing of the sort. As a matter of fact, I can't think of anyone more opposed to Bolsheviks than Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, Hitler built his whole platform in absolute opposition to communism. He was blamed socialist for contributing to Germany losing World War I. If you look at when he took power, he got rid of the more left-leaning element who were sympathizing with the Nazi movement, squashed them all with the Night of the Long Knives. Some of the first people he sent to labor camps were socialists. So, I mean, it seems like there's enough evidence there that the little marketing ploy in the name should be pretty obvious to everybody.
Well, and for those of you, there are German scholars out there who realize, I mean, it's known as Strasserism. Otto Strasser was part of the very early Nazi parties. Let's just call it the philosophical wing, for lack of a better word. And he would have been more what Americans think of when they accuse the Nazis of being a socialist movement, but he was purged early on. I mean, so that side of it, I mean, Hitler took over, we would call it today, a corporate shell. He went in, saw a group of people who already were meeting. I think there were like 20 of them, he said, in Mein Kampf. And he went in there and stole their movement and got rid of the things he didn't like. But the name stuck. I have Mein Kampf sitting here in front of me, and I read it for our little conversation here for like the 50th time. I always feel like people that call the Nazis left wing have never read this book, because Hitler actually slams the left by name, the left, over and over and over again. He says they chose red for the Nazi flag colors just to piss off the Bolsheviks. Right? I mean, we're stealing their stuff and we're rubbing it in their faces.
Yeah, it's like literally if you open Mein Kampf and read 5 pages, it would all be clear, right? And even be an issue. So again, I find like some of these, part of the reason why it bugs me is because I feel that it is a disingenuous attempt, like that some of the people who are pushing this notion are doing so not because they actually believe it, but because it's a slander to call somebody a Nazi or a fascist in the modern political climate. So the idea becomes, let's paint those guys as the Nazis and fascists, because then we score a point over them more because they actually believe it. Because if you actually believe it, you have to see it with really comprehension, because it really doesn't take much to see the difference.
Well, you see, you jumped in front of where I was going to set that whole cui bono thing up here, like, because the more interesting question isn't were the Nazis left wing or right wing, it's why does anybody care?
Right.
I mean, what's the practical? I mean, we have arguments over this today, and you go, why? I mean, this is a 75-year-old issue. The only reason it matters is how it applies to the modern political situation. So there's a reason that tarring one side or the other with this label is important. Now, to get back to our political spectrum when we were a kid in the United States, again, I can't speak for Italy, because when I went to Italy as a kid, they had a red flag with a hammer and sickle on some of the buildings in Rome. So
it was like 30% of the country was communist or something.
Exactly, a little different than what I grew up with. But in this country, the reason that we were taught that the two extremes of the political system were bad was because, this was to teach us, for example, let me back up. In 1964, Barry Goldwater, a senator from Arizona, ran for president against Lyndon Johnson. Barry Goldwater is often labeled as the father of the modern conservative movement. So where you get away from the country club Republicans and you get down to the Ronald Reagan kind of Republicans, a very different sort of breed. Yeah, those guys. Goldwater had famously said that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice. He's the kind of guy that would have approved of a political spectrum where liberty was what moved the needle one way or the other. In a case like Goldwater, the idea that we can look at different movements in the United States as extreme, it was a warning, right? Don't go too far to the left, because if you do, you take the left-leaning ideas that form something like liberalism, and you take them to the extreme, and you get to a dangerous territory like communism. And if you take the right-wing views, which would be a conservative political viewpoint in America, and you take them to extremes, you end up with fascism. Well, in the modern era, I remember Jonah Goldberg wrote a book called Liberal Fascism, and he along with others, tried to trace a development that links liberalism to Nazism as a way to warn you about the dangers of liberalism, right? These people are on the road to Nazism because Nazism is the worst thing we can think of. It's also a way, to say that if you move farther and farther to the right, there's no bad thing on the edge of that, right? In the old days, you would say, hey, don't go too far to the right or it's bad for everybody. Well, if you redefine the political spectrum so that the right has no connection to nasty political outcomes, well then, hey, just moving farther to the right's always good, right? So there is, I used to say to right-wingers, if we go farther to the right, what happens that's bad? Does it ever reach a point that's negative? And I think that's the cui bono part, that there are people trying to redefine the idea that going to the extremes, to the right side of the political spectrum, having a bad outcome at all. That to me is the problem. So when Goldwater said extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice, this is the attitude that if you go to the extreme right, there's nothing bad about that because we're going to get more free.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely correct. And I think that's exactly the issue of framing it as a left-right thing as opposed to totalitarianism versus freedom. I understand totalitarianism versus individual rights. That makes perfect sense to me. But don't plug it into a political model that doesn't reflect that at all, because traditionally there have been extremely totalitarian left-wing movement and extremely totalitarian right-wing movement. what makes them left-wing and right-wing is not how powerful the state is, because again, both sides did it. It's other issues, like for example, in the case of the Nazis, a few of the things that clearly would mark them more on the right-wing side of things, and why people who were more conservative supported them. You had the desire to crash labor, also was a key thing that helped them be popular with some of the industrialists in Germany. The desire to go against minimum wage, also in terms of culture wars. There was a whole wave of gay rights, feminism, or open sexuality that was sweeping in Germany, and that Nazism was strongly preached against. So taking a more conservative attitude in terms of issues that would be recognized today as part of culture wars. So, to me, those are the things that's what makes somebody, in that case, and also, sorry, one thing I forgot, and that's probably the most important one of all, is that the base of the whole Nazi movement was built on nationalism and race, whereas traditionally the other extreme, the communists were all about the more international global perspective.
And class.
Exactly. One was about class, the other one was not. The other one, the focus was on race. One was hierarchical. One was, at least theoretically, of course, not in reality, but at least theoretically, if we move from one. One was heavily in bed with the traditional religious institutions. The other one was atheist, or pushing a more liberation theology if they ever flirted with religious ideas. So, when you look at those terms, they could be more different, despite the fact that they were both totalitarian as well, a strong state.
Look at the company they keep. That's always what domestically, as you pointed out, the Nazis were taking donations from big business. The whole idea behind socialism is that the people own the means of production. Well, my goodness, the Germans of the 1940s had companies like Krupp and Messerschmitt and Porsche and Henschel and IG Farben. And those guys didn't go away. That's not at all like what you would see in a communist country. And look at the allies that the Germans had. You mentioned the Italians, but let's look at the Japanese. You could never spin the Japanese as a left-wing regime under any system. That's a divine emperor system, right? For these people that say that dictatorships and that kind of lack of freedom is left-wing, well, what was the Tsar of Russia before the communists took over? That is the ultimate right-wing regime by any stretch of the that's right-wing by the French Assembly definition of right-wing, right? Those are authoritarian monarchists. The Japanese are not going to ally with a left-wing regime. Look at Francisco Franco. Look at all of the people that fall into the fascist orbit. Even Juan Perón in places like Argentina later. None of these people fit the socialist model, even if the name National Socialist seems to imply that that's what they are.
Absolutely, and I think that's what I find upsetting. Also, I think for me there's a little bit of a personal element, because when you think about just not long ago, when I think about family history, my grandmother was literally placing bombs to blow up fascists. There's a whole, without even going into the whole family biography, there's enough there where these were things that people felt very strongly about, where it wasn't like some academic philosophical debates about terminology, and it was very real in terms of who your enemies are and who they aren't. And so this effort to muddle the waters, I find it really insulting ultimately, because it's kind of like changing history to suit one's own need in the present.
It's not unusual either. I remember when I was on the radio in the 1990s here in Oregon, there was a group called the Oregon Citizens Alliance, and they were an anti-gay group. I don't even know if they're still around, but one of their members wrote a book called The Pink Swastika, and the whole point was the same thing you're seeing in the modern day world, where people are trying to link Nazism the current American left as a way to tar and feather them. In this case, this anti-gay group was trying to link Nazism to gay rights as a way to tar and feather them. I mean, the Nazis have become the wonderful, and I use them in my own show this way because they are the benchmark for evil.
Right.
But I mean, like for example, I have a quote here from a story that I printed out for this discussion today, and it's from some historians who were talking about the same thing we're talking about, and they were explaining. Let me read the post because they're talking about all these different right-wing writers that have tried to redefine Nazism as a movement of the left as a way to tar and feather modern people on the left, and they wrote as a concluding line this. They wrote, "Herewith we come to the effect, if not the point, of the revisionist exposition. It is not only to transfer the stigma of the Second World War's genocidal violence from the right to the left, so that criticisms of radicalized populism can be dismissed as leftist fascism. It's also to suggest that the war was a crusade against state collectivism of all types, including the welfare state for which many Westerners in fact fought. They reason by means of a simplistic, ahistorical syllogism. Since socialism is statism/collectivism, like public transport, and Nazism was statist and collectivist and promoted public health and public transport, social democratic public health and public transport measures must be fascist. In other words, if you have A and we have A, you're all A, right? And that to me is what becomes a sneaky little debating trick, is the best way to put it. Because anybody who's read Mein Kampf and thinks that Hitler would put up with being called leftist hasn't really read the book very carefully.
Absolutely. And I think it really boils down to, I believe that there are people who honestly read these things today and believe it, probably because they haven't really read enough before. But I think a lot of the people who are putting this stuff out are doing so in a very disingenuous manner, not because they believe it might be a political weapon to use in their political fights today. And again, if we want to throw out completely left wing and right wing, I'm all for it. Because I agree, I'm interested in policies that increase the degree of individual freedom and ultimately, I'm interested in policies that help the quality of human life. I don't care where they come from. So if you want to throw that out completely, I have no problem with it. But not redefining existing terms according to what benefits somebody in terms of their own political fights, because that just is honest. That's something else entirely.
Well, it's worth bringing up what I think is a key ingredient in the whole thing that isn't talked about enough, and that's the fact that, much of the comparison between the Nazis and the communists involves Joseph Stalin. He's a bit of a wide, in other words, instead of Bolshevism, we're getting deep into the woods here, but you have Stalinism. There's a decent number of historians that think that Joseph Stalin wasn't really a communist, that he hid behind the communist sort of doctrine, but was, and I'm quoting here, an old-style Oriental despot, in which case that makes him, yes, more like a Hitler or Mussolini, but you can't call him a communist then, right? He's just an old-style dictator, right, with a facade of communism, because communism, for all its faults, was not supposed to be a dictatorship. There was going to be a dictatorship of the proletariat stage, but decisions weren't supposed to be in the hands of one guy who, like Hitler, called every shot. Now, the fact that it actually works out that way in Soviet Union, in Red China, in Khmer Rouge, in Cambodia, that's a different, that's an actual interesting point of its own. But that's not what it's supposed to be like. And so those who say that communism and Nazism are very similar, it might be less because Hitler's like a communist and more because Stalin's like a Nazi.
Right. No, in fact, I think that's where the whole conversation gets interesting, where the examples are. And I think that the one you brought up is a very interesting one in its own, and maybe another time we can explore it, the why an ideology that in theory is preaching this radical equality turns out to be monstrously hierarchical, despite saying, no, we're all equal, when obviously, anybody can see through each other's crap, it was just something to hide behind. That becomes, in fact, one of the contradictions in that movement that's interesting. And
I love Churchill's line about the equalization of misery.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then it's even that, like that clearly would not be a good scenario, but even that's not real because it's not really equal. You know, the last guy in the Soviet Union and Stalin are going to have very different lifestyles. You know, they are not in the same world at all. So, yeah, fascinating. And I guess one thing I want to, I don't know, if you want to add anything to this or do you mind if I just lightly in the conversation?
I know, but it's worth pointing out one thing, and you brought it up earlier, and that's this question of equality. Whether or not it's possible, and whether or not that's actually what the Bolsheviks, or the Red Chinese, or the Khmer Rouge were actually out to do, that is a key plank in the communist slash socialist worldview, whereas the Nazis did not believe in equality. They specifically believed in the opposite, the Ubermensch concept, basically, that there are master people and there are subject people. What's more, communism and socialism have this, you remember the phrase, right? Workers of the world unite. Everybody who wasn't of the ruling class around the world was part of the potential convert pool. The Nazis are race-oriented. To them, being part of the convert pool had nothing to do with your ideology. It had to do with your blood. And so, I mean, the idea, this is a problem Americans have with terminology, and that's why I use the People's Republic, the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea to start with. You got to get past the National, Socialist Workers' Party name and the Nazi Party, the National Socialist thing. Too many people buy that at face value. If you took that out of the equation and you just looked at the beliefs, this is how you know so many people are just parroting what they hear from, let's call them influencers, rather than doing their own research, because it really doesn't stand up to historical scrutiny, and it's hard to find a lot of historians who will back you up on the idea of the Nazis as a left-wing group. And as we said, if they're a left-wing group, what the heck are they hanging out with all these right-wing guys?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, that's why it really makes no sense on every level, and I'm glad to chat with you about it to sort of help clarify, because I'm sure there are a lot of very nice, sweet listeners who have bought into it because they have just heard it enough times. So that's why I think laying down some actual facts, laying down some actual evidence in that regard is very important, because otherwise it's,
Well, I was just going to say, here's what's interesting to me, though, to wrap this conversation up, we started with the cui bono idea, the who benefits, right? I'd be interested in who's angry that we're pushing this point of view, right? And why are they angry? So I mean, to me, arguing about where the Nazis stood on the political spectrum is 75-year-old news. Having somebody get angry at you today because of where you say the Nazis are in the political spectrum is much more interesting to me. That gets deep into the psyche of not just American politics right now, but let's call it politics in the entire Western world.
Well, and that reminds me, this is actually funny because you got into it as well. I remember a few months ago, I tweeted this image that I found scaringly cheaply, where there was this image of these guards at Auschwitz having a picnic and all laughing, all happy. And so you see these people and they all seem like sweet, nice, young German people, and then you remember that they are the guards at Auschwitz, so, the ultimate image to display the banality of evil. Now, you would figure that would be a relatively uncontroversial thing, in the sense that we understand that, ordinary people do horrible stuff, we understand that, yes, the Nazis did horrible things. Clear enough, right? We're talking about 1945, not... And suddenly there was a whole storm of angry people about why aren't you showing the communist guards if you show these? Why aren't you? And he was just like, whoa, where does this even come from? And it was clearly an effort of, we need to score a point for our team kind of thing, even though if you ask them, nobody would say, I'm defending the Nazis, but that's kind of where it was. It was still framed in a left-wing, right-wing fashion. And it's weird because, I get the feeling that your hiatus from common sense has a bit to do with the broader political situation, where if you say that the sun is out, immediately you're going to have people from all sorts of sides yelling at you that, how dare you say that the sun is out? The sun is not out. What are you talking about? And that there's such a degree of factionalism in modern politics you cannot say even the most obvious thing, the stuff that's like saying 2 and 2 equal 4, you can barely say that without it being perceived as either promoting one camp or another, which automatically means that 50% of the other 50% of the people are going to hate your guts.
Well, let me even take it one step farther in the contradiction. If the people that said that to you really believe the Nazis are a left-wing movement, and they're coming at this from a right-wing point of view, why on earth would they care, right? I mean, theoretically, you're just making their point for them, right? The Nazis are evil. That's right, those left-wing Nazis are evil. But those are people who think the Nazis are on the left but get mad when you're not giving equal time to the crimes of the Bolsheviks. That doesn't make sense right there. So if you say, why did Dan give up his current event show temporarily, maybe? It's because how do you even deal with such basic contradictions that the people who are making them don't see? I don't know how to have a conversation with people who don't recognize such a basic contradiction.
And I think that's the problem, that it's hard to even have a public discourse. And I mean, social media doesn't help because, of course, you're not sitting in front of somebody where you can pick up body language and other things that are more likely to make you less aggressive. But still, the point being, it's very hard to have any kind of conversation when immediately people start yelling at each other and they're just looking for a reason to score a point for their team. And it doesn't even apply to politics, honestly. It seems to apply like any topic seems good enough to start a fight about. And I'm not sure if this is a result of alienation of people not seeing each other face to face. I'm not sure what it is a result of, and I would be curious to hear your opinion, but I definitely see it, and I can see why doing a show like Common Sense may not seem like the happiest prospect in the world for you, when anything you're gonna say, you're gonna get yelled at.
Well, it is interesting to me that in these particular times that we live in, to be someone who tries to see both sides is seen by both sides as somehow validating or enabling evil on the other side, right? If you aren't 100% condemning the other side, you're part of the problem. Well, that's not the world I had it, right? We started that program as a way to find things that we had in common so that we could solve common problems that both the right and the left would agree upon. Things like, the need for government corruption reform, stuff like that. I will say, though, let me push back a little on this idea about division or the anger or the lack of ability to have a civil conversation, because at least in the United States, I think we have a long history of that. I don't think there was some golden age where we could have these wonderful, calm discussions about politics. People always will get. I mean, there's a reason that they say there's a few things you shouldn't discuss at dinner: religion, sex, politics.
Right.
So, I mean, I think people have always gotten worked up over that. But if you go back and you look at the kind of arguments, and once again, the average folks in the middle of the country weren't writing long, intelligentsia sort of college-type treatises on this, but it does seem to my naked eye that the conversations were held, one, on a higher plane, so that you're really discussing issues as opposed to the hyperbole and name-calling we do now. I also think, and this is another topic too, I think we miss having a common sense, a common framework of reference. Let's call it truth, while understanding that there never was any truth. But to be able to cite sources in an argument used to be really valuable, whether or not we really believe the sources. Nowadays, I mean, the media is in such disarray. The people who used to rely on to provide at least some window, even if it was a flawed window into reality, are so disorganized, disoriented, and totally. Their reputations are in tatters. That leaves nothing to a conversation but name calling and whatnot. I mean, what facts would you argue? If you have your facts and I have my facts, and they never come, they never cross over,
Yeah, what was that Rudy Giuliani's line? Truth is not truth. What is that? She said something along those lines. That was like the most postmodern statement I've ever heard, where it was just, it's acknowledging the fact that yes, there basically is no agreement on objective truth. That the death of investigative journalism, because that's what, as many amazing things as internet has also brought the death of investigative journalism, because nobody has the money to spend to make it happen. in an environment where people are reading stuff online and are not buying newspapers anymore and all of that, there is no commonly agreed set of facts. It's all that's why people can. I mean, people have always made up propaganda, but there was a little bit of fact checking going on. Now, I think anything you quote, automatically people are going to say that's not a good source. Screw it. I'm not going to listen to it. That just no. I have my fingers in my ears. That's just a bad source.
Or at least you could quote somebody who you read, right? You may say, I don't agree with what you're saying because, I was just reading this book by so-and-so, and he said, I mean, the discussions don't happen at that level. It's funny because when I was in talk radio, they used to say that you can't ever delve any lower beneath the surface than the very surface issues because you have to assume your audience is turning over all the time. People are getting in and out of their cars and whatnot, so you always have to keep the conversation at the introductory level because new people are joining it all the time. I almost feel like that's become the way the national conversation and the international conversation has gone now, where nothing gets below the surface level, because once you get below the surface level, either people are incapable of having a conversation at that level, or, I mean, if I come up with facts against somebody and say, well, you're just a fill in the blank, I mean, already the conversation is over, so there isn't a conversation. And in a functioning, there used to be a line that in a democracy or a republic, an informed citizenry is what's required. Could you call our citizenry informed? And if you said no, is it their fault? I don't know.
Right. No, I agree. I think it's that's why it's a really messy situation, which is why I see a tremendous appeal, not just in the US, but around the world, of really kind of like the strong man, authoritarian type who's going to tell you, I will take care of it all, because people are confused, people are scared, there's so much contradictory information, so much quick change happening at an incredibly fast pace, that people feel like the ground underneath them is not as solid as it used to be. And so the appeal of the strong man who's going to fix it all seemed to be very popular pretty much I wouldn't say all over the world, but in many different parts.
I'll tell you what, reading Mein Kampf again, for the first time, probably in 2 years, 3 years, I read it for a show a while back, but I'm reading it, and it's funny because obviously the situations between post-First World War Germany and where we are now is totally different. We're not in a defeat period. We haven't had just, the Great Depression, all these other things. But when you're reading what Hitler was saying, you're going, wow, a lot of this would apply to now in terms of, he's slamming the parliamentarians, and he's talking about how they come out to talk to the voters right around election time, promise them everything. I mean, it's the same sort of anger that would play very well in the current society. And I have to say, listen, I don't have a Naziistic bone or really a Bolshevistic bone in my body, but I get it. I mean, I get the frustration when you see government slowly but surely not functioning at all, and certainly not functioning for the common people. But what's funny is how often, I don't know if you want to call it cyclical or whatever, but how the very things that Hitler's saying in Mein Kampf, specifically to appeal. Let's remember that book was not to be this great historical document so we could read it now. It was meant for a political treatise for himself in that era. How well that would play today. I mean, I think people would be scared if I said, go read Mein Kampf to find out where Hitler is on the political spectrum, because I think they would think, don't tell people to do that because they might like it.
Absolutely. I think has been done time and time again, the whole quoting from Mein Kampf, not saying that it's Hitler in front of cheering crowds who go, this is great, and then you tell them, by the way, that was Hitler, and people flip out. It's like, there's a reason for it. It's people, as much as it's not very popular thing to say, people like that stuff.
Oh, let me give you the converse one that upset me so much. I remember I was on the radio in the 1990s. I was always talking about freedom and liberty and this America that was disappearing. And right around the time I was doing this, I remember I was coming home from work and I'm listening to the radio. There was a story, and it was some Democrats who had I'm going from memory here, but they had sort of rewritten the Bill of Rights in modern day English so that it didn't look like the original, and then submitted it. I forgot when this was. I want to say it was the House of Representatives, and a bunch of Republicans came forward and said that it was awful, that it would destroy. In other words, just going, really, we can't have this kind of stuff. And then, of course, they sprung the trap on him and said, "Oh, it's the Bill of Rights, and you would have voted against it." I think there's a little of that too, where you turn around and go, "There's a lot of," and this is another reason that I think my current event show has a problem right now, is that it's hard for me to relate to a current generation of Americans that very well might look at the Bill of Rights and say, wait, I don't agree with 147. I feel like a dinosaur politically. And so having discussions with people along the lines that we used to consider to be normal, 20, 30 years ago, elicits responses that surprise me. And not just from, young liberal Americans, but from young conservative Americans too.
It is one thing, though, that I'm getting a lot when I bring this up with people, is that I always get the feedback of, don't listen to those people, just go ahead. And this applies probably to you more than to me. But like, many people miss your point of view. Many people miss the presence of a voice that's not that doesn't push this ultra factionalism all the time. A voice that's actually trying to make sense out of the current scenario, not through particular ideological lenses. And it's a pain because inevitably, if you do that, you will get the hatred from multiple sides. But at the same time, there probably is a need for it precisely because the times are so ugly in that sense. On the other hand,
this is a secret Daniele Bolelli attempt to try to find the chink in my armor to get me to go do that again. I know what you're up to.
Well, I mean, no, and you know it well, and we agree, but also let's look at what I'm doing. It's very easy for me to tell you to do it, right? It's like, this is a really important thing that somebody should do it, wink, wink. Why don't you do it? It's like, well, yes, that's great, except that means you have to deal with all the annoying aspects that would entail. So, as much as I'm pushing you in that direction, I also acknowledge that I'm not the best of friends in this because I'm telling you to do something that I'm not doing. So,
Now, speaking of that, let me shift this a little bit because
no.
I'm going to shift this because we've spoken of this specific American milieu here, which is where I live, right? And I don't mean live like geographically. I mean, I am a product of this, right? And it's a very American point of view and a very American attitude. And I realize my blind spots and my blinders. And when I talk about, the National Socialism and people talking about this, all of these are such American phenomena. But the United States is, of course, but one part of the planet. Let me ask you: you go home to the old country a lot.
Sure.
How do these trends that we're talking about here in the States? How much is this internationalized? And tell me, what do you think? We'll talk about European youth in general, but let's talk about maybe Mediterranean youth or Italian youth specifically, if you have any connection to them at all. How much of this is apparent? How much do the situations match, and in what ways do you see?
I mean, other than the damn discussion about Nazism, fascism, left-wing, right-wing, that kind of thing, and admit that in the sense that we have established, it's based on no historical evidence whatsoever. That stuff, because people have lived through it, is not really up for discussion in Italy, but everything else applies. Everything else is the same degree of extreme, brutal, angry factionalism. The same lack of solution from one side that then push people into voting the other side, only to find out that the other side is equally clueless, so then you swing back to... I think these are... I don't want to say universal trends because what do I know about every country in the world, but if we stick the discussion to at least Italy, I do see the same dynamics at play.
Okay, can we call this for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction? Could we suggest that this is a natural attitude, populism being the response to a government that is deaf or that is working for someone else? I mean, another one of the reports came out again, backing up what everybody already knows, which is the people that influence policy, at least in the United States, are people with tons of money, and the people that have almost no say over policy are the great mass of people. how much, I would say that in my mind, populism, whether you want to say populism of the left or the right or wherever, is a natural reaction perhaps to a government that is deaf or unresponsive or seemingly working for someone else. And I think you could say in the global sense, I mean, look at the reaction to the EU in Europe, and some of the critiques against it sound an awful lot like critiques against Washington, D.C. by Americans here.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem. The human mind is very binary. We are used to believe black and white, if this or that. Not realizing that often the solution is a mix of different impulses. It's not one extreme or another, which doesn't mean it's in the center either, because the center is also a stuck position. The solution is dynamic, it's constantly changing, and you have to find the right balance in the right situation. Now, that's not the way our minds work. Most people feel if faction A is doing something that clearly is not working, if the government is not working following this philosophy, then faction B will be the solution. If the powers that be in Washington are screwed up, then some populists who show up will be the solution, or vice versa. And what I see is just a ping-pong game between stupid ideas where, it's like the opposite of A is supposed to be B, but they do a different game, but in terms of results, they're equally poor. And rather than realizing, okay, if A doesn't deliver results, if B doesn't deliver results, maybe we could try something else. I just see the ping-pong game going back and forth forever, and I'm just like, really, this is the game we're stuck on. This is like, we really don't think that there are more out there and just these two supposedly different alternatives, except that they deliver similarly bad results. That's the part that I find frustrating, that I find is not even about modern US or modern Italy or even the left-right political spectrum. I find that like a virus of the human mind, where we think in these binary opposites that very rarely actually match reality.
Let me propose another idea. There's a wonderful punk rock singer, John Lydon, who used to be called Johnny Rotten. He wrote a wonderful book, and the title is wonderful, called "Anger is an Energy." And I would propose that, and I'm speaking for the United States here specifically, I would suggest that most Americans in normal times don't care that much about politics. But when it's apparent that life is getting difficult and that the situation appears to be extremely unfair, that the anger rises, and all of a sudden people who are not normally interested in politics are interested because it affects them. So, for example, I've said forever that if the United States can't figure out a way to do better for poor people and lower middle class people, that those people will make the rest of us feel their pain eventually, right? They will only put up with it for a certain period of time, and there's a tipping point. If there get to be too many of those people, no matter how much you want to justify, and I'm just parroting a line here, right? The United States is this great capitalist system where, if you've got what it takes, you will make it, and if you don't, you won't. That sounds great on paper, but if enough people fall into the we don't make it category, they're going to decide that system's unsustainable, and they're going to change it whether or not on paper this is the right philosophical system. That to me is where you get populism, where people are just saying the system as constructed is not working. There are people who are doing very well, and then they convert doing very well into influencing the government with their cash, which even doubles down on the situation and makes it worse. Eventually, you get populist anger on all sides. If those people could ever unite, you'd have a real interesting. I mean, that is a little bit where you wonder if this isn't the shiny object used by our typical politicians to keep us from uniting against them, right? Fight against each other and don't notice what's going on behind the curtain. But I think what you may see now globally is if you get enough people that can't feed their kids or can't afford any health care and they're sick, and there's enough of them, they're not going to put up with it. I mean, history shows they're not going to put up with it forever. So I don't know why we should be surprised when they don't. And as everybody knows, you have two choices when they flip out. Either you get into some radical changes or you crack down on them, which leads to a more repressive state, which nobody in this country wants.
Absolutely. And I think you really hit the nail on the head on that one, because as much as I'm not a big believer in conspiracy theories, and I tend to think that those usually are based on very lazy thinking, but you can't help to think that when there are real major issues at play that are ever discussed, where the spotlight is hardly ever shown there, where the real business is happening closed doors, and in the meantime they have you fighting about transgender bathrooms or something that I don't mean to trivialize, but really in terms of the great scheme of things, not quite as big of an issue as, let's say, where we are going today in terms of the sustainability of our relationship with the planet, of sources of energy, of 10,000 other things that are at the key of whether the human race has a future or not. I can't help but think that there may be an element of distraction at play there that is like, yeah, get them to fight along ideological lines about completely irrelevant topics to the real business. Not irrelevant to any single individual life. Of course, it's relevant to some individual life, but I'm talking irrelevant in terms of what the real business is about, what the big decisions get to be made of. And that way we still get to do business as usual behind closed doors while the idiots are fighting each other over something else.
But we are very manipulatable, and this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is how politics works. I mean, you can't call that conspiracies when the political systems understood how to do this forever. I mean, a perfect example is I used to interview politicians all the time on the radio, and some of them became good friends of mine, and they were very upfront about how things work. I mean, for example, they would talk about the problem of fundraising when you would get between elections. So when you would get to this dead zone, there was quite a distance between, maybe call it an equal distance between two elections, and it was hard to raise funds. They would go and agree, the Republicans and the Democrats, to bring up a bill affecting one of those issues that just gets money pouring into the coffers on both sides, abortion or guns or whatever. And this was a bipartisan effort to fan and whip up the base so that they started, so you had something to go back and ask for contributions for. That's not a conspiracy, that's politics.
Exactly.
So I mean, if people get upset with that, I understand the populist anger, because as problems that we all see around us get worse, you become more and more frustrated with the lack of attention to them. Now, this kind of leads into another subject you wanted to talk about. You wanted to talk about, if not these political leaders, who? And I'll let you set that up.
Yeah, I was playing with that current time machine concept. And so if you had to pick one past US president, which of course is crazy because one past US president wouldn't have the knowledge of the modern war that we have, but in a more, let's say you give them a few years to catch up to what's going on today, personality-wise, if there was one past US president that you wouldn't mind seeing in the White House today, is there anybody? If there's anybody,
Well, you sort of screwed up my answer, too, because you issued the disclaimer that I was going to throw out initially, which is, I don't think you could bring back any 19th century presidents and bring them up to speed with the America of today so that they could operate.
That's because I know you too well, and I closed the way out of that question. I was like, I know where he's gonna go, so let me.
It's not a way out. It limits the choices. That's all. I would. It's funny because this is a question that gets to one's own political beliefs, because obviously I'm going to pick the president that solves the things that I believe are problems, which may not be what other people believe are problems. I thought about this a little bit. To me, I think I got to bring back somebody who's going to figure out how to give the United States a soft landing from where we are now. And there are going to be people that don't believe we need a soft landing or any kind of landing. But what I mean by that is, if you look, and this is again my personal opinion, if you look at where the United States is now, let's call it what it is. It's an empire. And it's not just an empire. I always blow people's minds when I point this out. It's the most powerful empire in global history. Okay? And it's not even close. So when you say that, Americans are so conditioned to believe that they're not an empire that simply strikes them incorrectly. It feels right. It feels like you're making a political statement by even saying that, right? Because we're not like Nazi Germany, we don't like the Mongols. No, we're a commercial empire. Think Athens, right? Or something like that, right? Think Carthage. That's what we're like, and we exert a very light touch with client states and friendly states and alliance systems. We have a navy that controls the seas, protects the trade routes, all these kind of things. But that to me is unsustainable, right? Whatever it is, 600, 800 bases, whatever it is around the world. I mean, if that's not an empire, I don't know what is. So I always say to people, well, how do you think that's going to turn out long term, right? In other words, project 100 years from now, where's the American empire? Project 200 years from now. If it's not there 200 years from now, what happened to it, right? My attitude is that this is unsustainable. But I think the people in the United States government and the halls of power and many Americans assume that the conditions we have now, U.S. global dominance, or the word we like to use is global leadership, that this is ever present and unending, that this is the status quo for the rest of history moving forward, which is ridiculous. And as we all understand from, what was it, Foreign Policy 101, the balance of power principles, it naturally, when you have one overriding power, it naturally creates an interest for other global powers to coalesce to counterbalance it, which leads to either terrible wars eventually some country bankrupting itself trying to keep the status quo. So when you ask me which president I would bring back, I would bring back somebody who both recognized that and would be in a position to do something about it. And he would take a very special kind of person. So I always go to Eisenhower. Disclaimer, General/President Eisenhower did a lot of things that I think were awful and that got the country into worse situations. For example, he was a fervent user of the CIA to undermine countries and all these kind of things. But I would suggest that that is part of the era he lived in and certain challenges from that 1950s, war against communism, that I would give him a little bit of a pass on. What I would say about Eisenhower, though, and why I would choose him over those 19th century guys, he's a guy who straddled the divide. He was born in one America, and he was president of another America, and he remembered what the old America was like, right? What I always get angry at when Americans will talk to me about my political beliefs on the empire thing, they always say to me, well, you're an isolationist. And I will say, I'm not an isolationist. I wanted the American foreign policy that existed from the beginning of the country to about the Second World War. If that's isolationist, I'm sure the Mexicans and the Native Americans and the Canadians and a bunch of other people would go, oh, it doesn't seem very isolationist to me. But my point is that Eisenhower was born in a Norman Rockwell upbringing and understood that that's the America that if we could get back to that, we should. And when you look at his comments, he understood totally that it was an unsustainable and temporary situation that we were in the post-Second World War world, and he was looking for ways out, right? When can we get out of Europe and let the Europeans resume, their normal operations, and they control their area, they defend their area? He was looking for landing zones, right? How do we get out of these commitments in a way that's safe, right? He didn't want to leave anybody in the lurch. He realized that, you had to be careful, but that's why he gave that military-industrial complex speech at the end of his presidency, because he realized that this is not sustainable, nor is it healthy long-term, but it is profitable for some people. So you have to be careful, because eventually that profitability for some people becomes addictive. And it's funny that so many of the people that decry U.S. social programs don't realize that the number one transfer of wealth that I can think of, especially if you're talking about the discretionary part of the U.S. budget, is from the American taxpayer to a bunch of companies that make military hardware. I mean, that is military Keynesianism right there. So when you ask what president I would get, you need a president that can, one, see the unsustainability. I think Eisenhower pointed that out when it was a lot less bad than it is now, by the way. I also think he understood what America really was, because he grew up in it. So in his mind's eye, he would like to, as much as you can, given the realities of the 20th century, get back to that, and he remembers what the road back looked like. Finally, I think the fact that the guy was a general makes a huge difference, because in our country, it is so easy to tar and feather a civilian when they start talking about changing, the global military balance of power and all this, whereas Eisenhower knew all those generals, Air Force guys, and admirals by name personally. He played bridge with them, right? He did not fear them. He could go right up to them and say, Bob, this is ridiculous. The country can't afford it, or whatever. And no American person's going to think he's soft on defense. So when you talk about what Dan Carlin thinks the country should have to get back on an even keel, this is my own personal, bias. You're going to take, in my mind, a guy like Eisenhower is going to be required to do it. Now, did he do a lot of things I don't like? He absolutely did, but I don't have any presidents who are perfect. Were there 19th century guys I would like? Sure, but they're not going to be able to. I mean, if you put them in the White House, even if you tried to bring them up to speed, the country that they're going to be dealing with doesn't even resemble the one that they came from. So to me, it's got to be somebody who at least existed in a time where the country had some semblance of what it's like now, in order to adequately, contend with the problem. So I'm picking Eisenhower. Do you have a person you would pick?
Well, I mean, as you said, there are no perfect guys, and in some cases, we are really just looking at very different degrees of imperfection because some of their downsides are very heavy. But one guy I like, I can tell both in personality, probably because it's a little mental deranged, which seems to be one of the characteristics I resonate well with. But I did this 3-part series on Theodore Roosevelt. And as much, okay, let's start with the negatives. Roosevelt never swore war he didn't like. He was ridiculously impulsive, very hawkish in terms of foreign policy, all stuff that I'm not particularly fond of. So what is that I like about just to clarify again, Theodore Roosevelt, very different from Franklin Delano Roosevelt, so just as a reminder. But Theodore Roosevelt, one of the things that I dig is two concepts. One, his environmental policies are filthy words. He's the one guy that I've ever seen push the best environmental policies in terms of a president. And I think that, to me, is something that should be a bipartisan issue, should be something that everybody goes behind, because it doesn't matter where you fit ideologically, if you have poison in your water or in the air you breathe. So somebody who made that a priority is important to me. And also I really like his willingness to challenge the corruption in both parties. He's, to this day, he's the best third-party effort ever in modern times. He was very open about going hard against people in his party as well as people in other parties. There's a lot of his that I really love. And granted, quotes are easy to say. Stuff is easy to say. Every politician can deliver a good speech and then no follow-up. But in terms of the way he did follow-up on some of these issues, something I like, there's this quote where it goes, political parties exist to secure responsible government and to execute the will of the people. From these great tasks, both of the old parties have turned aside. Instead of instruments to promote the general welfare, they have become the tools of corrupt interests, which use them impartially to serve their selfish purposes. Behind ostensible government sits an enthroned and invisible government, with no allegiance and acknowledging no responsibility to the people. To destroy this invisible government, to dissolve the unholy alliance between corrupt business and corrupt politics, is the first task of the statesmanship of the day. I don't disagree with the coal mine there. It's like everything is dead on. And I found that his actions in terms of cracking down on corruption were particularly needed. So when you put those two together, his environmental policies and his attitude in terms of factionalism / corruption, those are characteristics that I think are extremely important to this day.
I always was fascinated with if you talk about like life lessons, it would have been interesting had Roosevelt gone through, in my opinion. I mean, one of the things I find interesting about the guy is he's a very, for those who don't remember or know, Roosevelt was, I always called him an adrenaline junkie. Yeah, I always think about Teddy Roosevelt in terms of what kind of a president he would have been more at the end of his life than when he actually was. Because when he was president, in some ways he reminded me of my grandfather, who I always thought was like Batman. Teddy Roosevelt always wanted to be like Batman. And when I was a kid, I loved Teddy Roosevelt because he was like a big kid who played with toy soldiers and thought all that was. That to me, that's I liked that as a president. But as I got older, I thought, okay, this is a dangerous guy who thinks war is wonderful and heroic and grand. But here's the thing, he goes through it, and by the way, his experience, as we all know, when he was fighting in the Spanish-American War, in his mind was glorious and grand, and he had a great time, and it was wonderful. War was a game then, but then you get to the First World War, which he actively wanted to get into, and he loses kids, right? His kids die in war, and it changed him, and that is the Roosevelt that happens after that happens might have been, in my mind,
they make everything so much shorter than Hollywood shit
than the guy who was actually in the White House. So in that sense, I think in a weird way, and it sounds like
I was very
disrespectful to
smart
say so, but
when I
I
was a little
feel
kid.
like the guy
The lady next door, she went to Harvard. My husband went to
made
Harvard.
him,
The lady on the other
like you
side,
said,
she went to Harvard.
a president who fights
The lady
corruption.
of
He was
Texas,
known as the trust buster.
Like, yeah,
He would have
this,
gone
to
in
my knowledge,
and taken on some of the big corporations
but
today.
these two definitely went to Harvard. And the lady across the street, I think I know the husband across the street. And the lady next door. But these are two other people.
Is then who's going to protect us
There was
against the giant
5 or 6
corporations, right? There's a
Yeah.
balance there. And Teddy Roosevelt understood that the government needs to be like a fire,
Anyway,
which is what an early American writer once said, president once said,
we were over
government
at
is
a
like
house
fire, that if you don't have it, you freeze to death, but if it gets out of control, it burns everything around you. But what that means is it needs to be tended at just the right level. Just the right level is one that can protect the people from something like a giant international corporation that runs roughshod over our rights and freedoms, but not so large that it runs roughshod over our rights and freedoms. So, I get it. It's interesting that both you and I picked Republican presidents, isn't it?
So I was there
Even the
with
definition of that's why Democrat Republican is like, especially when you go far back in time, that's why eventually Roosevelt didn't fit in with anybody. He didn't fit in with the Republican Party, he didn't fit in with the Democratic Party. He was his own thing because he upset them all. He did things that the powers that he didn't like in any direction. And in some way, ideologically, he would be considered very right wing, and in some ways,
Hey, I know
ideologically,
she
he
worked
was
at
very left wing. That's
WS.
another thing.
And I said, hey, I noticed that on
He
TV,
didn't seem to be as
like sometimes W and sometimes K. Why is that? And she said, oh, that's great.
very much
Interesting
making up
that you
his
noticed
mind
that.
as he went, not feeling the need to constantly fit in with what's considered acceptable by his voters, which I think was kind of what made him fun. You didn't know what he was going to argue before he jumped in.
Well, and maybe we can put a wonderful bow tie on the whole conversation here, because you had mentioned that, to talk about Democrats and Republicans before the modern era is to talk about parties that were so different that the comparisons.
YKK, that guy would be a big thing, but we call it
A perfect
Y2K.
example of that is when
Why,
I was
that's that
looking
fucking
at
guy who
Roosevelt,
worked there.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt
Guy who-
speeches for the
that
latest Hard
company.
History show. I was listening to
You see the
some of the
Pugio
campaign
company,
speeches
Sushi
of that era. So we're talking about the 1940 presidential campaign. So Roosevelt's opponent was a guy named Wendell Willkie, who was a businessman, a Republican, and he's giving speeches. And if you went and looked, and you can find them online, to his speech or his conversation to the camera, I don't think it was an official speech. It was more like a filmed campaign commercial, maybe by that standards of that era. You can see how much the United States has moved to the right, totally. Because if I played Willkie's speech today and I didn't identify what it was, there is not a person who would hear it who would think that it was anything but a leftist speech. But remember that this is the guy to the right of the guy who's going to crush him in the election, right? So to me, that, we talked about Goldwater being the real person who changed the American conservative movement from where it was to where it is. It was a hard move to the right. And then what Reagan did, who supposedly, Goldwater laid the foundation for Reagan, who 14 years later comes to fruition. Reagan moved the Democratic Party to the right. Both parties are to the right of where they were in 1940, which if you said to somebody who wants to make America great, were we great in 1940? They would probably say, well, greater than we are today. Go look at the campaign speeches from both the Democratic and Republican presidential hopefuls in 1940 and see if you can agree with either one of those if you're on the conservative side of things now.
Yeah, that's one of the funny things about looking at it historically and not just studying the present, that you see these changes and you can't help but smile at it, because yes, that would be a shock to a lot of people.
Well, and listen, as you know, I'm not saying that this is right or wrong. I'm simply, this is not fake news. I mean, people can go check this out for themselves. You may say, thank goodness the United States and the world has converted to the right religion. Or you may say it's a tragedy, but it's fascinating that we have, and that things, I mean, the Republican presidential hopeful in 1940 is talking about expanding social programs that today people on the right side of the ledger want to get rid of totally. So again, you know, when we talk about going back to another America, I don't think people understand what the other America was. And this is why I have such a hard time doing my current event show now, because that was always what I was suggesting, that we need to get back to some of the foundational ideas that when I was a kid, nobody would have argued with. You might have argued over if I said we need to get more liberty because we've been reducing our personal freedom and all that. A lot of people would say, yeah. But then when you get down to the specifics, might argue with, oh, I don't mean that, or I don't mean this. But today, when I say things like that, I get pushback from young people on both sides of the political spectrum. In other words, I, as an old-fashioned American, am so out of touch with today's political world because they're not like that. So I have a hard time. In the old days, you used to be able to base an argument on certain fundamental truths that everyone agreed with, and now no one agrees with those truths. So even something like liberty, that's a bad word in some circles now, and when you use it in the circles that use it and like it, they don't mean it the way I mean it.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the things that I've always noticed, like when I argue with some people who are pushing, it's all about freedom. Like, I get it, I like freedom. Freedom is a good thing, so I'm assuming you are in favor of ending the war on drugs, legalizing prostitution, and legalizing euthanasia, and they're like, no, that's not what I meant. And I'm like, okay, then probably we should have a dictionary talk first about what you mean when you say things like freedom, because to me that's individual rights. You know, you have the right to put whatever you want in your body as long as you're not affecting somebody else. If people want to sell sex, as long as nobody's being forced, they have the right to do so, and they have the right to die as they wish. You know, and I'm not even saying that's a good or a bad thing. I'm just saying if you are going to scream freedom, probably that would be a consistent way to go about it. But often, as you say, what people mean by certain words is not really the same meaning that everybody is seeing, and that's why I think certain words are poison. Like, we should, the less we use them, the better, because they are so hopelessly vague that everybody projects their own meanings on it. You know, when's the last time you heard a candidate anywhere say that they are against freedom? That, yeah, we hate freedom and we need to squash freedom. Or when is it that you hear, you know, terms even like left wing, right wing, as we started with, are so vague. There are terms like socialism, communism. They are all things that are like, you can have a discussion going on for hours with somebody, never realizing that you were not talking about the same thing in the first place because you assigned different meanings to those concepts. And I think this is amplified on social media, where you don't have the time to go, okay, wait, stop a second, what did you mean by that? And so this discussion go on forever, where really there's not even an agreement about what it is that you're talking about, except that you're using the same word.
Well, it's like what we had said when I said that there was that translation of the Bill of Rights into common language and people were against it. There was a famous quote, I forgot who said it, but it was years ago, so it shows you how little in some ways things have changed, where I think it was a political figure, may not have been, who said the Bill of Rights would not even get out of committee if you tried to pass it today. People today adhere to a bunch of marketing slogans, like when you say the national anthem or the Pledge of Allegiance or any of these things, and all these wonderful words come out, and we cherish them and we almost treat them with a sort of a religious devotion, but never delve into what they mean, nor talk about, you know, what when you say something like liberty, what is the practical meaning of that, right? And this is where you get into the devil's in the details question. But if I was in charge of the school curriculum, these are the kind of things we would be asking, right? What do we mean? Are we talking about just political rights, which is in one time period what they were talking about? Because in 1787, you had a lot of states that felt just fine cracking down on people's morals and didn't think about that as an infringement on their liberty at all. But you go to the 1960s, and there was a whole new generation of Americans that were saying, wait, we believe in liberty too, but liberty means my right to do what I want as long as it doesn't hurt someone else. What was it? Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes said, the right to swing my fist ends where the other man's nose begins. Well, what I've said is we live in an era where everybody's noses are growing euphemistically longer, right? And so I mean, if you change what constitutes harm, that's the equivalent of being Pinocchio, and it becomes a time period where now nobody can swing their fist without contacting someone's ever elongated nose, which means that our liberty is all being constrained because now we hurt people with comments on Twitter, right? As opposed to the real infringement on liberty is telling somebody, no, you can't walk on this side of town. That's an infringement on liberty that everybody 50 years ago would have understood. Didn't mean that they were going to let black folks cross over the tracks and go to their side of town, but they would have understood it. In this day and age, we're so easily hurt, and if that becomes the Oliver Wendell Holmes point at which we can restrict people's behavior and liberty, we aren't going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing, that everybody, and this is across the political spectrum, everybody seems to love playing the victim. The people who scream about how everybody else is playing the victim also often are doing it in a can you believe what they are doing to us kind of way. There's this culture of victimhood that's people, it's almost like you're scoring a point if you are the beaten underdog, and people seem to really thrive on it, like it seemed to be a popular concept today.
Let me ask a question, because I don't know the answer, but I wonder about it a lot. I'd be curious on your view.
Sure.
I can't decide if Americans today, and when I say Americans today, I'm talking about the grand whole, but I think when we're talking about technology being the way we figure this out, we're probably skewing young on that, right? Are Americans today just more jerks than they used to be, or are we more able to express ourselves? And so we see that Americans, and I'm saying Americans, but this is a global phenomenon. Is this a culture where we're just trolls to each other all the time, or is this because of our ability to express ourselves has become democratized with social media and everything, that we're just seeing how Americans and other people around the world would have been 50 years ago had they had the tools? I mean, had Nazi Germany been on Twitter with Chamberlain's Britain and France at the time period and Imperial Japan? I mean, can we imagine the 1940s world with our social media now? Would we have been any nicer to each other, or is this, in other words, I guess I'm asking, is this a human phenomenon, or are we seeing a change in people's attitudes that is a result of the interplay between social media and our political situation?
I think my feel on it is that it's 80% human nature and 20% some social conditions that have changed, partially because of technology, but also just loneliness and alienation that was very different if you're having discussions. If there's a community that you're part of, if you have discussions face to face, if you're used to mediating in that regard, or if you are in your lonely four walls and whatnot, you don't need to have that kind of, you don't grow that muscle that allow you to mediate with other people on a regular basis because you don't have to, and so your communication is going to be inevitably much more abrupt and harsh. I think both factors, I now tend to say human nature is human nature, it doesn't change radically, but I do think that online communication and the heavy role
First name on my list
feel like
is Rabbi.
part of something larger than what's going on within their own four
I don't know
walls.
that much about the Boiler Road.
That
How much it is.
contributes to
Well, that was a really
developing
nice
that
story.
ability to have more nuanced or mental conversations with other human beings.
Let me tie in something that may or may not be relevant, but it's interesting because as you say that, I'm thinking about something I was discussing with somebody just the other day, and it has to do with several articles I've been reading about young people not dating as much as they used to. Not have, I mean, in other words, not going out to clubs to meet each other the way we used to when I was a kid. In other words, if you think of young people as having a constant sort of a temperament throughout most of history, right? We're going to go out, we're going to meet some girls, we're going to go out, I mean, all these things that we used to consider to be just normal human things when we were kids. Fast forward to now, where we've introduced a variable. The technology, right? Something that had never been a part of the debate before. And now we're seeing a generation of people, and again, broad generalizations here, but I mean, I've got 2 kids who are teenagers myself. They don't date as much as we did. They don't have face-to-face conversations. They don't know how to walk up to somebody that makes them nervous and ask them out. I mean, maybe this is something that's a variable that changes an equation that used to be pretty consistent throughout most of human history, because we were dealing with human beings and they can be pretty consistent, across a variable spectrum. But you add this social media thing, and I say social media, but it's the whole thing, right? Social media encompassing everything, including texting, I mean everything. And you have an entire maybe generation, and it's going to be interesting. They're the parents raising the next generation of people who interact with each other in very different ways. And so maybe, in the same way that I would have thought it would be much easier to ask a girl out on a date just by texting her than having to walk up in front of her and deal with the embarrassment of being shot down in person if that happens. Maybe it's easier to call somebody a jerk, or maybe it's easier to say, to pick a fight or call people names when you don't have to do it face to face. Maybe that's a function of the technology.
Absolutely, and I think that is, we're changing the rules of human communication in a couple of decades, and
I got really into the World Cup
doctrine for how to do it.
2 years
It's
ago.
kind of like somebody
2018 was
who
really
got
good.
at the wheel of a car and has never known anybody who drove a car, never drawn a car. They don't have any user manual, and it's just like, go ahead, let's see what happens, kind of thing. We are playing a dangerous game. It's in some ways, a beautiful game, because so many amazing things have happened in the last 20 years because of technological innovation. So by no means back in my days, before this technology screwed us all up. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there are clearly some issues that we haven't really figured out how to deal with, that are, as much as they are contributing to creating more opportunities and some amazing stuff, they're also contributing to some serious problems that we have no solution to.
I think that leads into the last thing we were thinking about discussing today, the trends and forces and the ability of an individual to make a difference in an era where it seems like there's so much. How would you describe it, Danielle? I mean, we used to just call it trends and forces versus individual initiative, but I mean, the social media thing. I mean, I was reading a review of a book by Shoshana Zuboff. It's called Surveillance Capitalism, and it's just another one in a long line of books that's explaining how diced and categorized, and files are essentially being kept on all of us based on browsing histories and all these kind of things, and how dangerous this is if you think about what's going to happen down the road with all of this, and yet how passive so many of the younger generation are about this. And passive not so much because maybe they don't see that it might be bad, but passive because they feel powerless. What are you going to do, right? Are you not going to participate in the modern world just because everybody is putting together predictive technologies that will begin to be able to know where you're going to be next week ahead of time? Maybe let's introduce this topic, because it was the last thing we wanted to discuss today, but the question of how much individual initiative can play a role versus the trends and forces that we're all operating in.
And I think that is the problem sometimes with catastrophes. You see where it's going, you can tell way ahead that the direction is not a healthy one, and yet there's nothing you can do to steer it, or at least you don't feel like. Think like things like, your series that you did on the fall of the Roman Republic, for example. It's very clear that the trends you analyze don't happen overnight, they don't happen in 1 year or in 10 or in 50. You can see them from like 200 years before this process is beginning. And many people are seeing it along the way. They scream and shout, saying we need to do something about it, and clearly nobody nobody's able to course correct for real and avoid where the whole scenario is going. Sometimes, there is something to be said about you don't want to say,
I wonder what Brown Corn's done today.
throw up your arms and say we're all powerless, forget it, let's just have fun while we can because it's all going in a bad direction anyway. But at the same time, sometimes you wonder how much as an individual you have an impact on major historical forces. I think, in the history we have examples of both. We have examples of individuals who have managed to make a humongous difference. But we have even more examples of times where you see where things are going without the ability to do something about it. I mean, I mentioned earlier something like environmental issues. The fact that we live on a society that's essentially polluting the very food we eat or the air we breathe. We all know it. We all understand that that's a problem. Nobody likes it. And we're not able to make a switch. Or, if we are able to make very small steps to make something is moving faster and more actions needed. That tells you a lot about this. And you can look at basically any major civilization that has collapsed. Usually the warning signs were there long before they collapsed. It wasn't happening one day. Yeah, despite the fact that we're probably very smart people living in those places. And now, we able to fix it. So, I'm not sure whether I have pessimistic or optimistic thoughts in this, because I can't think of examples where
Why does it do that?
but you also get your I kind of see that as a discussion is pretty common sense.
If I was already watching it in a spot,
Can these really
what's going on? So every single time it starts, right?
I look at, for me, I think some of this
If I was in
problem,
a spot, leave it there.
I have a hard time with it because, I've just spent some of this conversation talking about how much I believe in liberty and freedom
Yeah, what the hell happened to your shirt?
and all these kinds of things. And there are certain kinds of problems that don't lend itself, it seems to me, and again, I could be wrong about this, I think watching the film, I'm trying to learn as we see it also. But I mean, there are certain kinds of issues that it seems like instead of democracy, because some of the republics, some of the
Steamed clams are
parliamentarians
become big.
words, but
Really?
call it a voter-driven system, maybe. There are some problems that seem to be difficult for a voter-driven system to
Junky
deal
clams.
with, and usually they are long-term problems. There's only one aspect of the totalitarian systems that I've ever been jealous of, and that is their ability to plan long-term. So the communists used to have in the Soviet Union 5-year plans and 10-year plans. I'm jealous of those because to me, something like that would be unsustainable because we'd elect a different president if we didn't like the plan and we'd change course. But so many of these problems require trade-offs between the now and the later. And people, for example, if you said to me, listen, Dad, we're going to have to make changes because of the environmental situation that will hurt you and your family now, but will benefit countless generations in the future. That is a hard pill for people to swallow who are trying to keep their heads above water now, right? I always think about Superman. If you go back and you read the Superman origin story, it seems terribly prophetic for now, right? Krypton's going to explode. Superman's dad goes and tells the people on the council, listen, we have to plan for this, it's going to happen, and they laugh at him, and of course, we know what happens, right? There's something to that now, where look at what happened in France, where the government there tries to implement climate change
You need to make like
protocols
all
that
the
disagree with
cartoon or the
specific
comics
plans they chose.
into a
Doesn't matter, but
video
the
so that I
people
can catch up on all that shit. Now I'm trying to watch all
the
a bunch
tax
of
for that
comics.
now, and people who aren't making enough money to make ends meet now, and so they rebel
Yeah, you need
against
to
that.
do
And
it.
you kind of go, God, I don't want to live
Show
in
your
a
comic
system where
friend
the only way we're going to
then
make the world
the
survive is to overthrow the will of the
cartoons,
voters,
all the
because
little
the
shit
will
in
of
the
the
middle, and then
voters
take
can't
like a
possibly sacrifice
screenshot and you see
now
what the next one would be, and then all the little shit, and then the third one.
that seems to me to be
Really?
a chink in our armor in a democracy
stays
or
the
a
canon very
parliamentary
well.
system or
Really?
a republic. Any thoughts on the I think that plays into the trends and forces thing, because I think if the trends are bad long term and they require us to all sacrifice, maybe sacrifice for our lives now
So
for
like every comic
children
book
yet
or movie,
unborn, I think that's really
Well,
difficult for us to imagine doing. And then you throw in the corruption, where there are
Wow.
people who are going, heck, I'm making
Maybe
money
like
now.
page one
This
if
is,
it's,
I'm not
I
going
don't
to
know,
not
6
cut
or
these
whatever.
trees down now.
8
I
of
won't
those
live
things.
to benefit from
Maybe
these.
10.
The money
The
these
first one,
trees will
the
make,
first thing
you know,
would be like a
100
perfect
years
way
from
of
now, 200
however
years
that
from now, you
was,
really won't benefit from
and then
using them as a
couldn't even
carbon
start
sink.
on that.
I
Or like
think the
however it
system
started.
works against us solving
Whatever.
those
I
kind of
don't give a
long-term
flying
problems. And
fuck.
if the
Just get
long-term
this thing
problems
big.
are existential,
You can never
what
read
does
a
that
comic
mean?
book again. You can burn them, but
There
no,
was a
they'd be really
great
big.
line of
If you own comic books, don't ever sell them. They'd be worth more than money.
Roosevelt back in the day about environmental policies. And the guy said, like, you know,
Really?
posterity. What has posterity
Are you
ever
done?
done for me?
Maybe.
Well, and listen, and it's more than that, because everybody likes to focus on the climate change question because it's right in our face, and we get into the question of is there or isn't there, blah, blah. To me, once again, that's the shiny object, because there are, even if you want to say that we must do something about that, blah, okay, have that debate elsewhere, but who's against clean water, right? I mean, there's a number of these pollution issues where you're going, really? Can't we agree on let's not pollute the fresh water? But we fight that.
Pretty basic, exactly. It's like,
drinking
yeah,
climate.
But is that a Republican Democratic? Is clean water a Republican Democratic? It's crazy. But it's the same short-term, long-term deal.
yeah, it is. And I think that's precisely the problem, that, you know, as long as short-term special interests are ruling the conversation, it's very
A
hard
fresh
to have
clam
any kind of
tastes fresh
long-term
and
discussion
like the sea
about
or
what
ocean
benefits
where
humanity as a
it is
whole,
from.
for sure.
Well, and how does it fare into the imperial debate? I mean, there was a wonderful 60 Minutes
Hey,
story a while
white
back.
wine,
It was talking about tanks, you know, armored vehicles, right?
chili pepper,
And
parsley,
Congress was voting on should we build more tanks, and the military
You
came to
don't want me
Congress and said
fucking
we don't
cleaning
need
your
any more
plans,
tanks.
so, oh, are you
We have
sure
them all
about that,
sitting
Rabbi?
on lots. They're
Well,
all
if it's
covered
your
up.
box,
We have
yeah,
more than we
if
need,
not,
and yet they voted for more tanks because
why
the
should I
people
be
in the
too
districts of the
busy
representatives
making out with
make
you,
a living
eating your box,
building
be
stuff
cleaning
for
these fucking
tanks?
clams?
So in other words, it's the
Instead of
tail
eating your
wagging the
clam
dog
instead of
there,
cleaning
and
it.
we have a system where we're going to
I'll
continue
clean
this
this time
imperial
too.
sort of thing.
But
From
are
what
you done?
Eisenhower talked about, right? The military-industrial complex, not just because it benefits the big fat cats in the
Alright, what the
corporations
hell
that make
happened?
this stuff, but because it benefits the workers themselves who are trying to feed their family and put food on the table.
Absolutely. And I think that's where sometimes that clash of interest is what leads to decisions that seem to make no sense. But let me, just for the sake of not bumming everybody out, let me try to throw a light-hearted one on you that we can maybe wrap things up on. The Dan Carlington time machine, forget bringing back US presidents, forget. I know there are places where you would like to be a fly on the wall in terms of historical curiosity. You know, being at the Battle of Canada would be fascinating in many ways. It would probably not be fun, right? It would not be like a happy occasion. It would be what would be a happy one? What would be, you know, if you do have your Dan Carlin time machine, a place where you wouldn't mind hanging out for a while for fun, not for, wow, I wonder what it would be like to see that live, but for, no, I think I would have a good time there for at least a couple of hours.
I like how you sleep on boards and springs and stuff.
That gets kind of personal where I'm sitting here going, you know, I want to see a boxing match between, you know, Jack Dempsey. I want to see things that were happening before I was born that I'm interested in. So instead of a real giant historical
Like in a
event like
cartoon
the
like
signing of the
Naples Springs.
Declaration of Independence, I get down to silly little personal things like I want to see this or I want to see that.
Like
There's a
this.
movie, you know, in Field of Dreams, right?
This looks like my bed right here.
The guy goes back and gets to play baseball
Yeah,
with his
you have
dad
matches issues.
in a sort of a ghostly sort of sense. And I get personal with that. Like, I'd like to go meet my grandfather when he was 30 years old and pal around with him. I mean, so that's not really like global history. That's personal history of course. So
That's what makes it fun sometimes.
but those are the kind of things that fill up like the top 10 list of things I'd like to go back to. I'd have to get down to number 20, number 30, number 40 on the list before I'm at these giant political events, unless you're talking about the dark stuff. And then I get, you know, I mean, when you talked about wanting to see the battle of Kenny or any of those kinds of things, those are because I don't know the answer. So, and a lot of people don't know this, but nobody has any idea what ancient warfare was like. you can't reconstruct it, and there's been a lot of attempts to do so. So, of course, my mind says I want to be suspended in a hot air balloon 150 feet above that battle so I can see exactly what the physics of, ancient combat looked like, right? So those really aren't about history. They're about answering long-standing questions that I've had. But what about you? Let me return to and turn the question around. Where would you like to be?
And again, where I would like to be probably for 2 hours, because before modern medicine, the lack of modern medicine kicks in and all of that is a whole different scenario. But
How about water?
I am absolutely fascinated with pre-state societies. So even going way back in the day, like what is life like in a hunting and gathering tribe, like the way we have lived for most of human history,
The original waterbed company.
10,000 years ago, as
Boy,
the
waterbeds.
last ice age is giving away,
What's the
and
history of
new world is
waterbeds
coming
like?
to me. What would that feel like? Now again, I give myself 2 hours because by then, I feel like it would drain out
Water
more seat in me,
Massages.
the drunk next door clapping me on the head or things like that, being unpleasant really fast. That would be one that fascinates me quite a bit.
20%
I was reading some interesting books on some of the studies that were done in the early and mid 20th century by some of these people that were trying to recreate as best they could exactly what you were talking about. So they were going to the last few societies on the planet
Soft side waterbed.
that
I
still
don't know if I'd buy
basically functioned as they used to. So
They're
New Guinea
fucking
was one of the
hard
places that they used to go to, and there are photographs of these tribes in New Guinea that are fighting each other that the archaeologists or
that fucking thing goes, I
the
went
anthropologists took photos of,
if not,
and then tried to extrapolate what you learned from watching those tribes to every other pre-industrial state throughout history. I mean, to me, that's
Single
the
water
closest you
tanker
can come to a time machine to try to see what it was that you wanted to see. And, it's a little sad. It's a little like the extinction of an animal species. But it would be a lot harder to do that today if you wanted to. You might have to go invade some of those few islands off the coast of India or whatever where there are still... Although that could be dangerous too.
Yeah, as
it
we have
to have
seen,
multiple
exactly.
changes to the fuck up.
See, I have to turn it dark somehow at the end.
I know, man. I was trying to go for the light dark.
No, this is proprietary, Danielle, and we leave it on the dark side.
I see. Okay, that's the way it goes. Good, man. Well, thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you. You too, buddy. My thanks to Danielle for coming on the program. Did I go on
It could be
his
repaired with Eddie Bauer.
I enjoyed talking with him as always. I talk with him more than you hear me talk with him, so this was just one of those times where I did have an addendum, as I said, after that discussion. I thought of something I should have brought up. We were talking about the Nazis and the company they keep, and how this should somehow be factored into where you want to place them on any political spectrum. We neglected, me, all by myself, neglected to bring up the groups in Germany after the First World War that were associated with the Nazis. In other words, we talked about countries that wouldn't associate themselves with leftists, but what about elements in German society? I mean, how do we forget to bring up the paramilitary groups like the Stahl and the Freikorps, right? These groups that were formed mostly of disgruntled and maybe ruthless and lost veterans after the war who signed up to police, Germany's streets and root out and beat up or kill communists. These are people who fought for the emperor. They are people who... There's no leftism attached to them at all. I mean, these are people that wanted a monarch and were fiercely anti-communist and anti-Marxist, and that those people stabbed them in the back. Remember that phrase? That's how they lost the First World War. The person that will begin to associate himself with the Nazis early on, they will break over competing weird conspiratorial beliefs. But early on is General Ludendorff, Erich Ludendorff. You remember him, right? Guy who commanded the entire German army for much of the war and was basically one half of the military dictatorship that commanded Germany over the last couple of years of the First World War. This is an ardent anti-leftist. This is a monarch. Why would Ludendorff Ludendorff be taking pictures with Hitler and associating themselves with the Nazis. And by the way, during Hitler's Great March, to try to take over the government, the one he ended up in jail for, where they got shot at by police and Hermann Göring took him on the groin. One guy supposedly didn't fall to the ground when the rifles went off, and that was Ludendorff marching in the front with everybody. He supposedly walks right up to the police holding the rifles, who just shot down a bunch of people, including his own butler. And Ludendorff just moves the rifle to one side and walks past him. This guy is not going to associate himself with, Marxist, Leninists, revolutionaries. The old line from the French king holds true here. This guy is the virtual representation of the old state and the old regime. This is everything that the leftists were fighting against. Why on earth would they associate himself with the Nazis? And why were groups like the Freikorps or the Stalin do that? If they thought the Nazis were anything like the leftists that they loathed, and they're blamed for the stab in the back theory. I mean, it just, as I said, there's a lot of ways to create a political spectrum as something to graft the political beliefs of people. And there's no question that the one I grew up with, the traditional one, is extremely limited. But as we said, if you're going to change this, then we ought to acknowledge that. And there are people that you'll see that will make other people out to be idiots because they don't realize Nazis are on the left.
Story she was 70 people fucking them for the car now. Or the beds of them popping.
The rules have been changed. As I said, there's nothing wrong with that, but you kind of have to say that you changed what you put in the equation for X or Y. When you slap somebody else right next to you, especially if they raise the bar. Stay safe.
I think that there have been times when I have felt like that because
We've had an appointment for like 10 years. And finally I'm going to get to open it because I'm throwing it away because I'm running out. So, I don't know what
It's hardcore history.
looks like. Let's find out.
So we're
This is
finding
tight.
these oral history that shows how a little bit of the pattern, I think, is starting to establish itself in terms of what it was going to be. Because we said at the outset, I was hoping to use it as a subsidiary for things that just didn't really fit
People
into
want
the
it.
big art history.
I think I have one like Superman's big ball,
So far, we've had interviews of
big fucking.
together mini hardcore history episode on the scene at the Indianapolis Sharks. And now I think we will put the last piece in stuff you might find admittedly somewhat perhaps historically goofy show.
Why?
Doesn't mean it doesn't have interesting moments.
You have a lot of fucking things. It saves moving and be fine.
Aside historical trends, but it falls in the category of just too narrow sort of subjects that once again I figure we'll use. I mean, it might be boxing, it might be punk rock, it might be comic books, you never know, but it's going to appeal more to a slice of the audience rather than a more wide section. So I'm hoping that, like in 5 years, when you look at the whole archives, it'll be full of stuff that you might not care for, but other things that you really think is, oh, that's fun, that's really narrow, I like that subject. So 1950s it's my favorite. In this program, I'm going to start off with the questions, if I can.
So we're here with my water bag, and we're going to empty it out. We're going to bring it out on my window well, and this is going to fill right back up. On my trampoline, and we're going to charge Bobby for a video for you guys. I'm going to get into it. Screw it. This is trampoline versus water bed, and
With inviting you.
Meet up.
Alright, so I'm talking about old school stuff. So this is like you up there. This is where I sneak out on you boys.
We're going to have a battle where I'm going to pull out one tray from myself.
Hilarious. Let's see these bitches that he has.
Soviet Army of 1942. I'm going to give you another tray in another box. And when you open it up, you see miniatures of armies for 1914. He started the First World War. So in other words, your friend Dan invited you over for a nice fair war game in this and I take a middle Second World War Army and I give you the start of the First World War. It's like 25 years difference. That's practically cheating, isn't it? You stand no chance. like to stack the deck, what can I say? There's a weird close to the site of sports was like, if, however, we decided we were going to play ancient battle, that's really anything crazy. We're going to have a battle from the ancient period. And I pull out an army from 1066, interpose the Anglo-Saxon monarchy there, 1066. And I give you from more than 1,000 years earlier. You may, perfectly willing to fight with it, and in fact, think that I put myself at a disadvantage. What if I gave you Alexander the Great's army? From 3, let's just say 338 over there. Macedonians against Normans. Now, anybody that actually played war games in the era that I did knows that you were forced to fight battles like this all the time. You were forced to fight alternative history battles by nature of the economics of the hobby. Check out another and the kid show me the early on. What's your favorite topic when you do the capture? The rest of the break shows. But in this case, as I said, every pre-gunpowder era war game from the 1970s, for example, except for you total hardcores, was a fantasy world. Because we played 25 relatively big and relatively expensive, especially if you were a kid. Then you had to paint them yourself, and that took a long time. I mean, the whole process involved so that you can report commitments everyone did like back in those days. Lots of money, lots of time. Your arc. What were the odds that anybody else was building a historical intimate for your army? The answer to that is it wasn't common. Usually you'd be fighting two armies that never were anywhere close to each other on the map, and from wildly different periods, because what choice did you have? Romans against knights, not that unusual. But the interesting question that has the larger impact and is maybe more interesting for people who are totally into this hobby, like some of us have been, is why, if you have a First World War army from 1914, totally outclassed to the point that it's not even worth getting out the miniatures to fight in 1942. Century difference. Why can a single period dawn of humanity to about the Renaissance cover I expected it to break. I would not have done that. Why? Just for those who care, war games researchers, 4, 5, 6 were the ones we played. And if you look at those rules, by the last of them, you have knights and Egyptian, pharaonic armies in the same rule booklet. Totally equivalent, by the way. Why is that? See, that to me is the bigger societal question, because it says something about the basic change and a ton of other things that are integral to why these kind of military history. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting books on it. I read one like John history of combat and culture. And he makes a point that we all understand. He specifically pointed out about how the cultures of all these societies, especially when you go back to periods where militaries were standardized, yeah, but that's a good one. Similar to other militaries, where they have a sort of standardized thing. Back in the day, it was much more exotic, and militaries were very different from especially in region. And so the culture had such an influence on militaries that it kind of determined at times how they fought. Right? You might have a military that, in terms of technology and numbers and all these other factors, was the equal of its opponent, but because of some cultural question, they were inhibited or maybe even enhanced How can one not think, for example, of the Native American practice of counting coup as a wonderful example of how a culture can influence one's warfare? Is it the smart thing to do from a military standpoint? Probably not, but it's part of the culture, and you lose something important to the people who are involved if they don't do this. And especially in the earlier period, you see this in most militaries one way or the other. We try to figure out why the heck a knight is a knight when it comes to their performance on the battlefield, right? You start getting into all kinds of cultural questions because it's not just weapons, systems, and armor, right? There's other stuff going on, but good luck quantifying it and good luck making a case. You can go back to what the people at the time thought, but they were a bunch of racist, ethnocentric xenophobes. I mean, who's going to believe those guys? Of course, they think there's something special about themselves. We don't do that these days, of course. Now, just so you know, this is hardly a new idea. I'm just deciding to look at it in this particular program. People have been fascinated by this forever. I mean, how many wonderful movie or TV playing this idea? It's really alternative history. What is history? That's the category it falls into. I've probably mentioned before because it's a perfect example of those movies that are not good movies because of what they're doing in the movie that I loved anyway. The 1980 movie, The Final Countdown. That's not a good movie, but if you like stuff like I like stuff, it's worth checking out because the premise is easy to understand. You have the USS Nimitz, a supercarrier, when this movie is made in 1980. It's state of the art, basically. This was, by the way, sort of a half publicity piece for the US Navy, so they cooperated, but that's part of what made it so cool. And so the premise is that the USS Nimitz from 1980 gets in this weird storm that transports them back in time, serendipitously enough, to the day before the 1941 Pearl Harbor strike, and they happen to be right in the vicinity. So as they figure out, oh my gosh, we've been sent back in time, and oh my gosh, it's the day before Pearl Harbor, and oh my gosh, what can we do? You get this wonderful setup that's about to happen as this movie goes on, right? And they lead up to it great. I mean, there's a scene that is worth the price of admission alone, where you see era jets using missiles to down replicas of Zeros. I mean, this is pre-CGI, so they're really flying these things. It's great, right? But what you're setting up, of course, is what everybody really wants to see, which is the 1980 supercarrier USS Nimitz going to intercept the Japanese fleet on the way to Pearl Harbor, right? This one 1980 supercarrier sinks second World War. Aircraft carriers and corresponding fleet with them? I think so, but we're going to find out, right? As the final countdown goes on, but then the storm comes back and takes the Nimitz back to its own time period. I like to call that time travel interruptus. And there's nothing more unsatisfying than not getting to see that battle. But there are other television shows, movie plots and premises that do the same thing. Who doesn't recall Twilight Zone series when, as I am, the episode that involved the Army reservists who were on maneuvers on the battlefield where Custer's last stand happened. The plot is also simple. These guys have a tank. I think it's like a World War II left tank.
Their shit is so bad in comparison to fucking
tank, right?
Reddit. Reddit's
But they're on maneuvers at the site or right around the site of the Battle of the Little Bighorn. And as time goes on, they, like the Nimitz in the final countdown, begin to realize that they've somehow been transported back in time. And the Battle of the Little Bighorn is unfolding nearby.
Walter Cronkite, you fuck.
More and more clues begin to surface. The final clue being an arrow between the shoulder blades of one of these 1950s, 1960s Army reservists. And then at the end, when they realize where they are, they go back to their tank. And I'm going from memory here, but I've seen it a million times. They go back to their tank and they pull out like their submachine guns or whatever, and they run off to the battlefield in order to help. And then the next scene is it's something like the memorial for the people who fell there, right? And it's got all of the Custer victims' names on the plaque. And on the plaque now are added the three names of the modern reservists. And it's this puzzle, and the last scene is sort of showing the commander as he figures out, wow, he must have been wow, they must have died at the battlefield and fought there. And then the last line is something to the effect of, it's too bad they couldn't have brought the tank. It might have made a difference, or something like that. Well, of course, that's the final countdown ending, too. Don't you want to see the 1M3 against, what was it, like 2,000, 2,500, Native American Plains warriors? Truthfully, I don't think it's much of a battle as soon as they figure out they penetrate this.
Just to grab it. Cap up and taking a photo right here.
But you still want to see it, don't you? So, someday when I make this movie, I was going to write a book about people called Fighting Out of Time. So the question of what was on here today. Instead, the idea would be to actually have that battle. I mean, if you're going to have a great battle, why not show it? It's fantasy, and yet it's historical at the same time. I mean, take, for example, one of the wild ideas that I first heard in 1995. It was not particularly new then because it involves two of the great military commanders in history. So it is normal for people to compare them. They've been doing so for a long time. In this case, it's Napoleon. The book that blew my mind on this was a book. It's called The Origins of War, from the Stone Age to Alexander the Great, military historian Arthur Pharaoh. And at the time, in the middle 1980s, I was to get back to the war. I had the Persian army, and I had a Neo-Assyrian army, and getting updated information on either one of those was nearly impossible. And then in the 1980s, a little bits of real information began to trickle out again. The first real glut of information in like 20 or 30 years. And this book had some of it, so I mean, I desperately needed this book. When you get to the last chapter, in an effort to make his case that Alexander the Great had brought warfare to a point where it was modern enough so that you could begin to make weird comparisons, he tried to reimagine the Battle of Waterloo, right? Early 1800s, the Duke of Wellington with his Anglo-Dutch army on one side, Napoleon back from exile, he was a comeback kid with his army, the Prussians in the distance on the way. Maybe the most written about battle in human history. I'm not sure, I think I read that somewhere, but if not the most, one of the most, which is why it gets cited so much, by the way, because we have this many accounts from this many angles, you get to piece things together. And this is, by the way, one of the earlier battles in modern history where people were able to do that, and they did it with real interest, especially for the rest of the 1800s, because this was the ultimate battle of the age. And a lot of veterans on multiple sides have fought there. What Viral does first is try to imagine how Alexander the Great would have done that if he were commanding Napoleon's army instead of Napoleon. So this was part of his effort to show that Alexander would have been daunted by the numbers, how to scale, or the size of the battlefield, or those things, because he had relatively similar numbers and battlefield sizes and all that kind of stuff in his day. Then Viral goes on, however, to do the part that just blows your mind if you're a person like me, and tries to imagine, in order to make a point, how Alexander would have done at the Battle of Waterloo in place of Napoleon if he also used his own army instead of Napoleon's French one. This seems, on the surface, preposterous. You're going to replace early 1800s era Napoleonic French with Macedonians from something like the 330s BCE, an army that was ancient by the standards of the Roman Empire? Preposterous. The meaning of this preposterous initially, Viral makes an interesting sort of a point, and he does it with the usual disclaimers you always have to do with counterfactuals or alternative history. For example, he concedes that the gunpowder and the sound of explosives and stuff would have a big impact on Alexander's
Every party looked like
this.
this. Really?
So you take that out, that becomes one of those things that you make about it. You pretend that Alexander's Macedonians had fought gunpowder before, and then try to measure how it would go.
I grew up and I thought that's how it was
because
supposed to be.
Viral points out things
My
that you might not
grandparents
consider.
was
For
like,
example, my first thought, you just think, how are Alexander's men lined up shoulder to shoulder,
Kids,
these
have I ever
deep
got a
blocks
date?
like so many bowling pins. How are they going to get past all this musketry and this cannons and everything like that? But Pharaoh reminds us that at Waterloo,
Amazon
Napoleon
Sunlight
had a
Patch
lot of infantry
and
formations that
Southern
were
chicken straws.
formed up in column deeper than
I had one of
Alexander's, and
Really?
they
Yeah.
still got right up to the Anglo-Dutch lines before the Anglo-Dutch opened fire with their muskets. Let's talk about that for a minute. There's a famous phrase you may recall: you're not supposed to fire until you see the whites of the enemy's eyes. That's because the muskets, when used singly, are pretty ineffective and inaccurate during this time period. But if you wait till someone's right in front of you and you fire a whole bunch of them at once, you can do great damage.
Just tape it cleaner.
The problem always comes with the reloading, because in this time period, that's a pretty slow process. And even if you have ranks fire in sequence, so the first rank fires, then kneels and begins to reload, second rank fire, there's still these pauses between the discharge of the weapons, between the volleys. It's what's going to happen during that
Oh,
lull
yeah. That's the thing.
that's maybe going to make a
Those
difference here.
little pipes that are for
His Anglo-Dutch
those like
forces
roses, those could be cracked.
stand up
Yeah.
from behind a ridge at 20 yards or 15 yards and opens fire at the Macedonian pikemen in front of them. They may blow them away. They did this against Napoleon's forces and caused terrible trouble, right? They could blow them away. So the same thing would happen, no worse than how the French did, right? But if they don't blow them away, remember, unlike Napoleonic infantry, they're not armed for combat, for hand-to-hand combat, with a long musket and a knife on the end of it, a bayonet. They have those 14-foot-long spears. They have them arrayed in a formation that makes them look like a hedgehog or a pincushion. The Roman general, I think it was Aemilius Paulus, described the sight of a phalanx, a pike phalanx, advancing as absolutely terrifying. And he didn't think it could be defeated on level ground if it kept its formation. What would that do to these thin lines of musketeers?
Did you sell shot
If
glasses
they ever
and cause
got
them
past
toothpick
that initial
holders?
volley, right, charged at the run, which they were trained to do, between the volleys and the interim, yikes. And remember, unlike the Napoleonic
Yes,
infantry
this
that
is
you
by
charge
Rose
into,
and
they have
Rescue
armor
the Care Plate.
and helmets. They have swords for sidearms. They are ready for hand-to-hand combat. In fact, it's the only thing they do. Farrell also points out that these skirmishers, the people with slings and bows and arrows and javelins fighting as light infantry people, that they might do better against Napoleon's forces than they did historically, because historically they're usually launching their sling stones and arrows and javelins against people who have shields or helmets
Engines
or
burn
armor
really
or
like
all
fucking
three.
wood board. You put it in and it burns
Napoleonic
down.
troops have none of those things, so they may be more vulnerable than the ancient opponents and targets of the skirmishers were. Finally, you have the cavalry question. This is a big
JW818,
open
that's
issue
what that
because,
fucking research
you have the
chemical was, really,
evolution
yeah.
of technology here. We talked about technology changing slowly, but there's a pre-stirrup and a post-stirrup.
It was
period
the
when it
OG
comes to
synthetic
cavalry and
cannabinoid.
stirrups,
Really?
and how much of a difference
See,
that
I
makes
forgot.
is heavily debated.
I forgot, that's what it's called.
I'll tell
Really,
you
yeah.
this, I think you probably have
I was a kid.
wrong
Fucking
about this.
shit.
I think you probably have more
JW818
cavalry on the Macedonian side, so even if they weren't
got me past
able
fucking
to
drug test.
compete person by person, I think they might outnumber them. And I certainly think that if I'm on a
Very
horseback
hard to find
with a
these
12-foot,
extremely, in
9
fact.
to 12-foot
Probably one of
lance,
them
I'd rather
synthetic
have that
cannabinoids.
than a man on horseback charging with a
JW818.
saber. Well, that's just me. That's a personal preference question, isn't it? My point is that it's both goofy and fascinating. Because what does it say about development, the pace of change, how cultures influence militaries? I mean, it brings up some very interesting questions like, how could an army fighting more than 2,000 years before the one fighting at the Battle of Waterloo have any chance at all at the Battle of Waterloo? When you wouldn't stand a chance in hell against me if you were using a 1914 army and I was using a 1942 one. We like to say that it is a simple question of the speeding up of the pace of change, that once upon a time change moved rather slowly compared to today. I mean, for example, they were using things like spears and bows and arrows in warfare from prehistoric times until right around the Middle Ages or the Renaissance, even after the Renaissance. That's a long time with certain elements in place, technologically speaking. You might argue, as many do, that when the pace of change speeds up, usually dated to around the middle 1800s or middle of the 19th century.
They got it
Think
under
U.S. Civil
marijuana,
War,
but
then
it was
Franco-Prussian
considered
War.
their
But from that
schedule.
moment on, technology speeds up to a point
It's permanent
where
ban in terms
armies
of
need to stay technologically current or lose. And that's not to say that they didn't need to before. It just became
really.
a much more overriding
No, but they had
issue.
all
You
these
see that, by the
things.
way, if you
AM
look at any of the
221,
major
BB
Wars
22,
there's
2B
beginning of
Mina,
the war where there's a
BB
sort of
22, BB
shock
22,
as everyone's getting
STB
accustomed
001,
to the
STB
power
005,
of the new
THJ
weaponry and trying to
01,
learn how to
THJ
use it and
24,
integrate
and
the systems,
these
all that kind of
things
stuff. You see that in
were
each of these wars, just this utter shock at what 10 years or 20 years of
solid.
change has wrought on the old rules. And it's about this time period, and I'm not saying the same dates from that, but that the idea of generals are always fighting the last war seems to be relevant. Because this is where fighting the last
Not
war
really though,
can get you
actually. Some
killed.
other guy.
Fighting the
I
last
haven't
war
read
didn't get you killed through most of human
Really?
history.
Yeah.
Fighting the last war was often the best way to fight the next war, especially if you did well. If you are a Roman general, there's not that much going to change in your lifetime on the basics of war. If you are a general, if you're a soldier in 1914 who ends up being a general in 1945, look at all the change that went on in your life. So the pressure's been on the modern generals, right, to try to adapt quickly to a pace of change that earlier generals never had to deal with. And of course, the funny thing is, we moderns can relate to their situation more easily than we can relate to, say, the Roman general situation, because we understand the accelerated pace of change intrinsically, don't we? It's such a part of our modern lives that it's become difficult to try to imagine that it's ever been otherwise, and yet it's only been this way for a relatively short period of time. That to me, when you start thinking about how human history has been for most of human history, it begins to sound like science fiction. That's when you know we live in really interesting times, right? I mean, take, for example, this pace of change question. Forget the fact that it can sometimes seemingly move backwards, right? And knowledge can get lost in certain places at certain times. Capabilities can go down, like civilization, stock market decline. Forget all that for a second.
Yeah, I went to a fucking place like I just went this
But I
way.
do
We
that
don't
enough
know
on other
that.
shows. Check it out if you haven't already. But just focus on all
you
the
could die from it?
ramifications that happen in society when knowledge,
If anyone
especially
could have
things
died, I
like
would have.
technological knowledge, when
like,
those things stay current
Really
much longer swaths of time. I mean, here's an analogy. It's science fiction, but it's more representative of human history than the way we live now. Imagine
I don't know
if
why they
we
call it
today
synthetic
were still
cannabinoids. It
using
really isn't cannabinoids at all.
don't give me these notes saying, the viruses we would have by now. You have no idea. Imagine we were still using the computers from 1995. Windows 95 on every desktop, except for you people that have the early Apples
What
running
was
around
it?
your
There was this one
office.
called
But my point being, imagine that
Oh
we
my
are very little changed from the technology of when computers first became something that a lot of people had in their homes. If you were a person who began using computers back in 1995, or for that matter, 2005, think about how competent you'd be on this operating system by now, right? Think about what a guru these old people would be in any of these companies simply because of the hours of experience they had accrued over a long lifetime using the same operating system that you're using today, as a 17-year-old hacker. Now, instead of talking about computers and operating systems, imagine if we're talking about weapons and warfare. There's a sort of a physics to the pre-modern battlefield that remains relatively constant over time. I mean, this is why Arthur Farrell thought to put Alexander in charge of Napoleon's troops, because he wouldn't have been daunted by the scope and scale and all that kind of stuff. Well, pre-gunpowder especially era, there are limitations on human and animal muscle power, for example, space, range. I mean, think about the speed. The fastest thing on a battlefield in the biblical era of warfare is a horse. The fastest thing on the battlefield in the Civil War era of the United States in the middle 1800s is a horse. So these sorts of things meant that the realities the generals dealt with in terms of limitations and speed and how things moved and the amount of food everybody ate and all that kind of stuff were the same for the Romans as they were for the Chinese and the Tang Dynasty. And this is why if I pull out my 25mm ancients and I'm feeling magnanimous and I allow you to pick which side you want, and I pull out an army from 1066 and I pull out another army from 54 BCE, so about 1,000 years more apart, and I say pick whichever one you want and we'll fight, it's a sucker's game if you pick
And
the
I'm
later
telling you, I went
army.
to a fucking addiction clinic. I'm like, man, this fucking shit is really addictive. They're like, we've never even heard of that drug. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Really? I was doing drugs before the addiction place had even heard of them.
1066, the fought at the Battle of Hastings, often referred to
Really?
as the last
Yeah, man.
outside power to ever conquer.
I was trying to explain it to them. Like, where do you have a dealer? I was like, no, it's fucking get at a convenience store. They're like, how? It's like, it's behind the... Like, if you just, like, go to the guy, he knows you're not, or she, they know you're not a police officer.
They actually did.
That's
Now, first of all, tell me
yeah.
you're not
If
buying
they
a
think,
ticket
if they
for the
think you're,
movie to watch
did you
that
get it?
play out on the screen. I mean, I'm going to a movie to watch a 1980s jet shoot down
I think I
a
went
Second World War Japanese Zero. I
to
sure as
visit my
heck am going
friend
to go watch
in
an
Ann Arbor,
Japanese take
and
on
we had CBD, and I was like, man, I fucking miss this shit. And
But, beyond just
the guy
geeking
passed me
out
drug
about
test,
history,
and he's like,
this
yeah,
sort
some
of
of my
a
friends have done this other thing.
square off has all
And,
kinds of
but you never
interesting
deal with it now.
overtones concerning
And,
the pace of change that I'm not sure you can
Then I walked in, I was like, hey, you know this thing? And the guy's like,
take,
oh,
for
this?
example, the fact that if those two armies actually met, it's going to be
Really
the
bad.
early
That was deep. It was sad how bad it was. Very sad how bad it was.
most of the categories.
So, yeah.
And
It's
if you're an
very
ancient
difficult to quit.
fan
It's the
like
hardest
I
drug
am,
ever to
you may
quit.
just have
I mean, I went to a
internalized
drug
it.
addiction place and was like,
Notice
I
if
can't
you
quit it.
really
And they
think
don't
about
know
how
how
strange
to
it would be
fucking,
if we said that
they
same
didn't know
today.
how
I
to,
mean, what if we could put a man on Mars 500 years ago, but we can't quite do that again yet?
why didn't it take over? Because as that was getting really big, or as it got criminalized, you couldn't get in the United States anymore. And
however
CBD,
you want to define that in this particular
so, like, 2 bars
situation,
or
we're
whatever.
defining it in
But
terms
yeah, if
of
not,
the army that ends
it
up
would be
on
like,
the field. In this case, both of those armies, when they're on
well,
opposite
these
sides of a battlefield,
convenience stores are sold, it wasn't legal for them to sell it.
civilization,
So they sold it up until the day
and
that
it
it was
raises them,
legal.
and that creates a system
Really? Yeah.
that
Not even that.
results
They were
in,
like,
I
once
mean,
it
for
started to get,
example, the Roman system is a
shitty.
highly
But
organized
these
system.
companies must have lost so much fucking money. Really
Research
ridiculous.
they have regular military, they are
Really?
drilled the way our military is. They have regular pay. They have engineers and cooks and logistics people. I mean, it's an entire operation that goes on generation after generation. Officers, ranks, all these kind of things.
Are you done? Did they have
Normandy's
stuffy
army
noses
is
like you did, Big Dog?
something that's totally different. And it's a reflection of the society it comes from. First of all, it is a rigidly structured society in terms of people's place, although not as rigidly structured as it would be 200 years from now. And where you were in the society determined how you fought, what your role on the battlefield was. I mean, think about the Japanese and the samurai. Is that necessarily the best military that country can come up with? No, but it's the one that matches the societal conditions and the hierarchy and all these other aspects of the culture that ends up playing into the military. Now, things are so standardized that a Chinese military, a Brazilian military, a U.S. military look more alike than different. But in the pre-modern era, it got really exotic, especially place to place and region to region. I know I said that already, but it bears repeating. It's one of the main attractions of the period from a wargaming standpoint. Because even when you're looking at something like Napoleon's era or the U.S. Civil War, both sides are wearing uniforms that are relatively similar. I mean, it's not all that different, but you go to the ancient period, you've got, there'll be elephants on the battlefield, there'll be people in armor, there'll be tribesmen, there'll be everything you can think of. It's very colorful, very different. The armies are there's a discordant field of the whole thing, but it's part of the attraction.
Which
There's much more to say about doing things.
one point focus is key to
The kind of soldier that the early Middle Ages produced is going to be what the war games research rules of my day would have called an irregular soldier. Irregular meaning not that they were there was something wrong with them, but that they were trained differently than people like the Romans, or for that matter, people like the militaries today. You think of a tribal warrior, or you think of someone who comes from a hereditary warrior class, where training is just based on their place in society, a knight, an upper class warrior. These are people whose training with weapons and fighting is in no way necessarily inferior to someone like the Romans or someone like the Macedonians. They're just trained differently. On a one-to-one level, they might be superior. Would you rather face your average Macedonian spearman, or would you rather face a knight? On the other hand, would you rather face a unit of knights or a unit of Macedonian spearmen? And once you start talking about units moving together and all that sort of stuff, it's a different argument. But the armies of the early Middle Ages in Western Europe were irregular armies. They were ad hoc armies, meaning they were thrown together for battles. Sometimes you get lucky with some training.
You give people, if you see what I do, they give me 1,000 characters or 5,000 characters. I think they're 5,000 characters.
So by the standards of his day, he's bringing a somewhat trained or somewhat cohesive army.
Yeah, it'll make
Across
you.
the channel, unfortunately, he's facing a very trained and very
25
cohesive
times,
and trained as an army.
25 times stronger. Each
I
one
was
is
trying to
25
think about
times
how
faster.
we should structure this movie. I'm trying to look at it from, Dan Carlin, filmmaker, screenwriter, showrunner standpoint. And if you figure that probably the way the Battle of Hastings happened, although there are some dissenters, is that the Normans cross the channel, arrive, and they find the Anglo-Saxons waiting for them on the famous hill nearby Hastings. So we're going to assume the Romans also get there first, and I think they're 1,000 years earlier. I assume they had time to set up.
Hey, Macedon.
And in my movie, I haven't walked the ground and measured this and thought it out, but I'm just going to assume the battle does not take place in the same spot in the movie that it did historically, because there's a lot more Romans than there were Anglo-Saxons. I'm not sure a guy like Julius Caesar is going to be able to deploy his army with the Anglo-Saxons deployed. There's not enough room. And that's where we should start this movie. How much room do you need? In 54 BCE, Caesar took 5 legions.
Is this bitch still going?
In what the
I haven't
ancient
even
sources
checked
say
it
were
recently.
600 to 800 ships. Think about that for a minute.
I'm king of
Mind's
the
eye.
fuck.
In an ancient society doing this. And in fact, Caesar had his people go to work and
Oh
produce
shit,
this
yo.
fleet over in winter. The winter's here.
Wait, 1827. It was 1777. Hold on.
Lots of horses. The English Channel is no picnic.
No.
When you want to cross it.
Maybe it's doing a different one. I wasn't looking at the right one, I don't think.
The first time the Romans get what lies beyond the ends of the earth. This misty area that no one actually knows about. And, tribesmen have been going back and forth forever, but no civilized man from the Mediterranean has ever gone and explored like Davy Crockett.
You got it, baby.
Mysterious land. So in 55 BCE, with a smaller force, Caesar goes over there. Points about this. We should take a little sidebar tangent moment to point out that if you ever wanted to get started and read some
This doesn't sound like you'll look around. It has to be a mountain and instead of a Rolex, it'll be a
his war memoirs in real time, so to serialize like someone would do for a magazine today.
Really?
One chapter at a time of the magazine as he's writing it, as his people are writing it. Caesar's on campaign here. He's part conqueror, part politician on the rise, part ethnographer, part Charles Darwin, part Lewis and Clark, as he goes across and thrills the readers at home with tales of what lies beyond, the ends of the
That
earth.
thing looks like
55 BC, depending on your view of Caesar, either because he was just launching a reconnaissance and always planned to come back, or because he underestimated how many people he'd need for the job and was sort of defeated. Caesar comes back in 54 with a conquest army. 5 legions, that's 25 by 1,000 men or something.
Somebody'd be like, why don't you remove that one instead of the date?
That's what we're calling it. This is
Honestly,
just a little side gig for Caesar at this time. He's in the process of conquering all of
I think I'd rather
Gaul
watch like a
and
dick
punching the Germans in
than
the
two
nose a couple
guys.
times.
Is that the gayest thing
during the
you could
process?
see?
I mean, that's the big deal. The main show.
I don't know,
This
probably
is a
one fucking the other
sidebar
guy
gig. He's
with
like
them
that
trying to kiss at the
band
same
that
time.
comes into play. New York or LA, but you know you got to
Is that possible? I bet two gay guys can kiss at the same time.
You know,
I think they could, yeah, I don't know. But,
there's a
yeah.
little irony on two aspects of this Caesar expedition. One is
Really?
this conquest of
Yeah.
Gaul he's involved in is going to the very areas that these Normans will come from.
I can
Eventually,
get it
so
with a
Caesar's
girl.
conquering
I'm
this time
for
period.
two gay
So maybe
guys.
this is the
Yeah.
Normans
So it
coming
depends on the
back,
size of the guy.
you know, as descendants
But, yeah, are
trying
you
to get the
done?
original conquest of their territory. The other thing that's worth pointing out is that the real Battle of Hastings, both sides probably approached the battlefield
Trying to get this
on
terrible idea of two gay guys fucking it out of my head. It's not really there though. It's an idea actually of cheating. Really, yeah. But
situation, of course, as pointed out in Caesar's memoirs, he portrays the inhabitants, these Britons, as
It's not
very
hard
similar
about
to the Gauls in what's
Really?
now
Yeah,
modern
is it
France, but with
hard?
their own little cultural
the Harold
using
Agency.
chariots, which
Let's not
were
harp on that.
antiquated over on the
Harp
continent
or
by then, so
let's
around with the horse-drawn chariots.
not
And they
harp
also
on that.
painted themselves blue
Harp on
with
that.
water, which made them look somewhat different than
Like
most of the
linger on
Romans
that.
on the continent. I don't know. There was so much cultural transmission over the English Channel that sometimes
If you say someone
the
harps
Gauls
on a
tried to
subject
very north of
or
France
harps
and
on
so
about,
forth,
you
so
mean
that's sort of
let
how
they
Caesar
keep
kind of
talking
sold
about it in a way that like, so let's not harp on that. We're like, blah, 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 blah. Why? Because I never knew it was like harp. Let's not
So
harp
the
on that.
Britons resorted to the same tried and true strategy that most peoples do when they can't.
So how could you turn that into an insult?
They go
Quit
guerrilla,
harping.
non-traditional, and Caesar's left trying to do with
You're
what
harping.
appears, if you read between the lines, to be
Don't
a
harp.
rather vicious
You're
counter.
annoying, you fucking cunt.
So,
How about
in the
that?
20th century, for example,
Dude, my nose
very
is
good at these, by the way.
up with stuff.
Sounds particularly vicious, and then Caesar throws in a few friendly leaders, signs a few whatever passes for like deals or contracts or agreements, crosses back across the channel and gets back to his main task, which is conquering Gaul. And then
Are you done?
brings down the Roman Republic, right? So a lot of stuff ahead for Caesar. No time to mess around in Britain. And it was an easy task dealing with any field battles. Now we should point out something about field battles because I think in our little comparison here it matters. Caesar probably fought more field battles than anybody you can think of from that era. Famously, he's supposed to have fought over 50 field battles is so much it's hard to get your mind around compared to the people that are considered to be in his class. I mean, think about a guy like Alexander the Great. You can argue, depending on how you want to classify it, what constitutes a field battle. That's a formal battle where both sides sort of line up and get to it. Adrian Goldsworthy gives Alexander 5 field battles. It's not unreasonable, but compare that to more than 50 for Caesar.
You gonna go at yourself like a dog?
Caesar's battles are less than
Like a
this
dog?
matters in our comparison about the pace of change.
Hey,
Caesar, and again,
what's
you
that
have
thing
to
called?
allow for exaggeration, all the sorts of stuff that comes
you
with
gonna go at
numbers.
yourself like a dog?
But even if you take
Hey,
the
Mr.
low
Vincent.
numbers, Caesar's battles would all be considered to be very large by William the Conqueror's standards at that time period. Now, some of you might make a case, and I think you have a good one, that this is a bit of an apples and oranges comparison here, because we are comparing a society like Caesar's, an urban, dense civilization of imperial size and strength, to a small feudal territory. The Duke of Normandy was in control of the resources, manpower, and territory of something that would be too small to
I think
be
it's like
a
hard.
Roman province.
Really? Yeah, you gotta be flexible on things.
So if you compare them to, say, the Song Chinese in 1066, a similar kind of organized people capable of putting large numbers of organized people into armies and then feeding them and caring for them and all that kind of stuff, might be a better comparison. That'd be an interesting battle, by the way. Worth saying, though, that in 1066, it's one of those periods where you don't have any great armies dominating the scene, and even the Song Chinese are at one of their low points. Having the traditional Chinese problems with the northern barbarians, it's a particularly bad time. I consider to be, along with many others, I think the Normans are one of the better armies in the period, but they're really different. They're a feudal society taking on a society much more like our own, probably, than the Norman one was. Norman army that William the Conqueror brought over has been compared by some people. It's not a bad analogy. His expedition's been compared to some sort of like a venture capitalist entrepreneurial kind of thing. A profit sharing deal where, anyone who wanted to get in on this, you sign up. We're going to go over there. It's speculative, but if I win and if I become the king of this territory, we'll parcel it up and you'll get a piece commensurate with the amount of investment you put in. And that might mean, how many men did you bring with you? Because William the Conqueror is going to conquer the British Isles with an ad hoc army, which was pretty much the way that they did things. At that time and at that place.
That quickly, kids. We can be checking out Alice Cooper Tiny Party and Cross Cindy Lane. What a great fucking app. Really? Allegedly. Right?
Anti-guerrilla looting and raiding small-scale battles just between heavy cavalry. I mean, a lot of these battles, if you look at the history of the Middle Ages,
Yeah.
what used to be called the late Dark Ages and the late Antiquity, you'll see these battles between 500 heavy cavalry on one side and 800 heavy cavalry on the other side. They just left the infantry at home, and that's a battle. In Julius Caesar's day, and in his world, that's a skirmish. That doesn't count as one of his 50-plus battles, but it counts as one of William the Conqueror's. So it's pretty darn likely that when William the Conqueror shows up at the British Isles, he's commanded the largest number of human beings he's ever commanded, maybe by a lot. And the numbers are all over the map, typical of the era. You get some low numbers at 5,000, 8,000 is more often the low. You get some high numbers at 17,000. A lot of people put it in the 11,000, 12,000 range, and it's not quite understood how many of these people are considered to be combatants versus non-combatants. Both sides have non-combatants. The Romans are employing cooks and people who do the armor repair. I mean, they've got giant cities attached to each of these legions, basically.
So if you spin construction paper quickly enough, it will cut through plywood. It'll cut the wood. Really, really giant
fortified city. And every day that camp stays in the same place, the Romans fortify it and make it more permanent. That's one of the things that someone like William's going to have to deal with. He's got a bunch of, as we were saying, entrepreneurial partners who are not under his direct command other than by agreement. You can't order them around a certain point and piss off some of these other people because they're going to be a contingents of nobility and higher class people from France and among the Bretons and these other people that will come over. William's got to kind of be, you can't be too hard out, you can't be too general patent with them because they're there because they want to be there. Because they owe him a favor, or whatever it might be. These are the people, by the way, that are going to be something that William's going to rely on in this encounter. If we are setting up the tail of the tape here before this encounter, William the Conqueror's army, because I like the boxing analogies, reminds me of Mike Tyson in the later years of his career. He's not very dangerous in any of the other ways that he used to be, but he's still got this left hook, this punch that will just ruin you, no matter who you are. Under the right conditions, you will lose. Don't underestimate, what the striking arm of William the Conqueror's army can do. The striking arm are these proto-knights, let's call them proto-knights, because they're not really knights yet.
I built a YouTube channel. Regular paper, not heavy. That was
Say the 1300s or the 1400s or maybe even the 1500s. These mounted tanks on giant horses who charge with a lance underneath their arm in a fashion known as couched. These are not them. They are on the way to becoming them. I like to think of, because I do, I like to think of European cavalry as sort of progressing through stages. Let's remember, it is the Romans and the Greeks who first write about encountering these people north of the considered to be Central and Western Europe. And the first cavalry that they encounter from these regions that will continue to produce cavalry over these eras, I like to call it European cavalry 1.0. It's the Gallic cavalry. The very sorts of cavalry, although probably great-grandfathers, that Caesar is both fighting against in his wars in Gaul in 54 and the 50s BCE, and using in his own army during Caesar's period. They didn't have their own cavalry, not much of it anymore. They used called auxiliary cavalry. They used locals, they used mercenaries, they used people they could hire, people that wanted to fight, or people that they conquered previously, and Caesar will have
How much
2,000
is
Gallic cavalry with him when he invades Britain and when he fights away in the conqueror on film. I consider that to be European cavalry 1.0. I only bring them up at this moment to point out the difference between they and this cavalry of the early Middle Ages, these Normans, these Proto-Knights, because they're more like European cavalry 3.0. And let's say European cavalry 2.0, the middle one, is that Gothic cavalry, the stuff from what we used to call the Dark Ages, the stuff that was involved, in the latter parts of the Roman Empire and afterwards. Call that 2.0. And so by this time you have this Norman cavalry, unlike most of European cavalry 1.0, these Normans and these French and these Britons, all this Western European heavy cavalry made up of generally
why not have
higher
it
class
around
warriors. These guys are all going to have armor from head to thigh. Mail, interlocked rings, the neck pieces of it. They'll wear the traditional, this was really the traditional helmet of the, they used to call it the Viking era in European military history. You saw it all the time. It's a conical helmet like a cone that they wear on their head. And then it either has or doesn't have the nose piece, the nasal, the strip of metal that follows the nose, all the way from sort of the tip up to the, between the eyes. And it's one of the more obvious pieces of armor in terms of what it's intended to do. You don't have to be very imaginative to just see that, oh yeah, that's to prevent somebody from slashing across your face sideways with a sword strike. One of the major vocabularies in this period, by the way. So these Norman and Breton and French Proto-Knights would also carry what's called a kite shield, which looks like a giant teardrop, an extended teardrop. They carried a 9-foot lance, or somewhere around 9 feet. How they used it seemed to depend on the either the man himself or one of many styles. Because the Bayeux Tapestry, which is an account of Battle Hastings, which people actually make, shows a lot of these sorts of elements of the battle. That they were armed and armored, like how they rode up and did things, and they show these proto-knights. Some of them are using the spears in the fashion that they will later on. They're throwing them. Big 9-foot spears, they're throwing them, they're using them overhand. So it seems like, once again, we're not quite at this period where later on you're going to have these medieval knights with the lance under the arm. You have these proto-knights. In addition to that, let's not think about them riding these massive, scary war horses, which will be something that does happen later on. That might be overplayed. But in this period, historian John France is one of the people who suggests that these horses might have been a lot smaller than we think. In most cases, not always, but in most cases, he gives a possible size as like 12 hands high. Doing the measurements from the artwork, 12 hands high, he points out, is a Shetland pony is 10 hands high. So this is not your knights of the Middle Ages. When William the Conqueror shows up to fight the locals, he's fighting a bunch of people who represent the predominant troop type of the era that's coming to an end. A lot of people used to put, in the good old days, the Viking era ends and the era of the Middle Ages begins at the Battle of Hastings.
Oh,
Have a
no
moment
way.
like that was such a clean break. But that's how it used to be portrayed. If you think about all the
I've
people
been
that fought at the
trying to
Battle of
figure this
Hastings
out
as
for a
sort of
long time.
looking like things from the Viking Age, it's not a bad visual image. The Anglo-Saxon forces that William defeated at that crucial battle, once again, the emphasis on English and European history being what it is was always touted as one of the most important battles of all human history. Well, nowadays when you rank it amongst all the battles that are out there, it's fallen quite a bit. But even when I was a kid, this was one of these great important battles of all time. When William shows up at the site where this battle was fought, he finds something like 10,000 of the locals awaiting him on a hill. These Anglo-Saxons, these English, these Proto-English, I'm not sure which stage we can definitively refer to them by at this point, had just come from fighting another battle. And people differ as to whether or not this was just luck on William's part to show up when he did, good timing, or whether or not he knew about all this and was taking advantage of the fact that there was a Viking, actually wrong word for it by this period, a Norse invasion of the north of the British Isles. And the Anglo-Saxon king, the monarchy, they went up there, they brought the army, they raised the troops, and they fought these Norse up north, and they had one of those battles where it's a glorious victory, and they decimated the other side. side, but they really took it on the chin in doing so, and then immediately had to run down because news that William had landed and was going to move on London had reached them, and so they basically ran down the length of the British Isles to get to the site of Hastings, blocking William from his goal. But the whole army hadn't made it yet. They're kind of strung out over the length and breadth. They raised some locals, but it seems like they were trying to get their act together at the last minute. So when William arrives at the battlefield, he looks up, and on this hill, this famous hill, you find the Anglo-Saxon army. What there is of it awaiting is 10,000 people. The best part of it are a bunch of people that you see by Viking housecarls. They're Anglo-Saxon housecarls. These are professional troops. Professional troops in the same way.
Just before we appeared. So yeah, they were really having fun.
Highly trained, nasty fighters. But you don't march here.
Call them mobsters. Yeah, but dude, that's a comeback.
The spine of this army on the hill. The rest is provided by a bunch of people that range from thanes, which are sort of well-armed upper class.
Near the slide. Oh, dude, this is
all
nice.
the way down to what are called the spur to the select
Look at my mouth though. Nobody wants to be on the left side or whatever side. Because we didn't eat. They're like, we paid the full amount and we didn't eat any.
No armor, no helmets. Almost everybody tries to bring a shield. And they
Really?
fight in a shield.
They would be like, we
We
didn't a single thing. Not one
provides
piece of
almost solid objects for the other side to try
We
to
almost thought we
beat
got
themselves to
it.
death,
I love this song.
trying to break down, which is a little bit how this battle's going to go.
But I don't like that.
And if you're a battle Hastings
Go
fan,
suck my fucking dick. Oh, so
and this is
fine.
going to be so different than what the Normans are going to have to experience.
Well, reality show was
The Normans can just sort of approach the battlefield and do whatever they want at their leisure. They can control when encounters happen, where they happen. The only thing these Anglo-Saxons are going to do is stay because they only have one type of troop.
Yeah, man,
It's infantry, there's no cavalry.
house.
They might have been wrote in this infantry formation. There's also no skirmish. So there's no one to go out and force any action on them at all. So if he wants to initiate contact on the left side of the line for a while, and if his left does badly, they retire down to the hill, lick their wounds, have some lunch, and maybe Williams says, okay, maybe after lunch, I mean, he's got that kind of freedom. He's not going to have that in the traditional battle, though. What ends up happening, it's important that we're trying to figure out whether William or Caesar, how the Battle of Hastings actually went, because William probably outnumbered the Anglo-Saxons. Would several times attack up this hill. He divides his army, by the way.
The cats on the water?
It was used by Normans other times, so maybe it was used. Because that never happened. They were going to have a scholarly analysis of this fantasy battle. Scientifically. But these Normans would bring 3 separate groups as part of the army. A corps of archers, a corps
How cool
of
is that?
melee infantry, we'll call them, and then a corps of divided legionary, three types of corps, this heavy cavalry. At Hastings, he lined them up sort of in 3 lines. The first group were the archers. At Hastings, these had self-bows, which are the least powerful. To the Romans, these would be non-impressive, but in this period, there weren't a lot of people using a lot of bows. Unusually different than other battles, their huge crossbows were much more effective. Then the second group that they had were all these melee infantry. So think about it. We used to sort of call them your mixed medieval rabble, but that's not fair. But it would be whatever the person had in terms of protection. So nothing to leather armor, various forms of metal armor. Some would have helmets, some wouldn't. Almost everybody would try to bring a shield, a weapon.
Then I have to just see this guy stealing
Sidelines to there's something in terms of continuity. There were people using clubs on both sides at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. There any older weapon than clubs, maybe stones. And the Anglo-Saxons were throwing stones at the Normans. So what we said earlier, the shelf life of experience. How about the shelf life of weapons technology? But what ended up happening was the archers were supposed to go in there and start to break up that shoulder-to-shoulder, almost solid formation of the Anglo-Saxons. Then the melee infantry were going to go in there and batter it down even more. The goal to loosen it up. And if you could disorder it, disorder is the phrase we used to use, formation against the breakers of peace and these gaps and spaces that other troops can break into, especially if they're still in formation. You begin to fall apart. So these melee infantry were going to go in there, take advantage of any problems that the archers had caused, and then the next line was going to be the exclamation point that they've got. I think of a Norman army, and I think of why I would want to be careful facing one, and try to figure out how I'm going to deal with these. These are like Tyson side of the army, but you have to be,
Fun.
even at the end of Tyson's
Cool,
career,
huh?
he doesn't have much
Just all over.
but you always need to be worried about the potential punch. And that's made from these troops, especially the core Norman proto-knights who are William himself.
I like this
These
guy.
guys are hard to
Police are
figure
coming.
out. Caesar's gonna have trouble with
Thank you.
them. Because they're hard to
Thank
figure.
you.
They're sort of the
Thank you.
wild card in this army. Heavy cavalry, as we say. This is the setup. Say 12,000. They
Thank you.
approach the area around Hastings, and their scouts come back to them, probably none of them. Great reconnaissance on both of them. But probably will get some feedback. That the head is much larger.
You thought it was a fish? I did too.
With no knowledge about the other side, if it was there'd been some prepping
What?
and horseshoes, an advisor, or somebody on the other side, or maybe a caddy, like in golf. The caddy could come up to maybe Julius Caesar, maybe listening into everything the caddy says. So this may be part of this battle. Just genius like Caesar.
Hey, don't fucking blow them.
In this case, the advisor, the caddy, could tell Caesar, listen, these people on the other side are a little bit like a better armed and armored version of what you're already facing. You're facing barbarians. These are kind of barbarians. I mean, they're not trained in any units. They don't have a deep, organized, hierarchical civilization or anything like that. Their army is simplistic, but they have those traits that you've become accustomed to seeing on the continent. When you run into the Germans, Caesar, they have that attitude, they have that impetus, they get berserk. There's a frenzy, there's the unqualifiable thing we always talk about. And Caesar would be well known for calling the hero to darkness. Caesar's still seems to be something ready to in Western Europe, Central Europe, what the heck do you define it as? But whatever it was, the Normans had it too. And for what it's worth, the old theory used to be that the Normans had it because they were Vikings, basically. A couple of generations removed from the old country, so to speak. Those of you who like continuity should note that the way William of Normandy became the Duke of Normandy was very similar to how the old barbarians got a piece of the old Roman Empire. It was sort of, let's call it a farming out of the traditional military responsibilities, or maybe privatizing it. But when Rome couldn't defend some of its territory from barbarians, it used to let those barbarians settle in the territory, and the deal was that they could live off of it, they could settle there, they could raise their families, they could farm it, whatever they wanted to do, but they had to protect it against the people, like themselves, and they owed their allegiance to you, right? So it was still, basically all yours. You had just farmed it out. The Carolingians in this period, right before Hastings, had done the same thing. They had Viking problems during the Viking eras. This area around Normandy was getting hit all the time, so the best idea was maybe turn it over to a bunch of Vikings, tell them to settle there, Christianize them, and let them
the
beat
brain
the other
of
Vikings out and
understanding
owe their allegiance to
where
us.
you exercise by
Well,
squeezing the
as
carrier
happened
out of the
sometimes with the Roman Empire, these Normans, as they were called, which was just another word some people used for Vikings. Norseman's very close. These
Wow,
guys were
they're not all
probably Danish from
nasty and
yeah,
shit.
not 100% certain. They settled in Normandy, quickly forgot that part of the deal that said we're vassals
Oh,
of
there
you,
you go.
and became a thorn in the side
Wow.
of the rulers of France for a couple hundred years, while also making their presence felt in a way that defies logic, punching
First
way above
3D
their weight
printed
class for reasons
fucking
people have speculated
building
on
was a
forever.
small warehouse
I
in
love some of the
Valpo.
adjectives used to describe them. Energy is one of the words you hear. The Normans had amazing energy for 200 years. But
I
what
had
it
no
meant
idea.
was they were fighting and
It was very
causing trouble, conquering places
like,
as far apart as England, continental France, Italy, fighting
the
forward
machine that
against the
provides the chocolate
Byzantines,
coating on
playing a major
ice
role
cream,
in the First
you get
Crusade.
actual pie.
And eventually, what ends up
Getting
happening to
barbecue.
them is they get absorbed in all these societies that they're involved in. So into the
Much
history of England,
so
eventually subverted into the history of continental France. Their aspect will become a part of Italian history again, foreign against the Byzantines. And in the Holy Land, well,
ownership of
as
stocks,
long as there was a European crusading presence in the Holy Land, the fume of the Normans, the stench of the Normans, as maybe some of the Byzantine warnings you would suggest, it had a lot of energy, and some people suggested this was because William the Conqueror's, I think it was great-great-great-great's grandfather was a Viking, and that wonderful Viking berserk frenzy in War Games research rules. It was known as impetuous quality. That in your rule set, nobody knew why they had it, but Normans, just like Vikings, got like a special plus because they had this quality. Once again, what is the rule set reflecting when it gives you that special plus? What the heck is that? It's that question of what makes a knight a knight. Once you get beyond the weapons and armor, there's something else going on. What makes a samurai a samurai? It's not just the weapons and armor. So it's the part of the equation that's unquantifiable. It's also the part that, because it's unquantifiable, Julius Caesar needs to worry about as he looks across, listens to what the caddy says, continues to bad dictate 500 at the same time, and sees this army from the early Middle Ages approaching him. First thing he's going to notice is that it's small. He's used to fighting much larger armies than this. And it was only 3 years before that the Battle of the Sambre happened, right across the English Channel. You may recall that the British showed this was included once. And in that battle, according to Caesar himself, so let's imagine that he dumped the he said the Romans thought that they were in a safe spot once again for the greatest reconnaissance on Rome's part. They were all, so they had their weapons stacked, their armor wasn't on, everybody was all scurrying around like a bunch of ants, building their fort and all that kind of stuff, and all of a sudden, unexpectedly, 60,000 Gallic tribesmen come screaming out of the woods, charging the completely unprepared Romans. 60,000 sounds like a crazy number, but let's just say it was 30,000. If it's 30,000, it's still like more than twice as many people as William the Conqueror is going to bring to our filmed battle. Once more, we're assuming that Julius Caesar is waiting for these Normans to arrive, just like the Anglo-Saxons were at the Battle of the Sambre 3 years previously, with a lot of these same troops, it should be pointed out. So Caesar's fighting with these people who remember being in that battle, when the supposedly 60,000 was maybe closer to 30,000 tribes who came screaming out of the woods. And long story short, Caesar and the Romans won that battle. So that shows you the crazy superiority that these supremely organized armies can have over disorganized ones. And I say disorganized, I don't mean it intentionally, because the funny thing about it is a guy like William would have thought his army was organized by his standards. But that's because they didn't do things anymore the way, for example, the Romans did, not in that part of the world. That is also a sign about the pace of change and how earlier societies can sometimes have capabilities that later societies don't have. Now, there were contemporaries. If somebody wanted to try to be the caddy for William, how do you do that? It's funny because it's easier to imagine the less sophisticated army than it is to imagine the more more sophisticated. If you went to the commander of the USS Nimitz in 1980 and said, "Final countdown, you're about to face Admiral Nagumo and his 6 strike carriers from late 1941," the commander of the 1980 Nimitz is going to go, "Okay, I know what I'm going to do tonight." It's easy for him to imagine less complicated technology, tactics, ships. A lot harder to go to Admiral Nagumo on the other side and say, "Admiral, you're about to face the USS Nimitz from 1980. It's a super carrier. It's only one carrier. It doesn't have any other ships, but you'll probably have everything in the fleet to start before you even see it." I mean, that's like trying to explain that the ancient wells war of the world to aliens are coming. I'll tell you about what they're going to be able to do to you. It might be a much longer conversation before they understood. And McCaddy speaking to Williams probably going to have the same problem. How do you explain an army that's more sophisticated than his to him? Well, here's my movie's angle on that. May or may not be true, but certainly could be. These Normans were famous mercenaries, and they fought for and against people like the Byzantines. You may recall that the Byzantines didn't call themselves the Byzantines. They called themselves, in the time of the Normans, the Romans. Because really, they're the part of the Roman Empire that never fell. The eastern side, they're still around centuries later, and they never lost the understanding of how to organize troops in a professional, regular way. Right? Drill them the same way the cadets on the parade ground and graduation at military academies all over the world still march. That's how the Romans marched. That's how the Byzantines marched. So maybe the cat you can go to like and say, you know, those Byzantines we talked about, those guys that move around the battlefield in unison with each other at the command. They can change facing on an order. You know, remember those guys? These guys fight like that. And I always love bringing up Hans Delbrück. For those of you who don't know Hans Delbrück, he's hard to explain. He's one of those historians that has managed to remain relevant in some ways long after his historical information is relevant. Because in all the years since Delbrück lived, and he was writing more than 100 years ago, the historical knowledge has just changed so much that his information is just wrong. But he talks about some of that physics of the space.
Rattlesnakes are starting to evolve so they don't have rattlesnakes.
Logistics, all these kinds of things that in a lot of ways, especially up until you start getting things like vehicles on the battlefield, cars and stuff that basically remain pretty constant. And he's so skeptical that he's a wonderful piece of ballast to anchor you before you do people's stuff, just to make you suspicious automatically. But Delbrück talks about the Romans in Caesar's army facing the Gauls, which, as I said, is what he's doing. It's purely historically. And talks about why the Romans are going to beat the Gauls. And it has to do with things like organization versus ad hoc sorts of organization. This would apply just as much to William's army as it applies to the Gauls. Listen to what Delbrück writes, though, and understand that what the Romans are going to do to this army from the Middle Ages is they're going to move on it. Delbrück writes about the Romans and the Gauls, quote, "The superiority of the Roman art of warfare was based on the army organization as a whole, a system that permitted very large masses of men to be concentrated at a given point, to move in an orderly fashion, to be fed, and to be kept together. The Gauls could do none of these things. It was not so much the courage of the Romans, which was in no way greater than their own, but the Roman mass power that subdued them. And again, not that their own mass of itself would not have been much greater, but their mass was an inert one, incapable of movement. It was the Roman civilization that conquered barbarism. For imparting the capability of movement to a large mass is a work of art that only a higher civilization can achieve. Barbarism cannot do it. The Roman army was not simply a mass, but an organized mass. And it could be a mass only because it was organized and formed a complex living entity. So these armies from the early Middle Ages in Europe have a problem, and that's that they have the famous choice of this era, which is you can stand still and keep your formation intact. You can be the Anglo-Saxons on the hill, you can have your shield wall, you can be shoulder to shoulder, you can be solid. But when people start to move, because they move as individuals, it all falls apart. Now, if that happens and the enemy gets their hands on you, especially with cavalry, you are meat. So your choice is we stay here and we don't move and we don't fall into disorder, but that allows all the impetus to go to your opponent. Right? You have no way of
Right, man.
besides
This would be okay. Yeah,
when
man.
they get bothered to come
The
down,
mask.
they came down to the shoulder.
This is a cool thing. Yeah, man.
That's what actually happened in Hastings. Several times these Saxons, thinking they were pursuing retreating horsemen, broke formation and ran down the hill with their strung out all along the hill. Still undetermined whether these Anglo-Saxons so excited they thought they would won was a feigned flight plan tactic or whether or not it would have just kicked Britain's butts or something like that, and they were running away in disorder with this. Anglo-Saxons ran down the hill so we could kill them. Let's do that. That's an example of how in fact you probably would not have worked against Caesar. So as William approaches this battle, let's imagine what's going to happen here. I'm going to think that several miles from the battle, around the same time that William is getting word about the strange army that's deployed on a much larger piece of ground than the Anglo-Saxons historically deployed upon and that is waiting, I imagine you would start getting reports that there were encounters happening, probably with lightning skirmishers. Caesar's got notes, got slingers, lightning, people with javelins, maybe bows and arrows, much like going to engage the two Normandy's army before it gets to the mountain. They're going to swarm around with mosquitoes. They're not going to do a ton of damage, but they keep you from being able to leisurely just deploy things at your will. They are killing this guy and that guy from there. They're wounding that guy. I mean, it's a pain in the rear, and it's going to be the beginning of an encounter where the Normans are not going to be able
Right,
to
just
sit around and Caesar and the Romans will be on them before they get to the battlefield. William doesn't have any troops to which is probably that the Breton cavalry he has could skirmish. I'm not sure you want to have a bunch of basic proto-knightly skirmishing cavalry out there against the Romans. You can do it if you want to. Remember, Caesar himself has cavalry, 2,000 Gallic cavalry, famously European cavalry 1.0. I'm thinking, sometimes these battles are staged accounts, sometimes they really skirmishes ahead of time, from one side for years on the other, and a lot of times it had to do with cavalry because they were so mobile. Maybe Caesar has his 2,000 Gallic cavalry, or some of them skirmish a little bit with some of these early middle-aged proto-knights and sees what happens. But if he does, he's going to see that, I don't think we want to encounter them close up, so maybe the Gauls skirmish, which some people have suggested that that's what they fight like anyway, but no one knows. But if I'm the caddy around William the Conqueror giving him advice, I'm going to tell him that you're going to feel better if you can see that cavalry, because if you don't see the 2,000 Gallic cavalry, you've got to worry about where they are. If you're Julius Caesar, you might send that cavalry on a wide outflanking maneuver, out of view, and then right when the battle reaches its crucial point, they come crashing in, from behind you or something, turning the tide. Or maybe Caesar has them make an even wider outflanking movement, and they go and they sack the Norman camp in the rear where all their stuff is, the non-combatants are, maybe the treasury is. Or maybe Caesar goes even farther around the flank than that, goes all the way to the coast, burns the ships that William's going to need to get home. If you don't see the 2,000 Gallic cavalry, you better be thinking why you don't see them. William's army is divided into the three sections, as we said: the corps of archers, the corps of melee infantry, and then behind them, the heavy cavalry in three lines. The Romans are in a traditional formation. Understand that the Romans built this army that happened in Caesar's time, and this is the height of the Roman army of the legion. So right from before Caesar, and maybe his relative Marius is the guy that you date this era from, to about the mid-200s maybe is the height of the great legionary armies. In the same way that the Norman army really relies on the power of this Norman proto-knightly cavalry to do its business. The Roman army is about the legionaries at this stage. Some armies have lots of different things they can hit you with and sting you with. The Normans are about the proto-knights, the Romans are about the legion. legionaries, and that's why in my movie it's going to be those two elements coming together that are going to decide things. This isn't going to be something where the skirmishers decided it, or the cavalry on the flank decided it. In this battle, you're going to have what you didn't get in the final countdown, or the Twilight Zone episode. You're going to get to see legionaries against Normans. The legionaries during this period represent sort of a cross-section of the soon-to-be Roman Empire. Remember, this is the end of the Republic, and in the same way that the cultures of these feudal societies determine how their militaries look and operate, the cultures of societies like, well, the late Roman Republic do too. It influences, for example, how these commanders behave. They're jockeying for political position in Rome. Things like what the old newspapers are saying, or the scuttlebutt in Rome, but your conduct on the battlefield matters, so it influences your conduct on the battlefield. He's really in the breadth of the history of the Roman army. This is a Roman army in transition from the era where, how much money you had determined, which ranks or what type of troops you were on the battlefield, to one where these are, after Caesar's time, not that long after Caesar's time, are going to be professional state-run forces of long-serving professionals. They're not quite there yet. They're on their way. These are volunteers who are recruited, but they often sort of re-up their recruitment a bunch. They fight with the general for a while because they become attached to them in a financial and prosperity sense in some cases too. Their allegiance becomes to these generals, so they stick around. By the time Caesar's fighting in Britain, 54 BCE, some of these units and troops have been fighting with him for quite some time. Some of them have been involved in skin of their teeth battles in Gaul in previous years. So this is an experienced veteran force. The Romans got very good when their soldiers have been serving for a while. The legionaries are all heavy infantry during the pre-gunpowder era. Their job is to engage in hand-to-hand combat on the other side.
That's it. Captain
Break the enemy's main battle lines.
You ever think you'd hang out with Captain soccer team?
Not always, but
From there?
the Roman legionaries
Why?
are called by some of the best pre-modern heavy
There's going to be
infantry.
football captain. How the fuck do I go?
I don't know about that specifically, but I think if they're not in your top three, you're insane. They are all armored by this period. The armor being provided by the state. They are equipped with weapons provided by the state. They're run. They have factories that create this stuff, and the quality is high. The metal quality is high, for example. The standardization is high. And the standardization allows the army to be trained in ways that some of these tribal or early armies from the Middle Ages, they don't have the same kind of standardization, right? You want an axe at the battle, you bring your axe. You want a sword, you bring a sword. But it makes it tough to coordinate. The Romans are all armed. The legionaries are all armed the same. So their tactics are standardized. First of all, they are at ground zero a swordsman. They have a big shield, by the way, that covers about 3/4 of their body. Big old heavy shield, though, because you're not supposed to be moving around dodging and weaving. Your job is to run into the enemy head on with that shield. You're going to hit him with the shield first. Their sword, that is one of the great swords in history. If you've never held a good recreation of the gladius, it's worth your time if you're a fan of history like I am. And the sword changed over time. Started as a Spanish sword. Did so much damage against the Romans, they adopted it. They would get longer and shorter and change its shape and have various versions. Julius Caesar's version is actually a little longer than the one that would come in famous empire. It's about Adrian Goldsworthy puts it at like 2 feet 6 inches. So a little longer than you might think for a Roman sword, but not like the one the Normans carry usually. Unfortunately, they're not standardized. The one thing you notice when you pick up a gladius of any kind is its weightedness. It's not a heavy sword. Swords are generally lighter than most people think anyway, but its weight balance is such that it feels like a cleaver. Like you could swing it at about halfway down your swinging motion. The sword itself helps pick up steam. But it's really the point that does the majority of the damage. It's got a point that just is meant for just punch rather than things like armor. And the Roman training generally insisted that they run up to the enemy's battle line, shove the big old shield in their face, and stab upward with the sword into the guts of the opponent. Because as the manuals pointed out, a slashing cut rarely kills, but a stabbing wound, even an inch into the enemy is often fatal. Weird as that may sound, right? Era before medicine, you pierce the viscera and somebody's probably going to die. Good chance of it anyway. Let's qualify that remark, especially years ago in medicine. The Romans, of course, had another weapon for which they were famous, the pilum. The pilum is a heavy javelin. If you've ever held it, it's another interesting weapon that you look at and just kind of go, it's sort of ingenious. A variation, like most of the Roman weapons, of something they encountered once upon a time, and then decided they could make a better version themselves and then standardize it. Basically, and Adrian Goldsworthy says it's a myth that they were deliberately built to be flimsy at one point, so they would bend, because we all grew up thinking, these had a long tip, and then when they were thrown, the weight of the handle would bend the pilum downward, so if it was sticking in your body or your shield or whatever, you had this thing that was impeding you. Goldsworthy says that's a myth, which sort of implies that it was just bad craftsmanship. Nonetheless, these heavy javelins are a whole different animal than the lighter ones you throw to distance, although the Romans had those too. But these things were much more like the Duke of Normandy's muskets, where in your head you may be thinking that they're shooting real far away, at things, but they weren't in the Napoleonic era because they weren't that accurate. You had to fire a lot of them at short range, and then they started mowing people down. Well, it's the same principle sort of with the heavy javelin, the heavy throwing weapons, what the war games researchers used to classify it as. That's in line with the equivalents were like Frankish throwing axes. Heavy throwing weapons were nasty, because they mess up your unit, right? And they're thrown in volley. So imagine you and a bunch of your friends get together, line up in shield wall formation, because that's a good one for people, that haven't trained together. You think, let's just get together, form a solid body, we'll overlap shields. You can kind of work that, improvise that, and it works okay if you don't try to move. So you can imagine you're in that formation, and these Romans come up, and they fought during this time period in cohorts. A cohort is about 480 men on paper, but if we're going to be historical about our fantasy battle here, I like to be rigorous in my logical breakdown of fantasy battles, then I think you've got to say that these are probably understrength units by now. After all, Caesar's been fighting in France, right? And it's been nasty. So I think let's just cut our 480 paper strength down to 350. And now you have to imagine that these people are in blocks. If you could view it from the Goodyear blimp looking down, the Roman cohorts, that's what they're called, of 480 men on paper, are like little rectangular blocks on the battlefield. Their normal tactic is, especially against infantry, that when they're about 15 yards or something, this could vary, they unleash a volley of these heavy javelins. So imagine, in this case, 350 of them at an opponent. And then they take advantage of the disorder created by that. I mean, if you and your buddies are in your shield wall formation and 350 heavy javelins come at you all in one volley, how long does it take you to open up your eyes again and be ready and gird down again and get ready for something? How long? What's the time period? Because the Romans are then going to charge right on top of the volley of heavy javelins and try to take advantage of what that volley did to you with these swords as a cutting machine. That's how they did it. So in this battle, this fantasy battle, as it begins, I'm going to think that William moves. I'm going to say he moved because if he doesn't move, Julius Caesar will kill him one of two ways. Either he will just, if the Romans sit there, they will be building stuff. And he will have like fortifications built and William sits around for too long. You wait 3 days, it's going to be like World War I in the early Middle Ages. So I don't think William's going to sit there and let the Romans do that. I also truly don't think Caesar would even bother. I think if the enemy showed up there, Caesar's going to force them to do something. And I think those skirmishers would be the reason that it happens. Go look at a video online of rioters. And by the way, I think that, and I could be wrong about this is just my own belief, but when I look at these videos of really big riots, the ones where the authorities come out in shields that might be like Roman shields, and they get in formation, I think that looks very much like what a pre-modern formation might. And when you see them up against sometimes these crowds that are sort of chaotic and moving like a swarm of bees, and they come forward and backwards, I think that's both what skirmishing and what a lot of earlier battles must have looked like when we talk about the physics of warfare. I think you're getting a pretty good idea when you look at those videos. Finally, some of them have horsemen that charge into the mass. The authorities bring in cavalry and they charge into the mass of the protesters. And again, I think you're seeing, elements of muscle power and rage, and how horses interact with people that might give us a clue better than some of the other sources in terms of things we can visualize, especially better than movies and TV and that kind of thing, what the physics of warfare might be like. And I think if Caesar's got a couple thousand, let's just say 5,000 skirmishers in front of William's troops as they try to sit there, they're going to be pretty badly stung by the time this battle even starts. I especially think his archers are going to have had trouble because shooting at these skirmishers is going to prove fruitless. I mean, they only have so many arrows. Do they really want to waste them on a bunch of unarmored guys dodging and running and moving around and trying to not get hit by their arrows, or do they want to save them for the troops that they really have to use them against? I'm going to suggest that they save them, and I'm going to think that when that happens, they're going to lose a lot of people in the process, and you're not going to be able to get the skirmishers off you. When these archers approach Caesar's ranks and unleash their arrows, I don't think the arrows are going to do anything. The Romans have formations where they can create their shield wall of their own, but the Romans famously have a roof to their shield wall. It's called the testuna, the tortoise formation. If Caesar wants to, he can just have his troops on a command create this formation where they look like a box of shields. These little self-bows that the Anglo-Saxon era Norman infantry are using are probably as weak as anything the Romans have faced. I mean, remember, the Romans have faced bows from the east where they're fantastically powerful. Composite bows, these would not damage the Romans. So I see the archers shooting all their arrows, running out, not having much to work with. So they do what they did historically in the Battle of Hastings, and after shooting their arrows, retiring behind the melee infantry. This group of mixed Middle Ages infantry that then move up and try to deal with the Roman legionaries. Now, this is where we can have some fun. Do they move up and try to deal with the Roman legionaries? Because if they move, their formation's probably going to be disordered. Do they really want to be disordered against these formations in front of them that look like blocks of marching men in unison? I don't know. Maybe it depends on what the people in charge of that unit, the historical commanders running things, want to do. I don't know. But if they want to maintain their formation, they're going to have to stay in place. If they stay in place, these legionaries are going to move around them. They're going to outflank them so that they're going to be surrounded, at least on one side, maybe on both sides. So you see the problem that these untrained troops in these units have. They can't move, and they're fighting people who can. So either you have, at some point, a bunch of disordered melee infantry running into the legionaries and running into that storm of heavy javelins followed by the swords, disordered and out of formation and without cohesion, in which case they'll get killed. Or you see them maintaining their cohesion but getting outflanked, in which case they'll get killed. So I don't see the infantry from this period causing the Romans any trouble. It'll be just as easy, and there's probably less of them than what Caesar's been dealing with on the continent. In Gaul, historically, the problem, of course, and the crux, the money scene in this film is going to be how Caesar deals with the unquantifiable, Norman, Mike Tyson punch that can lay you low. In the Battle of Hastings, after the melee infantry retired, not having been able, by the way, to break the Anglo-Saxons on the hill, it was the turn of the heavy cavalry. I would see the same thing, the heavy cavalry coming and trying to deal maybe with one of these cohorts that seemed a little exposed, maybe the last one on the front lines, and they were set up often in a checkerboard formation so that you would have one covering another. They had a reserve, so unlike most of these armies from the early Middle Ages who didn't have a reserve, there were people behind the front of the Roman line in case somebody broke through or in case somebody surrounded you. You have to create a new front. You take someone from the rear and a cohort from there, and you make them the new front line on the edge, on the flank. So Maybe the Normans see the best place to strike at the front in my movie of the line, at the edge. They come barreling in, and I have to try to figure out now how I want to interpret, the physics of agent warfare. The best account I ever heard of the questions involved that experts have, you would think we would understand this, right? I mean, it's crazy that we don't. Was the one that historian David Nicole gave in the Osprey book on the Normans. It's a rather introductory book, but I had never seen anybody do such a great rundown of the major questions involved. And he's doing it in terms of discussing the Normans specifically, but it applies to all pre-modern battles. You just don't know how they fought. The very common questions about what happens when two groups of people, blocks of men, run into each other. We wish we knew any of these things. It's why when people say, Dan, what would you do with a time machine? I always say I want to be in a hot air balloon 100 yards above one of those ancient battles just so I can see how the whole thing works. Here's what historian David Nicole sort of sums up some of the major questions here. And when you hear it, you kind of go, wow, yeah, that is a lot of stuff to not really understand how it worked. And by the way, several of these words, I'm not going to cut up the narrative, but they're in quotes because, for example, a word like cavalry shock tactics, which is something you'll hear people use, is an implicit belief right there that that's what cavalry did. So some of these words are in quotation marks. He writes, quote, only recently have historians used psychological techniques developed during and after the Second World War to probe the probable stresses faced by men and animals in pre-industrial warfare. What, for example, was the reality of medieval cavalry shock tactics against disciplined or at least determined infantry? Were infantry more afraid of horses or of the men riding them? Did cavalry fear archers more or less than they feared other cavalry? What happened when charging cavalry met disciplined infantry in ranks? And at what speed did they come into contact? What effect did the impact have on any second rank of cavalry or on the further ranks of infantry? What happened when two forces of cavalry on the move met head-on? And how closely packed were such units when they collided? How, in fact, did cavalry pass through other cavalry or ride down infantry? Clearly, he writes, the results of combat were intended to be more predictable than the results of a suicidal accident. Unfortunately, he says, medieval illustrations of battle often portray what looks like the split second prior to a violent encounter rather than realistic combat. End quote. So does this heavy cavalry charge into the Roman legionaries like driving a car into a crowd of people? Or is that more of one of those tragic accidents Nicole was talking about? Maybe they come up and they throw their spears the way it shows in the Bayeux Tapestry, and they wait to see if that has any effect. And if it breaks the formation a little bit, then they can charge in there with swords and stuff like that. They may ride along the front of the infantry and just spear them as they go by, in sort of a spearfishing fashion. Or Nicole suggests or theorizes that it's possible that the horses of the Normans were trained to push, as it's called, and that the Normans would go up and with their spear tip essentially touch the spear tip onto the enemy's shield or human body and sort of jostle it. And if you have 40, 50, 60 guys against the front line doing this jostling at the same time, well, he says, was the Anglo-Saxon formation at Hastings jostled to death? Maybe he said jostled to defeat, but he was just sort of theorizing there. He doesn't love that. I know I do. As I'm theorizing about this situation, I can't help but think that whether or not the Norman or the other heavy cavalry here are going to crash into the Roman ranks, whether or not they're going to ride along the front like they're spear fishing for legionaries, or whether or not they're going to do something like throw these lances and wait for some effect to happen so they can charge in with swords, I think they're going to have to immediate thing that's going to be sort of the judgment moment here is how do they handle when at some point they come too close or decide to charge into the lead and they get, what did we say, an understrength command. So we'll say 350 of these heavy javelins thrown simultaneously in a volley tossed at their face. Forget about the men, by the way. Think about what that does to the horses. The horses of the European cavalry at this period are not armored. The men are, but the horses aren't. Even if they were, I'm not sure it makes a ton of difference. That is a storm of steel, ancient style. Doesn't it sound like you'd have this awful train wreck 15 yards, 10 yards in front of the Roman front lines as everybody fell on top of everybody, and then the rear ranks fell over them? And then, when that mess is screaming and writhing, 1 second after the collapse, then the 350 to 480 Romans in that cohort charge with their swords? Ugh. So I'm thinking 90% chance that's how it goes. Here's the problem. The Normans, like Tyson late in his career, still have a puncher's chance. The possibility exists that with whatever it is, that unquantifiable thing that always gets them a plus in the war games rules I grew up playing, based on contemporary accounts and people's attitudes at the time, biases they were and whatnot. Even the Byzantines, who couldn't stand the Normans, called their charge irresistible. So how do you model that in your war games rules? So maybe it's irresistible to the legionaries too. You don't become a person on the world stage the way the Normans were people on the world stage for a couple of hundred years without having something special. Who the hell knows what that is, but it was a battlefield quality. And I'm suggesting that, like the Seleucids in the Battle of Magnesia, the Roman cohort that first gets hit by these cavalry breaks. The Romans, by the way, the legionaries have famously, throughout their history, faced heavy cavalry, really heavy cavalry on multiple occasions, and multiple different kinds of heavy cavalry. They faced, as I just said, the Seleucids, who were like Alexander the Great's successors, and they were fully armored men on fully armored horses. Those are called cataphracts, by the way, and the Romans developed their own cataphracts to imitate them. The Romans faced the Parthians and the Sassanids, both of whom used cataphracts. They faced the Sarmatians, a steppe people like the Scythians and the Huns and those kinds of people, who also rode fully armored horses and had fully armored men and used the contos, a big long lance. And the legionaries never liked facing them, but did pretty well. They did break the left flank, supposedly the Romans had Magnesia, and the cataphracts tried to raid the Roman camp being like a castle almost, gave them too much trouble. In other words,
look at this.
despite the occasional problems that the Romans had with this cavalry, by and large, they dealt with it, and I think they would have dealt with the Norman Knights too. Even if the first cohort ran, because as I said, the Romans agreed to have them serve. There's going to be another cohort.
Can everybody just join the one with the
the Normans as they're pursuing something. So imagine what this looks like on film. They've splattered into this one legion, 480 or so men are now running. It's devolved into a million little battles. One Norman on 2 fleeing Romans, and it's stretched out over a long space. And then a unit of 4 men marching in formation like a block marches right up to that and then just tears it up. And Mike Tyson super punch that you have to worry about was outboxed. There are other things Caesar could have done, by the way. If you think about the way the Byzantines used to handle the Normans, they fought the Normans for real, didn't like facing any of the Western European cavalry, but they had all sorts of ways to beat them. Most of them involved around boxing them, not fighting them, starving them. They said they had all these wonderful qualities that made them like Vikings, and at the same time, they were like children in other respects, tactically unsophisticated, not willing to put up with much hardship. I think the Strategicon specifically says that if they run out of wine, the army will go home. So the Byzantines often just sort of refuse to actually settle down and fight them. They would often just go home. But when they did fight them, they also had all these little stratagems on the battlefield. One of them was caltrops. A good way to think of caltrops is like tacks that somebody would throw on the floor in front of a doorway, so that when someone walked in the doorway, all of a sudden their bare feet, they've got tacks everywhere. These are like tacks for horses. And oftentimes the Byzantines would set up a whole zone of these things in front of their infantry formation. So think about like a 50-yard by 50-yard square, 10 yards in front of the front lines. When the Normans or the Frankish cavalry or whatever it is charge, they hit those tacks, and the same thing happens to the cavalry that we imagined happening when 350 heavy javelins hit it, right? They fall apart into a car crash, and you can either countercharge them, or in the case of the Byzantines, probably just shoot them down from there. We also should remember that it's at this point that it's very possible in my movie that the 2,000 Gallic cavalry, the European cavalry 1.0 that would never want to face these Norman proto-knights head-on, arrive to face them when the Normans are least capable of resisting, when they're routing, when they're running away, when they're trying to escape, when they're in ones and twos, and all of a sudden the 2,000 cavalry just sweep down the battlefield, spearing down everything. If they haven't already burned the Norman camp or the ships to have them go home. Unlike the real Battle of Hastings, which took all day, 9 a.m. to sundown, and which the Normans also almost lost on a couple of occasions during the day, I don't think this would take too long. And unlike that battle, had the Normans lost, I think a lot of them would have gotten away because those infantrymen would not have been very good pursuers. I don't think many of these Normans get away this time. I think the Gallic cavalry and all the light troops meet the Normans on the beach trying to get away, and you have an ancient version of the Dunkirk battle from 1940 in the Second World War. But this time, the side trying to get away by the skin of its teeth doesn't make it. I think Julius Caesar in my movie walks up to William the Conqueror and offers him a drink in his tent before he has him executed. Then again, maybe he wouldn't. Caesar was known for his clemency after all, especially if his clemency would get him something. On the other hand, I prefer to think about him treating William the Conqueror the way he treated somebody like the Gallic leader Vercingetorix. Put him on ice for a while, save him for the party. And then when we eventually have the triumph for this whole region, not just this one little area, we'll bring him on display with the other malcontents, march him down one of the main streets in Rome so everybody can cheer at him and give me credit for defeating him, and then we'll have him ritually strangled with the rest of them. William the Conqueror ritually strangled by Julius Caesar. Has a ritual, doesn't it? Especially if you're Roman. But let's not be too trusting of the pre-fight analysts, the pundits, the prognosticators who suggest that this Roman victory over the Normans is a foregone conclusion because, sometimes the puncher wins. The closest analogy maybe you can find for an actual battle between Normans and Romans is when the Normans fought the people who still called themselves Romans, the Byzantines. How about the Battle of Dyrrhachium in 1081? That's one of those battles where interesting ironic twist that all you fans, true fans of the Battle of Hastings already know about. In this case, you have an army, let's just politely say, far off the highs of Byzantine strength and power. And the Byzantine state in this period and the Norman state in this period put together don't equal a tiny percentage of Julius Caesar's late Republic power. But it makes them a better match against each other, and they met at the Battle of Dyrrhachium in modern-day Albania. Amongst the Byzantine army is a famous unit that's been around for a long time by this time period. They're called the Varangian Guard. Varangian is another word usually used in the East for Vikings. Viking is more of an avocation than an ethnic term, we should point out. But the Varangian Guard used to be composed of all those Swedes and people like that who fought with battle axes and looked a lot like Vikings to us. By this time period, they're using what's left of those kinds of people. I love the way from 100 years ago, a historian like Sir Charles Oman probably would have put it. I put in words in his mouth, but he was one of those guys that would have been very comfortable saying that the Middle Ages began at the fields of Hastings when the Viking system of warfare of infantry using battle axes and going into shield walls was decisively defeated by, the mounted knights now of Europe who ruled the roost for several hundred years. Something like the Battle of Dyrrhachium in 1081 would be something like, the final appeal of the Viking Age being denied when the results of Hastings are confirmed. A guy like Oman might say, because what happened at the Battle of Dyrrhachium is the Byzantines were using mercenaries and auxiliaries, just as the Romans had. In this case, some of them were refugees from the Battle of Hastings. Much of the Varangian Guard in 1081 were Anglo-Saxons, and the ironic twist from the Battle of Hastings is not only are there Anglo-Saxons who fought at the Battle of Hastings at the Battle of Dyrrhachium, they're once again fighting Normans. In fact, Normans, where it's very likely there were some people who fought at the Battle of Hastings too. This is like getting a second crack. Fraser Ali 1, this is Fraser Ali 2, and just like the first fight, though, the Anglo-Saxons in the Varangian Guard, and if you believe the sources, pursuing what they thought was a defeated foe, once again, just like in Hastings, blows themselves out like a bunch of horses who run too far and too fast, loses their cohesion, and gets their rear end handed to them again. Famously, they're supposed to have tried to take refuge in a nearby church, which the Normans proceed to burn down, killing them all. Welcome to Norman history, by the way. The ironic part about it is they were supposed to be pursuing a beaten foe because the Byzantines had managed to blow away a whole flank of Normans and Norman knights. So this should have been the beginning of the end. They should have been able to wrap around them in a half-moon sort of fashion and just begin to roll up the enemy army. But what saved them is the proverbial big punch. When the Norman knights charge again, supposedly at a joint in the line. So if you think about the Byzantine front line having a left wing and a right wing in the center, there are joints or hinges between a wing and the center. They're supposed to have charged at one of those wings. Maybe, again, physics of battle thing, in small groups that just continually scared the hell out of the people they were running into. Remember, the Byzantines considered the Norman charge irresistible. And the funny part about that is just like a boxing match where psychology comes into play, and they used to say if you were going to face a Tyson or a George Foreman or a Sonny Liston, that you could be so intimidated that you were beaten before you even crawled into the ring. If you read or hear, or there's a reputation going around the scuttlebutt here in the military barracks, that the Norman charge is irresistible, and all of a sudden you see them coming at you, how much of that becomes a foregone psychological conclusion? And remember, when you're talking about group psychology as opposed to somebody who maybe can toughen it out in the ring, you're only as strong as your weakest link. How many people in your formation lined up like bowling pins have to decide that, listen, the first people who run away are going to be the people who survive? How many of them have to decide that they're going to flee before the whole formation melts? I had a gun pointed at me once. I always wondered how I'd behave, and it was a ridiculous situation because the police officers just ran at me. I was in a crowd of other people who just simply we had to run away, but the gun was blocks away. I mean, there was really no danger at all, but I've never forgotten the sense of contagious panic that took over instantly. I always wondered how I'd behave, but I always assumed I'd have some time to think about it. Instead, it just takes over. Remember, the great god of panic is the ruler of battlefields, and it doesn't take a whole lot to spark a collapse. And just like at the Battle of Dyrrhachium, the Norman charge at the hinge in the Byzantine line, again, if that's correct, you believe it, is supposed to have caused the entire center to just sort of collapse. So before we look at the paper and decide that these legionaries will automatically, obviously beat the Normans, let's account for the fact that sometimes the same reason why OOD's research rules gives that's +1 to Normans, Vikings, ancient Germans, and early Celtic people, or whatever it is. You never know what they might want. So a rabbit, the Normans might go out of a hat. I guess I'm trying to look at this in terms of my movie. I think that's the kind of thing that's going to have to be included in the director's cut. Of course, you know, a capitalist that we have to charge for.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Ed would love to have it. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
For the latest news, information, and thoughts from Dan,
Nobody's looking at
make sure to follow his history.
What if he won? What if? Not, I didn't say. What if? I meant to say. What if it wins? What if? I really meant to say it, but I think he came out anyway. What if she wants?
And my first reaction
Like a ship. What if Skynet? Nobody talks about Skynet.
That's why we have a hardcore
What if
history
Skynet wants
You would
to
not want
lactate or
a
masturbate?
narrowly targeted show
Has
like
cares.
that.
How was your day, Skynet? No one's asking how was your day, Skynet.
Right?
You look pretty today,
I'm hoping,
Skynet.
as I said, that in 5
I was
years
asking how
we'll look at the
Skynet
archives.
is.
It's a bunch of stuff maybe you don't care about. but hopefully a few of them are really hitting your sweet spot. I mean, if
How
you're
you
a
doing,
industrial
Skynet?
military
Oh,
history,
that's
alternative
Skynet.
history
How's
fan,
doing?
this show probably just totally tickled your fancy, right? Tickled mine. So, hope you enjoyed it. Those of you who stuck around, I do have a few announcements to make. The cynical amongst you may consider them nothing more than a cheap excuse for why the next big hardcore history show is going to be late. I would argue with that because I don't think it's a cheap excuse. I think it's a good excuse. Those of you who are familiar with the old Ed Sullivan Show act with the guy who used to spin plates, he'd have like 5 or 6 spinning plates on these canes or sticks or rods or whatever they were. And of course, the plates will start spinning at some point. Well, I had all these plates successfully spinning for a while, and then they all started wobbling at once. And well, the next hardcore history, the big show, Supernova in the East, will be a little late, I guess is what I'm saying. But I have a good reason why, and I think you might like this stuff. And it's multiple things, right? Like I said, multiple spinning plates. The first one was I was fortunate enough to be involved in the Jordan Peele reboot of the Twilight Zone series. And you know what a Twilight Zone fan I am. There's a lot of this show that's got some basis in that, I'm sure, genetically or early developmentally speaking. It was a remake of the famous William Shatner and the
Yoshi was our head.
Wing episode,
Dude, I
and it
remember
was
when
revamped so that there's a podcast involved, and you'll never guess who they chose to be the voice of the podcast. And not only did I get to be in this remake of the show, I think it was formative, important to my formative development. I got to meet Ron Edwards, was the man who was the host of the podcast. Well, that's so that was really cool. Those opportunities. You just have to say to yourself, well, I don't know, this takes some time. You can't charge this down. By the way, this is what happened. Now, in addition to that, 37-year-old long-awaited, much anticipated virtual reality collection that I've been working for a while is here. Paramedics tell the there's one experience called All Remains, by the way. They tried that at the film festival. Not even quite. He was devoted to his gym lifestyle. It is getting ready for movies. Time in his entire life to build not only a solid base of muscle, but also a solid foundation. Like people like, me, I always do everything I do. He's well and consistently good. My main complaint about movie is it's not long enough. Even though why can't it be as long as a podcast? Why can't I have you in my virtual reality experience for 6 hours? I will transmute that consistency, counseling, and training. So, more responsible and intelligent people taught me back from the ledge on that. But I've been working with some really ingredients, and they've made a really cool thing. I mean, the sound was done by Skywalker Bridge, taking me to 100%. Brandon's customer, an award-winning creative artist, leads amino acids had a particular texture. Watch him start drawing it, just like how power caffeine does. Madison Wells is charging this whole thing, and they're doing movies. So it was a really cool batch. He wasn't really paying that much attention. What they put together, everything was white powder, and it was called a taste of the trench warfare. He had no idea what he was going to call it taste, because the first thing that's acknowledged is trying to do something like this. It's nothing like a real thing. Because you're not hearing the shelf. The next day, you come out as players and look out. What we always try to say though is it's nothing like during his training. It's just more like the real thing than anything that was supposed to. He was about to consume. And there was a really interesting middle of one of his sets. He decided to ask this really interesting question. One of the questions was relating to how we form a mental conception of humans like war. Maybe the factory. And we tried to imagine if you had never seen a reactor scene or 35 rounds in World War II portrayed on television. Get on your bread. He wasn't sure what was wrong with the taste. He thought the workout something like that. How much different would be his mental visualization of what that minutes passed? He started feeling like he was getting the motion picture version of the stunning 6 seconds where it was starting to go faster. Allows you to get a much better idea of what shapes and audibly sounded like. Better impression of what it was. Now, is that anything like it really was? Not really. War on the ground is war on the ground, and watching a movie is watching a movie, but it's more like a book. It's more than a radio broadcast. It's virtual reality production. It's more like
because it was in such a hard
Michael is very curious as to these posters listed as possible. There was a problem with that. This was one of the second big questions in the conversation that happened during the meeting. How close do you want to simulate any negative human experience? Because we're all curious about this. We don't want to get our legs pulled. And we had to sit there and try to figure out how we're comfortable making it. Because you can already, Skywalker, if you turn up the sound, you can blow your eardrums off, right? But who wants to pay that? And yet, I had my military history professor used to yell at us all the time, and it took me a long time to realize what's the point is because he was yelling because he was half deaf because he was an artillery guy. You could reasonably guess that. Guns are firing because hearing is damage. You want to have a message to write, and it's trying to firing. I was probably on to the engineering side of the force from his body in an FS. Let's see what an issue the language is. I was promising to take you that virtual reality used to be experienced 18th century dentistry, and it'll seem real. Combination buying a ticket for that, right? So there's just interesting questions that come up about how you want to make it, and you're trying to hit the sweet spot of people, because some people are going to be really hardcore and hardcore, and some people are going to be really softcore and need less. So how do you do? Here is the sweet spot for people. Imitating a response that thought about it something way natural Jaws when I was in the military system. It was so at the time, it was so scary that it scared people from going to the moon. And at the same time, distraction daily. I kept telling the guy reads the results of ET's blood tests. They find that he has the flights going by. I kept telling him this is exactly the kind of thing we want to go to. And so I kind of had that exact word all the time. What does this mean? Potassium, like sodium, your conscious doesn't like that signal story or person to follow. They consciously try to tell you how to ultra potassium see. We had discussions. I was talking about maybe like burning younger and being steps and how these electrolytes have the typical reaction of getting like all quiet on the west tissue. This terrible anti-contraction by sending from all the waste and all the carnage and all that, which brings a signal. But there were people that felt differently about it, right? It has this whole different take on it. So potassium signals the experience itself, and figure you to have a chance afterwards to sort of take it all in and decide how you felt about it, how you took it, what sort of if there's a potassium presence in blood, I hope you like it. I hope you get a chance to see it. It was a lot of fun, and it creativity on a wiry and like shaky virtual reality. Too, and if it can't relax with thanks to everybody's could explain why ET is beating so dramatically as the medical team gets ready to into the last time his heart rhythm is so fast that there is a heart suddenly stops beating. For some time, but not long ago, he was an interesting deadlines.
Like extraterrestrial.
That's not something you can get away with in the literary world. So it's been interesting working at that level. And I just want to say that it was really interesting consciously knowing that things were not as easy to do as nature suggested. But the interesting thing about consciousness chemical structure is that just wanted to take this opportunity. So there will be a number of humans out to this future. And DNA is made of it. And I recognize that these days manufacturing will be forthcoming on that, but the majority of Tennessee, again, from the body certainly shows fit inside spaces. All the spinning plates are taken together inside the cells, into these spaces. I know it sounds like doing it, so when chemical meets the physical, it's kind of like a square shape that shifts and just and this is where all the problems with I appreciate your relationship as well in a brief come into the details. Oh, we've got you well trained. Don't worry, but this job, it's nice to be back. I don't feel as though I have skills, but exactly which ingredients in here, sometimes around here, but we're not. You can follow us, by the way, at Hardcore History. The War Remains folk also have a Twitter handle, at War Remains, which helps calm the brain with the hashtag excitation. Because caffeine is shaped like a Tennessee book. It fits in most places in your brain instead of Tennessee. And regular amounts that you're currently working on for a huge part 3. It's underway, don't worry. I don't know when it's coming out, but I say every week because after all, the benefits of this podcast
So what we do is then start to see what all of this happening really hard and hard, and then see how to regulate these maker cells. If these structures find a minimum its function, then those base maker cells can't be regulated anymore. The heart just starts to lose its mold piece, and it starts to need to hopefully the doesn't stop at the end of show blood vessels. Adenosine helps maintain how relaxed and how constricted blood vessels are. If a huge dose of caffeine is blocking it, then the blood vessels tense up. It's hardcore history. This is a problem in the brain because blood vessels there can be constricted, limiting blood flow during a time limit to excitation, cause the cells to need more oxygen for the increased activity that blood can't handle, cause the vasoconstriction. So the start of these problems. This brings us back to the idea of fight or flight. Caffeine in the setting of proteins sets off a chemical cascade that just reverses the signal amplifies itself. It ends with the release of adrenaline. And I can't believe that when the body is in immediate stress, adrenaline releases to trigger that fight or flight response. Almost immediately, the pieces of sugar are released into the blood so that the cells can use them for energy. The heart immediately starts beating faster to supply blood to the rest of the
human
body.
history is so fascinating. I just have to check out these controls.
If the fight or flight response is also stories that ignore the system, trying to release the energy from glands that are above the kidneys, which are not part of the nervous system. And it means that there's no right other chemical released from the nervous system due to this fatal dose of caffeine.
At the end of the day,
Adrenaline is that chemical, and it quickly spreads all throughout the nervous system, sending
Jack is
extreme
sort of film right now.
gets to his muscles, which now an issue would be just perfect time because of hyperemesis.
Perfect time because right now
Signal from the brain and nerves cause the muscles
How about the only
What did you learn? You can survive 35,000.
fast because they're so active.
But from my limited perspective,
The body keeps the most space that takes potassium from the blood and shoves it into the cells.
the adjectives in the entire ancient period,
Also, relaxation. There isn't enough
Mediterranean, West Asian history,
that is happening at a time. Adrenaline are sending signals nonstop to
how this town has that
without
there could be any way to stop and point out this
the heart
Alexandrian great story.
automatically until suddenly
You know, it is also
stopping of blood flow is that oxygen can't get to ETC muscles during a time when their energy demand is high. The muscles in the brain start to starve of oxygen to overcome as the medical team keeps trying to resuscitate because his heart keeps stopping. Dead muscle tissue can leak its contents and spill protein and iron.
Obviously, it doesn't have
The
drag
heart starts circulating blood again through dead muscle remnants and
balance that out.
start damaging the tissues, causing permanent injury. This is what happened to E.T.'s brain, his heart, his muscles, and his kidneys after drinking 35,000 milliliters of caffeine. Is there anything that can be done for E.T.?
Over the top of
This brings us back to the chemical structure of the
like Seinfeld, first TV series Seinfeld, everyone's moving around it. It's more interesting.
Second, caffeine is hydrophilic. Hydro meaning water and philic meaning a fish. This means that caffeine is also preferentially stored in oil, which doesn't mix well with water, so caffeine
Remind the Alexander Vane on this
all of this meaning that caffeine is more likely to stay in the blood and hide inside the organs where it would be impossible to extract out once it's in. Because of this, it could be possible to clean easier to view caffeine. He's hooked up to a dialysis machine where his blood flow is diverted to a machine so that it can remove
And Alexander's mother was one of the key figures that sent back to say on the chessboard.
because ET drank his caffeine recently, it may not yet be too late.
But I was thinking,
Possible to just contaminate the stomach and prevent the caffeine from absorbing in
Christmas to make a good
activated treadmill is given.
Well, how about that was the greatest story you've ever heard?
It's sent to the
I
surface.
should point out that I was trying to use my mom for this conversation.
And eventually passed
Some of the earlier medical history shows where it's difficult to
dialysis was started.
just name
Any
in
seizures
a very limited way so that we set the parameters with the title of the show.
needs the fructose, and GD2 started to resolve soon after. Because his hypokalemia was a function of potassium shift into his cells, his body didn't actually lose potassium.
So shows like copy and tin
Necessary.
thoughts on church. And meandering through the ET was able to make denotes that it's not an deep and intensive religious worship. It's one of the more interesting and largely scholarly.
Food and consistent training just abs as those shows in the gym. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself. Be well.
Today's show.
Hold on.
Glimpses of the latest.
Squeeze the handle.
Look at the most interesting female.
That's why you're 948.
I should tell you, this is proof positive.
Yes,
I have
it's
been
more.
feeling to myself for like the last 24 hours. I've been reading the historian Elizabeth Carney's book. She's the only one who I think actually put a book out specifically about Olympias Alexander's mom. It's called Olympias. And in it, she addresses one of the, let's call them psychological profiles that people have attempted to make concerning Alexander the Great. He's got to be the most psychoanalyzed historical figure of all time. I think of much like Elizabeth Carney was addressing this question that's arisen. Back at the time, this phrase was actually in use. But the question was Alexander the Great a mom? Air quotes mamas, but I don't think it's like Howard Rollins or which makes that question. That's why I'm saying was Alexander the Great. A mama's always funny on a couple of different but their history.
That's so
The first
baller.
one is think about Alexander the Great for a minute. Right? We're thinking Howard Wolowitz. Instead, we have a guy that is responsible, one way or another, for the deaths of at least hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people. Conquered a ton of the known world during the time period, far beyond anything anybody thought possible. Remember, this guy conquered from Greece to India into India. He fought elephants in the rainforest with Macedonian Greek soldiers. He did not do this from some command center way behind the lines. Instead, he went the decisive challenge himself, probably from the front of a wedge formation, which is like a pyramid in the star on the top of the Christmas tree position, the tip of the spear in the wedge. So hardly sees a shrinking violet. He was known to drink other people under the table in drinking contests at parties, and occasionally spear one of his best friends at one of these parties. He doesn't strike me as how a woman would stereotype. But it's funny for another reason, because Alexander was all those things I just mentioned. The person that has been seen as everything from a philosopher case to a genocidal thug and everything in between. He could have been all those things. In this case, it's still been a mama's boy. Because look at his mama. This is listen, in the knowledge, this is the most formidable woman in history as far as from a geopolitical sense. You can see where male writers and they're often story props, bits and pieces of furniture and great stories of great men and events. Sometimes they're sort of the wicked, Eve type of character with their problems. Other times they represent a religious and find something that's interesting because of the story too. But as Elizabeth Carney points out in her book, it's really tough to tease out all of the stereotypes and the cultural influences of all these ancient writers who would oftentimes excuse a male figure like Alexander for doing something, horrible. Maybe they had to wipe out a village, and a person like Plutarch, an ancient writer, would say, well, they have to do that, and sometimes real politique. Sometimes a man has to do what a man has to do to move history forward or whatever. Tough decisions, but when a woman does the same thing, it gets attributed not to logical, real world questions, but emotion. It's envy, it's spite, it's the jealousy of a woman. She was angry, it's irrational, right? So just seeing it through a lens where a guy like Plutarch's time,
There's a board like a limbo skating. There are 20 cars ahead of the AC, bro. Down with it. Pretty forward. You should get tons of space. I bet people get like way close to you.
She joined the Macedonian royal family. How do you
20 is nothing. When she can do the splits, 20 is nothing. I bet she could do I bet I could do 50.
Well, far from shrinking, in a sense, she took it over. She said,
Really? Yeah, it's all about being able to do the splits and
larger than life figures of their time.
vertical
One of them was Philip
velocity.
II, the guy she showed up to marry.
Oh, damn. She's just barely making it through.
So let's tell a little of this story.
Oh, damn. Maybe not 50. Either 50 is what?
I am saving most of this stuff.
Bernie
Maybe
Williams.
Alexander show it in my back pocket for some later date. Blueprint for Armageddon's did that when I got the Alexander in the future. And I'm hoping that my super intense interest in this means a slightly better chance of a good show. So I'm not going to get too deep into a bunch of stuff I'm saying that someday.
There's ice formation sound. Damn.
In this story that I used to point out,
It's like cross.
the most unbelievable, interesting story I've been in a long time.
Somebody put cross flowers. It's really special. Oh my goodness, you make it like your fortune.
It's incredible. It's
What video
incredible.
about
Almost
him?
everything he does, it's Richard the First one's actually great. There was another one. It was supposed to be cut up to like a teeth, like a sword and sandals restaurant. William Shatner, that's how it's sort of like Captain Kirk with blonde hair. I like William Shatner. I don't think he's going to I support an artist's right to look at a person like Alexander
What am I?
his era
Negative.
from 1,000 different viewpoints because I think it lends itself to it. It's part of the fun.
It's like,
But it wasn't my cup of tea.
right, yeah.
I want to give him credit for something though, because one thing he did has stayed with me ever
Yeah,
since
it's
I
worse.
actually
That's what it looks like for you kids.
right now.
I'm very, very blind.
Didn't like his casting. I found out the most interesting character of the story. Val Kilmer is Philip II. Come on, but Alexander's mother was played by Angelina Jolie, and I didn't like the casting when I saw her, but now I can't unsee it. I think she's perfect. At least, everybody's got their image. My image of this person. First of all, I don't know if it's makeup or just how Jolie looks or some combination of the two. She looks like my image of a person in the northern Greek, southern Albanian area of the Epirus. She looks like and at the time she seemed to be at that age that most of Olympias' story seems to happen in, where she's not a young lady anymore, and she's not an older lady anymore. It's the middle range, but she still commands attention in a physical sense. And there's a lot of reasons for it. It might not have just been conventional beauty. I mean, the woman is supposed to have carried snakes around. Whether or not that's true, that'll make an impression, right? The stories are wonderful. I'm watching Elizabeth Carney try to make sense of what's real and what's not in the stories. It's fascinating. One thing she does say is that the snakes were probably neighbors. They should back up and talk about the snakes. Olympias ends up, this is why she's been stretching marries, up and coming, soon to be greatest man of her age and her balance. The guy who would have been Alexander the Great is a guy died. He's one of these things that actually is maybe the best example I've seen. Builds up everything necessary for some great endeavor, dies before he can carry it out, hands over the car all gassed up and ready to go to his son, and does it and gets credit. Philip II set up the invasion of Persia, and each had established the Persian territory, and when he died, Alexander grabbed the keys and conquered half the world. Basically, the German pheromones kind of just when a host of generals and marshals to help him out right away. And this group was, I think, in my top 5 greatest assembly of generals and marshals and over-the-top military figures under a single great visionary leader you've ever seen. Genghis Khan had a great general. Has there ever been a better assembly? Larger than life marshals and generals, general staff people, and then you have Alexander and Alexander's father, and all these figures who are not only going to play huge roles after his death and start whole kingdoms and dynasties of their own, but they're all these right out of central casting. Taking this monothalamus and taking this one eye. He got one eye. He looks like they always portray him like this giant sort of bearded. I mean, the Greeks in Athens and Sparta looked at the people up in Macedonia like they were kind of barbarians. And the funny part about it is it's a sliding scale because the Macedonians were always trying
1 second plumber. I love it. This is what I do to girls' pussies.
all the stuff
That's what I'm
to
gonna
mess
do.
themselves up a little bit and buff up their image with those cultures. Whatever.
I love it.
Macedonians were moving up in the world in this time period trying to we should be in the Olympics
I
too.
could just watch 1 second plumber.
Early on, that's why Olympians by the name Olympians. But if the Macedonians were trying to not look so barbaric, they looked at the people where Olympias' family's from as the weirdos 150 miles away. That's part of the fun, by the way, of the ancient period. It's also localized sometimes. I mean, one of my favorite periods of Roman history is really early on when Rome was a small city-state, and it's having a war with another city-state, and that city-state's 11 miles away. And in your big cities now, that's like fighting with your suburbs. But I love the locality of it. Macedonia and Epirus, which is where Olympias is from, only about 150 miles away. You know, over the mountains, though, and Epirus is a place, and it's funny how you can have this, right, where the Macedonians are a little leery of. Elizabeth Carney quotes some of the ancient stereotypes and says, they thought of the pirates as poisoners and casters of spell. Part of what makes this Olympia story interesting, and this is my own take on it. I've never forgotten an experiment that a teacher did with us back when I was first starting as a history major, and it was just the first step in what would, if you carried it all the way to a PhD, someday be a long line of trying to get you to purge your period now from how you see other periods, because it's this huge challenge, right? How do you objectively look at the past when you've got all these cultural influences influencing you, and make it more complicated. Many of the historians you're reading had their cultural influences working on them. And so this teacher said, let's imagine something more simple. Let's imagine instead of like Newtonian laws of physics that we all take for granted and we know are true, right? You substitute magic and you believe it as rock solid with as much certitude as we believe in the Newtonian laws. How does that change everything around you? And when you start thinking about it for a while, you go, wait a minute. I mean, for example, in this world we live in now, you have many different competing views of reality. You can almost treat it like a buffet. You can say, I accept the hard sciences here, but I'm still into astrology over there, and I'm a Catholic, so I believe in that, but I also just subscribe to this. I mean, you can be able, you have lots to choose from, and there are arguments on all sides. It's a buffet of intellectual reality orientation for yourself. Most periods in human history don't have this. And in most periods of human history, even where you could identify, you could go to Athens and the classical Roman period and say, well, there were some thinkers that clearly disagree with the idea that magic existed or anything. They're like the top 0.03% of the population, right? If the rest of the people believe in magic, what does that mean? And the reason I bring it up is because the people that Olympia shows up to believe the people where she's from are casters of spells. And, you know, if you read the sources, if you want to believe them,
Hey, man,
Olympians did
are you
a
busy?
whole lot to dissuade them of that notion. This was another thing that a teacher would explain. Once a female teacher was trying to explain, again, not taking your modern template and putting it over a past era and trying to draw conclusions. And she was talking about like an equal rights thing between women and men, because we, as students, this was the 1980s, we were trying to figure out how to get in there more examples of societies where the 50% of the population that was female overthrew the existing order. Right, just said enough of being treated like slaves or servants or chattel or property or whatever. We've had it. And she said because in a lot of these cultures, they were culturally fitting to their own places in society. And these were not necessarily as powerless as we assume they are, because we're judging them the way we would judge power. Does everybody have the same chance, for example, to lead the country, or to be a general, or to be in these positions of authority, right? Women given the same opportunities as men. But in some of these cultures, they might not want that. But they did have areas of their own power, for example, in the Greek world, in places like Macedonia, in places like Epirus, heck, in places like ancient Germany and the Celts and a lot of other societies you can name. The women were often dominant in the religious. Not always as like the high priest, but always in these positions where they would have these relationships with priestesses. Look at Alexander the Great's mother, and you look at her life, and we'll look at some highlights. She comes out like a Dungeons and Dragons character. Sometimes I said there were no dragons in this story, but there were snakes. She is a follower of Dionysus, one of the most interesting gods if you go back and you study ancient Greek mythology. In a nutshell, though, my college buddies would say he's the god of party, but he's so much deeper than that. Yes, wine, okay, so the drinking. But there's ritual ecstasy. There may be sexual orgies. Let's put it this way. It's one of those things where, I imagine one guy looking at another guy going, she's a Dionysus. But in the case of somebody like Olympias, it made her intimidating. And the sources make it sound like she intimidates Philip II. Philip II, how do you intimidate the greatest man of his day and age? Let me read you Peter Green's description. And I love Peter Green's description in 1970. He's one of those people who raised me on this era in this region. And I still feel like he sets up the legend. Let's call it the legend of Olympias. How is there no movie about this woman? He sets it up perfectly. Now remember, she walks into a scene. Let me set it up for you. That's like a mafia crime film. When Oliver Stone made his Alexander film, there were rumors that Martin Scorsese had been thinking about making one of his own. And I thought, oh, that would be perfect because that would fit my image of the scene. Scorsese's the godfather, if you're part of the pun, of the mafia genre. You could take that to over the Macedonian house, the dynamics of it, add a lot more alcohol, add a lot of homosexuality, and end up with something like The Sopranos on a week-by-week basis where somebody's getting whacked, somebody's getting poisoned. You don't have love triangles, you have love hexagons. Heck, in Self Island, you have love octagons. Imagine the complexity. You're not just killing with the other because he's fucking kings often have multiple wives. You're dealing with all the male lovers of the king, and you all may be jealous and gossiping and talking with each other. It is an explosive situation that leads to people
Yeah, why try a little hijab thing? Is this ice in a fucking desert? Lady, I can make you ice in a desert. Watch this. Watch this. This is like you taking a shit, woman. This is like your dookie. Give me some of that. Give me some of that.
Who is Alexander the Great's full sister.
Give me some of that.
Olympias' brother.
Give me some of that dookie.
Alexandra Malosi, Cleopatra's uncle, who's married Cleopatra now, is also rumored to have been the lover of Philip as well. So it's a complicated dynamic, isn't it?
That's amazing.
And if you're a fan of ancient, this doesn't put you off. This is part of the attraction.
Hey, Rabbi, how you doing?
A big part of a landing party. It's planning customs about this young girl who was out of the way under pressure.
Lady, you're gonna hit that truck. That truck's, you know how far away that truck is? Holy fuck, kids. Oh my god. Sir, are you okay? Are you okay?
Which goes back to a different demigod,
just like
Achilles, and she's proud of it and aware of it, and just like the fact that Philip II is proud and aware that he's supposed to be descended from Heracles, the son of Zeus, of course, it influences the way her self-image is.
Oh man, you want to see this blockage? You want to see some of this pipe blockage removal, girl? Want to show this pipe blockage?
At all events, in the autumn
Yeah.
of
I love
357,
watching that
Philip
shit.
married as a pirate princess.
Yeah, they put the
And for
shit
the first
in
time in his life,
to clean it
found he'd
out.
taken on rather more than he could handle.
I could watch
Olympias, though not yet 18, had already emerged as a forceful, not to say eccentric personality. She
Damn,
was,
girl,
among
look at
other
this
things,
levy bake, baby.
passionately devoted to the orgiastic
Hey,
rites of
Rabbi,
Dionysus.
how you doing, big dog?
And her mean-added
Oh, I
phrases
feel it. I
had
feel it.
scarcely been conducive to a peaceful domestic life. One
Oh,
of her more outspoken habits,
oh, yeah,
unless,
just let
as
me
has been
stretch out.
suggested, it had a
Just
ritual,
rain
was
all out.
keeping an
Damn,
assortment
girl.
of large tame
What do you got in
snakes
there?
as pets.
You got a
To
monkey?
employ these
You
creatures
got
on
a
religious
monkey?
occasions
Oh,
could produce
damn,
no
girl.
objection.
Damn, girl, look at this girl. She's missionary sewing into the nether one. Holy fuck. Damn, girl. Shit. Are you done?
Sources, furthermore, while admitting Olympias's beauty, describe her very
I'm trying to hold it down. You're gonna need some more flex seal. Calm down, woman. Calm the fuck down. There's some steam coming off of that thing.
Towering political ambition and a literally murderous
Major
temper.
blockage in
She was determined to be queen in something more than name.
Really?
This
Oh,
did not endear her to the Macedonian
major
barons.
cloggers. Street. Oh my god. There is some danger. I had a dream about a place
This
like
guy's
that.
MO
Really?
is kind
Yeah.
of that he's a guy no one else can
I
handle.
don't remember anything else
And
about
yet
it.
this 17 or 18
Shout out to the
pirate
Iron Cook
princess is
Production.
even true. I should point out that when they get married, he's got some life experience. He's
Well,
25.
and
He's already got a couple of wives. And they're not shrinking violets either. He's married to an American princess named the Sources Army.
another
He's
guy.
trained in hand-to-hand
Yeah.
combat, sword,
Okay.
shield, helmet, the whole thing. He's not that
Oh my god, I got 21 minutes to watch that unclogging.
So what's so special about Olympias?
Unclogging wax.
Historian Richard A. Gabriel wrote a whole
Don't go shake.
and he tries to cut down the list of the man's achievements, his
Unclog.
formidable nature and all that stuff.
Unclog more.
A single paragraph. And this is the way he describes the guy. And as I said, you think to yourself, this is not the kind of person you would imagine having any trouble with anyone or putting up with any flack from anyone.
Kind of different. Does this count?
Philip II of Macedonia, father of Alexander the Great, dynastic heir to the Argent kings, traced their lineage to Heracles,
Oh man.
son of the Timonid family from Argos.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Macedonia since the
Now that is good unclogging.
unifier of Greece, author of Greece's first federal constitution, creator of the
Nasal
first
packing
national state
surgery
in
being
Europe,
removed.
the
Is the
first
sinus surgery?
general
Oh, I
of the
had
Greek
that.
imperial age,
Really? Yeah, I
founder
heard
of
like.
Europe's first great land empire,
You had
and
that?
Greece's greatest general,
And
was
what?
one of the
It was so
preeminent
I was so
statesmen
packed up
of
full of
ancient
shit.
world. It was Philip who saved Macedonia from disintegration, military occupation, and eventual
That's what I had.
destruction by securing
That much
it
shit on
against
there?
external
Yeah.
enemies.
And what happened? I had a
and by
surgery on a
bringing
Friday,
to existence
Saturday, Sunday.
Europe's first national territorial state, an
They
entirely
couldn't see me till
formal
Monday, which was
political
fine,
organization in
but it
the
was too
West.
long, and I was really, really dry.
Having made Macedonia
So what?
safe, Philip developed mining,
I
agriculture,
would have
urbanization, trade, commerce, and Greek culture, and transformed a semi-feudal, tribal, pastoral society into a centralized national state,
Yeah.
governed by a powerful
If I
monarchy
could've.
and protected by a
I mean,
modern army.
it was. I had to do it on the day because I needed the weekend
And
to heal this.
easily handle
You guys with the adrenaline. Oh my god, that's good adrenaline. Oh my god, I bet it smells so good. That's mostly clothes, but 90%
Listen,
of all
timing is everything, right? I mean, if
dust
this
and
pirate
dust
princess
is
shows up and marries some obscure Balkan king who never does anything, we never hear about her forceful personality. But because she joins the Macedonian
Damn.
royal family,
Keep going.
when the Macedonian historical
Keep
stock
going. That's
is about
good
to go from
adrenaline.
nothing to
Oh, that's good
spectacular,
screenshot.
she's there, for the ride, and she has a huge influence on it. And this forceful personality is going to get amplified by the growing power of the Macedonians on world affairs. And this guy she marries is going to play a huge role in that. And then the son she sires is going to do the rest of it. 356. The year after the wedding, basically, she and Philip welcomed young Alexander into the world. And now Olympias' status changed. Part of the reason maybe Philip couldn't handle it the way he could. Some other wife is all of a sudden she seems to be the mother of the prospective heir. And that changes things. And her power pays forever after Princess Ruby. This connection she has to Alexander. Normally in history, the mother of a king gets left out of the question about the king's qualities. I mean, this is true up until recent times. How often do you read about some historical figure, historical unifier of states, or however you want to frame
I
it?
got this thing up here, Rabbi. I'd be like, lady, calm down. She'd be like, oh my god, I don't know what this thing is. I'd be like, lady, if I were a little girl, I would put so much shit up that thing. Feel like that makes two of us kids.
But you rarely hear someone say, yes,
What do you do?
his mother's qualities.
What is that?
Alexander, they attempted to suggest, this is just my theory, it seems obvious to me. But I mean, it almost seems
There
like
needs to be like a camera in there. There are.
but it's so
It goes
obvious
through and
does that make sense?
cleans
He's
them
so
all.
obviously a product heavily influenced by his mother, you'd be a fool to deny it.
Concentrated elephant. Please shit this shit right into my face. Oh my god.
When Alexander Young supposedly the
Disgusting.
precocious nature of the child is noticed. This is going to all be stuff written after the fact. Alexander put out a ton of propaganda in his life.
Oh, is that all?
Colored the
This is
narrative
one
and
big hard
polluted it
poop.
ever since.
I'll get it.
Of the two things
You hold the tail.
Olympias
Okay, let's do it with no
traditionally
clothing.
Alexander
Well,
influence
where's his
question are,
poncho?
her influences as a mother,
man, that
a close
poncho's not
personal
gonna do
confidant,
anything against it.
and parent
Damn,
of
it's a lot
Alexander,
of
right? So you her social
Oh
influences.
man.
And her
What is that
DNA.
on the Bristol School scale? Well, we got a lot going on there, kids.
DNA side's easy to understand. I mean, it sounds to me like
We're all
if
over
we
the
were at
place
a
here.
cocktail
Really?
party in
Yeah.
modern times, and Philip and Olympias were there, and they didn't even know each other, and they
Peace
were
out,
just
Girl Scout.
talking for the first time.
Remember when this guy was like, hey, dog, what's going on?
The kind of people you would go, I wonder what kind of kids those.
I like that. I like this part when his
So they sound
bicycle
like
was like,
formidable people.
hey, dog.
And the Greeks
And
wouldn't
that's
have
just
thought about
funny.
DNA the way we do, but they sure did think about things like lineage.
I like this
That's
one.
why you're
Did
always
you like
talking
it more when it was like, hey, dog? Or when his friend was like, hey?
on that side.
I liked it when he was like, I'm going to get off my bike.
Buys into
And then
that.
his friend was like, okay, me the same here. And then he's like, I'm going to fall as well.
His mother, and part of her role in all this is she's
I'm gonna fuck your ass up, you little fox.
What
What was the fox?
Is that she's constantly whispering in Alexander's ear, "Don't forget who you are. Get your lineage."
That's the death whistle.
Besides the DNA, the personality question that comes into play here, what she did to influence that. This is where things get more interesting because this is where the magic gets involved. If she's telling her son that he's not necessarily just a descendant from many generations of the family tree, but perhaps that he's related to
That
God.
dog is going to fuck you up.
And Philip II's not his dad.
That thing's like
Zeus, the king
a
of
wolf.
gods, his dad. Oh, let's turn to prayer, shall we? Because he's so fun on stories like this.
Just cut it right open.
They believed it. This is where the
Oh, yeah,
power
that's a
of
good idea
mass
I would have.
collective belief, right? These
Really,
people
yeah.
don't believe in the
Lady,
divine
lady,
laws.
lady. I don't mean to say lady like disrespectful. It's either lady or woman. Why do you have to use your gender?
Note that there is
Person,
no question
person, like, lady. What in the fuck are you doing with that
As for
knife
the
in that
lineage of
one?
Alexander, on his father's side,
This
he
is
was a
as respectful
descendant
as
of
I can get.
Heracles through Carinus, and on his mother's side, a descendant of Neoptolemus. This is accepted without any question.
That's cool.
Like hundreds of years later, by the way, he talks about Olympias.
That's a facial.
There's always an associated mystery of Dionysus.
That looks like, oh my god, that looks amazing. Whatever this guy's eating, this is what it is.
Dionysus is a fertility connection, very powerful old god in the science. pantheon would want to have him hang with you. And no one would during the time period. Some of you actually believe that he has some sort of priestess-like connection to the god he wants to move to. As we said, maybe more than Dionysus, we might be talking about someone who releases people. Ancient gods, as we said, talk about later. And he's talking about the night before the night before that, on which the marriage was consummated, the bride dreamed that there was a peal of thunder, and that a thunderbolt fell upon her wall, and that thereby much fire was kindled, which broke into flames that traveled all about and then was extinguished. At a later time, too, after the marriage, Philip dreamed that he was putting a seal upon his wife's womb, and the device of the seal, as he thought, was the figure of a lion. God love the ancient history and stuff. Apparently, according to Plutarch, Philip goes to a bunch of seers and asks them, what does all this mean? And most of them say, keep a closer eye on your wife. Right? Make sure no one's coming into the marriage bed that you don't know about. But Philip, apparently, if you believe Plutarch, he seems less worried about
Fire
death
flare
than
is
what he
not there.
does know about.
I dare you to fire flare is what's wrong.
He's quoting, by the way,
I dare you to.
another one of these
Oh,
seers.
dude, that'd be so
Says,
fucking
quote,
cool.
a serpent was once
Do it.
seen lying stretched
it.
out by the side of Olympias as she
Right.
slept. And we are told that this, more than anything else, dulled the ardor of Philip's attentions to his wife, so that he no longer came often to sleep by her side, either because he feared that some spells and enchantments might be practiced upon him by her, or because he shrank from her embraces in the conviction that she was the partner of a superior being. Understand, this is the sort of stuff that Alexander's propaganda might want to play up, but it's part of this character of this woman. Is it true? It could be. Is magic true? No. Does it have an influence? If people believe it, yeah. If Alexander was trying to make people think he was the son of a god, might a story like that help his case?
Have you ever been like, what up, West
Fake
Side?
news goes way back. I mean, it's worth asking an obvious question, and you can ask this about a lot of historical events, and the farther back in history you go, the more easily you can ask it, how much of this is true? How much of this is a story or a fable? It's hard to know. It's part of what makes the job of historians, and I'm not one fan or admirer from afar. Their jobs are fascinating. They're detectives. They're doing investigative research. They start with these sources that have come down to us, right? Somehow, through all the fire and earthquakes, war, and everything that's happened since early times, information makes it through the pipeline, but it's a tiny, tiny fraction of what was originally there. And oftentimes, you don't get it directly. You don't get a scroll from the Alexandrian library so you can read Ptolemy's memoirs, in the original, right there. You get copies of copies of copies. And the people who write and do the copying, this was a by-hand thing, right, are from much later eras with very different values, and they copy what they want and maybe the way they want. Part of the job of the historical investigators to sit there and sift through all that. And it would be easy if all you had to deal with is a scroll from Alexander's time and try to weed out Alexander's personal propaganda that he embedded into it. But then what happens when a Roman gets their hands on it to write the history of Alexander, hundreds of years after Alexander, farther away from Alexander than we are from George Washington's time now? What sources are they using? Well, theoretically, they're going to libraries too, and they're digging out scrolls, and something like Ptolemy's, one of Alexander's generals, and his memoirs are going to be there, theoretically. And the historians can actually, this is so fascinating, can sit there and connect data points and say, well, he was probably using Ptolemy's memoirs because this other guy says the same thing. So, I mean, it's fascinating detective work. But it's ever changing, and every time you find something new, you have to alter the paradigm a little. And Olympias is even harder for two reasons. One, because she's being written about as an addendum to other stories, right? She's Alexander's mother. So when someone writes a piece about Alexander, she's one of the characters in that story. The other reason, as we said, is because she's a woman. And when you think about the different copies and errors and filters that this original story has to go through before it gets to us now, you think about the different attitudes towards women that the original Macedonians had, that Alexander's propaganda might have said things by. When you think about their changing status in Roman times, then think about the post-Roman world and the Middle Ages, when you've got monks and scribes copying this stuff in a religious context. This is hard stuff to try to figure out. The stuff we have from Olympias, or about Olympias rather, has made it through that same pipeline. And so trying to dissect the fables from the stories from the truth, really difficult. The one thing you try to work on and hang everything on are these data points, right? Data point number one, Olympias marries Bill. Seems to be a concrete moment. This is a connected dots game. There's a dot. Olympias gives birth to Alexander the Great. Boom, another data point. Connect that dot. There are going to be periods in her life where we are missing data points. Right? She's not going to the Alexander's. Right? Nothing's going on with Olympias now, so fast forward, and we're going to fast forward, yada, 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 because we don't know what's going on. There are things we can infer because we can see what's going on at the same time. Her husband, Philip, is off making his obituary, essentially. He's piling up the achievements. This is the period in his life. He's laid that foundation that we said earlier. Now he's capitalizing on it. My mythical producer, Ben, had suggested casting some of these people, and I thought, like trying to figure out if you like Angelina Jolie, but you didn't like Val Kilmer as Philip. Who would you like as Philip? And I spent a stupid amount of time, to not have a better answer, researching actors and going back and watching clips on them. It was silly. And the best I came up with, although he's a lot better than a lot of the other ones I came up with, I thought a 38, 40, 42-year-old Charles Bronson would have met my view of it kind of. He's got that look where you can see him coming from that region. He's not Macedonian. He's not even from the Balkans. He's Lithuanian, Latvian. But I think his family, go back to like Tatars from the steppe. I think like Angelina Jolie, if you put his physical features in the hands of a good makeup person, you're going to get somebody that looks like they could play the role in terms of the physicality of it and whatnot. I messed around for, again, far too long with one of those online beard creators where you upload a photo of Charles Bronson in this case and then try to find a beard that fits him. I couldn't find anything that even looked like it wasn't a joke. I know one of you out there will, though. I know how these things go. So if you do it, don't get some barbarian-looking beard. Don't fall for that Demosthenes portrayal of the guy. This is a wealthy, up-and-coming dude who wants to tell and show the Greeks down south. I mean, part of this is a PR campaign. That he's a full-fledged member of the Greek Cultural Club. I mean, this is a guy. You don't have to worry about letting him into the country club. He won't embarrass you. Look at these flashy suits he wears. He's going to be as turned out as he can be. Well, still Charles Bronson. I also think this will be a fun role for Charles Bronson because, there's all, as we said, and I think this is a way of showing how weird this is because the cultural mores are so different. Imagine Charles Bronson in one of those scenes where he has to be with one of the male lovers, right? Even interacting with them in a way that implies it. You don't have to see anything, just the implication. Can you think of a more awkward pairing? I think that's perfect. Because every time you read about these things, the historians always caution you about applying our modern views because they say the Greeks didn't think about it the way we do. It's there's so much cultural baggage concerned with it, so you have to think about it in a way that's totally alien. Watching Charles Bronson in some sort of gay Brokeback Macedonian mountain scene is about as strange as sriracha sauce on vanilla ice cream that I can imagine, which is how the ancient world looks and feels. Like I said, if you revel in
You gotta take a shit, kid? Hey, kid, you gotta take a shit?
It does depend on when you also
Hey, how
create
about
this
you
Charles
touch the
Bronson
fuck up
character
and
because he goes from what appears to be a pretty dashing character, maybe rough and tumble, as my old history used to say, Macedonian ruler, to somebody who degrades like an NFL football player does over a 20-year career. He's like Jim Otto. A couple years after he marries Olympias, he famously loses his eye. And they're pretty sure, it's been long debated, but they're pretty sure now that they found his skull and some of the bones. in a famous tomb. And the skull has the little notch that the arrow left when he took out his eye. And I think he suffered like 5 or 6 life-threatening, bad, awful wounds over his lifetime. And by the end of it, he's just, you can see the physical toll, the cost of this, starting Philip and Sons, right? This family business, what it's done to him. When Alexander's growing up, Philip's gone a lot. He's gone when Alexander's born. This is maybe part of the reason that you see the influence that Olympia's had on him. She's the primary family member there. Philip, by the way, is a remarkable combination. And you see it from time to time, making great figures of energy and genius. It's a force multiplier, either one of those things without the other. It's great to have, but you put them together, and you get guys like Philip. You look at Philip's schedule, and his data points are pretty well tested. It'll wear you out, most of us anyway. Now, Philip's besieging this city and this year. He's besieging that city and that year. Holy cow, but he's never at home. He does want a son that none of the cultured Greeks in the South can sneer at the way they sneer at Dad. So he's bringing in the best educators and giving him the best sort of cultural exposure you can. He brings in Aristotle to be his tutor. How's that for nouveau riche? Hey, give me the best. What's his name? Aristotle. Bring him in here. Aristotle's not teaching Alexander, with 100 other students in a symposium. He's teaching Alexander with a couple of Alexander's youthful friends. That's the class all day long. Hang with Aristotle. Absorb everything. Alexander could, of course, famously recite passages from the great Greek plays and dramas and all these things. You have a cultured guy here. It's part of how you get that whole view of him as a philosopher king. A cultured man, as a buddy of mine always likes to say, a cultured, genocidal, ultra-thug, is what you were supposed to call him. The whole period when Alexander's growing up is one of those yada 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 times. You don't really hear a lot of details except how precocious this guy is, and all the portents are showing the signs that he's going to be this crazy guy. Meanwhile, Philip is, by hook or by crook, taking, conquering, somehow acquiring great wealth as he takes over mines. He's becoming this huge player in Greek politics, and quite equals with the other major players. There are certain states that are well known: Athens, Sparta, Thebes. Those are your big three usually. And Philip has a problem eventually with all of them. His encounters with Sparta are famous because it's one of the great lines from Sparta, one of the great diplomatic notes from them back to a demand involves Philip.
How dare you?
Coming down here, Sparta gives him one of those ultimatums that says, if I have to come down there, I'm paraphrasing, and destroy you, I will make you all enslaved, I will take all your stuff, all that kind of thing. If I have to do that, and the famous Spartan answer, they were known for very short, as few words as possible. It's called the laconic style. And the Spartan answer was just one word. If. That sounds really badass, except the Spartans did not come out of their little enclave to play with Philip at all. Right, what does that say? Right, we're badass, come and get us. They stayed away, and Philip famously in 338 BCE destroys Greek freedom, is the way I always learned about it. But you'll get different approaches, whole different lenses. Unified Greece is a whole different way to look at it, isn't it? When he destroyed both those armies at the Battle of Chaeronea, the combined arms of Thebes and Athens, and it wasn't all that close. Famously leading the cavalry charge young, he was 17 or 18 years old, his young son Alexander. You're 17 or 18-year-old kid at the tip of the spear there, Dad.
Hey,
Welcome to the Homeric ethos in action. So Phineas' data points re-enter the picture here. As Philip is beginning to get to the height of his power, he's doing so many amazing things and is being recognized as a huge historical figure that Alexander supposedly says, it's Plutarch, says that he's not going to leave anything
I just
for
took a
me.
shit that was like unclogged on one of those.
Well, you're going to do everything you can do. I like Elizabeth Carden, the historian, who put there's this usual relationship between kings and their sons that's a little strange, right? Because sometimes the son is the king in waiting, just sort of waiting for the dad to die, even if you like the guy. The dad, however, may have several different sons that could get the kingship in a system like the Macedonians. So that explains, Carney thought one explanation. Alexander might be close to his mother. She and he have the same interest in him. Philip ends up, he's got a son about Alexander's age, right around, named Philip Aridaeus, is the way history describes him. He's interesting. He's described all kinds of different ways. He sounds like he's got some sort of mental disability. It's obscure. I think it's Plutarch, I can't remember which of the ancient historians starts the rumor that it was Olympias who poisoned him and gave him that malady. Don't you love that? If you're going to have a bad guy in the story, anybody who's in Alexander's way who has anything wrong with him, it might be the witch, it might be the priestess. But Alexander runs into some trouble as Philip is reaching his ascendant and he's planning this crusade against Persia, right? This is going to be Philip's crowning glory. He's going to go back, and this is the way the propaganda sells it, and pay the Persians back for that whole invasion thing that happened, with the "We Are Spartans" thing more than a century before. You're like getting mad at somebody for something that happened in the late 1800s and saying we're finally back. You thought we forgot about that? No. Philip gets a bridgehead going in Asia. He creates a league of Greek states. The Macedonians didn't rule like god kings. This was a way to do it in a very modern fashion where everybody just is in the Greek version of NATO or the Warsaw Pact or whatever, and we're all in this together, right? And by the way, who is the leader of the group? You guessed it, the boss of bosses, Philip. The moment where Olympia comes back into the story is when Philip takes another wife. The same year that this crusade against Persia is announced, Philip marries Cleopatra. Now, the Macedonian history is really hard to follow because they seem to have only had like 9 names or 10 names for people, and they just reoccur all the time, so you get easily confused. Cleopatra, one of those names you see all the time. It's not Egyptian. It's Greek and Macedonian, and it's one of the names. Alexander's sister's name is Cleopatra. This Cleopatra is the niece of a guy named Attalus. Attalus is one of these important Macedonian barons, one of these people that, are part of the family, right? We're marrying ourselves together even more. We need each other. Philip needs these people to, they're the best cavalry in Greece. He needs them to be on his side and everybody happy. So they're going to marry into each other's families. And then there's an incident recounted. This is part of the Macedonian soap opera thing, where stuff just goes down at a drinking party. Now, if you're a substance abuse counselor, you're going to notice right away that it is probably not smart, certainly not by modern standards, to get a whole bunch of these powerful and important people together. And they're an emotional lot, by the way, but they're all killers. In their time period, a lot of people were killers, right? I don't want to make that sound so extra bad. They're not Charles Manson, but these are all very experienced men, kind of hard men, and they like to drink, and they don't like to drink in moderation. One of the critiques that the Greeks always had about these people is that they do not drink wine mixed with water like cultured people do. They drink the wine straight, and they have drinking contests. This is something that's hard to understand, but you have to imagine very big containers full of wine, and then men drinking at the same time, and the guy who drinks longer wins. But when you read the accounts of this, it's crazy. And by the way, these guys are all, there's weapons everywhere. I mean, it's a dangerous environment for people to be dead drunk in. I mean, what if you said something in this mafia-like crime family that wasn't politically correct about somebody who was really powerful? So here's the story. Take it or leave it. But it's famous. A lot of you know it already. There's a drinking party where this marriage is being celebrated, and Attalus, this important Macedonian general and baron and everything else, is supposed to give a toast. Something about that's phrased different ways, hoping that this provides an heir. But the suggestions in many of the pieces of literature hopefully provides a legitimate heir, or a true heir, or a true full-blood Macedonian heir. Remember, Alexander, who is the heir, has a mother who's not Macedonian at all. So what is Attila saying here? Well, in the story, that's exactly what Alexander says, loud and in front of the whole group of people. I remember the Richard Burton portrayal. You know, a cup is thrown and he says, "Are you calling me a bastard?" I hope I'm remembering the Richard Burton portrayal. Then you have the moment where Philip, supposedly drunk as a skunk, and now even more broken down, you know, with a spear wound, and he's lame, and he gets up from the table and supposedly pulls a sword almost against Alexander, which leads Alexander to believe, wait, why didn't Dad get up and defend me in front of that scurrilous charge right there? Which leads to a break in the family, and Alexander and his mom leave Macedonia, go back to Epirus, and things are chilly. Philip does not need this kind of problem right away. This is his really dramatic wife, and once again, there's problems. She's got the hair. I got problems with Atlas. Now, I should point out that there's been lots of speculation and opinions and views of what's going on here. This would have been something that would have been hard to figure out at the time with the sources that we have, that we're working with. You know, it's open for argument. I'm not going to try to parse it except to point out that some of the obvious points that have been made about this. When you marry a queen to solidify a diplomatic agreement, and that queen goes back home to her family, maybe with, you know, tales of insults to their lineage. I mean, this is again the same sort of thing that will get you whacked in a mafia crime family if you're disrespected. And she goes back to her brother, maybe the former lover of Philip at one time, and so basically, you know, she looks like a queen that's been maltreated. What does that do to the diplomatic agreement? Philip is in a position now where he's kind of uniting all the different families that he's put together so that they can go off and get this big score, this easy pickings that Persia looks like at this point. It looks like it's just there. Who's going to be the first guy to walk in? They've left the door open, the alarm doesn't work, the security guard's old and senile. It's just there. Come on, all we got to do is unite and go take that, right? The kings of the world, basically, he just kind of keep this fractious coalition of Greek states that were only, you know, cooperating because he beat them. Macedonian barons that are always kind of unreliable and jockeying for, you know, closer family ties. Guys like Atlas, you could easily see as an underboss or a boss from a different family that's working with Philip now, but he's got to be kept happy. One of the ways he's kept happy is you marry my niece, right? But marrying my niece causes problems with one of your wives, the mother of the heir. See, it's a soap opera, but it's murderous because a lot of people are going to die because of this dynamic. At this time, Olympias and Alexander, for a short time, worry it might be them. But Philip is far too smart for this. You don't get to where he is without realizing that this can't work. So, what Elizabeth Carney, historian Elizabeth Carney says, is almost certainly a sort of a mending fences sort of affair. He arranges another wedding. I mean, what do you do, right? This is the standard approach. This wedding is going to strike us all as very incestuous. What he's going to do is he's going to marry his daughter, who is also Olympias' daughter. So he's got a lot of wives, but this one is Alexander's full sister, Cleopatra. He's going to marry Cleopatra to Olympias' brother, her uncle, former lover probably of her father, and going to just double down on the family relationship there. And this is for diplomatic purposes. You can almost see Philip not wanting to do any of this, but he's got to keep that important area pacified and with him so he can conduct this long-awaited thing in Persia. He's already got an advance party of his generals who conquered a little bridgehead over there. So, I mean, they're ready to go. So as part of the ceremonies for this wedding, Cleopatra's going to marry her uncle. Philip throws a big bash. This is his coming out party. This is 25 years or something of work on his part to create this moment. He's going to bask in it. He invites all the big dignitaries, all the top people, the ambassadors, the performers, everything. Today we would call it a star-studded affair, right? The media would all be there. He has a bunch of gold statues made for all the gods, and then one other one that just happens to be him. Think of the significance of that. So this is this multi-day affair, supposedly for a wedding ceremony, but in reality a hugely political event. And of course, this is going to be a highly choreographed affair, isn't it? It's going to be staged, and everything's going to be done for a reason. It's supposed to convey something. Maybe the same thing with having 12 statues of gods and a 13th of the main guy, actually the father of the bride. That maybe symbolizes something too. Maybe 13's an unlucky number too. The way this thing is staged is Philip is going to come out in front of a crowd in the amphitheater, and he's going to have Alexander, his son, somebody to be the great with him. That's a symbol, right? Basically embracing my son here in front of the crowd. He must have gone there and said something like, hey, we were chug-a-lugging wine until one person in the contest passed out. You can't hold me to account for something I didn't notice. Bygones. But Alexander's there with him. The other Alexander, right, Philip's brother-in-law, the one that he may have had an affair with, the one that's marrying his daughter, he's there too. And then Philip's got bodyguards, right? Because this is the boss of bosses. There's always somebody who wants to get him. Demosthenes in Athens, years before, basically said, this is a hunted man. He's got 7 famous bodyguards, and maybe another guy. But he tells them to stand off, famously, because he's trying to show these people in the audience, these dignitaries, I'm not some guy that needs to be afraid of enemies. I don't have enemies, right? People love me. I'm a uniter, not a divider. I mean, that's an important piece of symbolism to show that I don't need to have bodyguards. I'm not in danger. He is, however, falling apart physically. I mean, he's taking a spear through the knee, so he's limping out there. He's missing the eye. He's showing all of his 46 years. And according to the ancient sources, he gets to the center of this theater, and once again, you have to think that this is the highlight of this guy's life so far, with great things on the horizon. Olympias is thought to be in the audience. By the way, there was some disagreement on this sometimes, but Peter Green, I think Elizabeth Carney too, I think they think she was there. But this is her brother marrying her daughter. You'd think it's a family affair. I would think she'd be there. That's part of the reconciliation, right? All's good with the royal family, don't worry. And if she is, she gets to watch a man run out to the center of the theater and plunge a dagger into the ribs of Philip II.
I'm an employee. I should have to come before I tell you that I should be making more according to the university and put together your point. And you know that I was right to the point where you helped me take it to the yes, you did a really good job. You were
most histories we know it's an
I wouldn't mean that.
accumulation of a ton of trends and chaotic things all pinging off each other. And even when things seem to go quickly, sometimes if you examine it, you go, well, you can see
it's as simple as this. Summarize it.
the seeds were supplanted a long time ago. Sometimes earthquakes happen.
They don't, and it doesn't make any sense.
And stuff that Lee Harvey Oswald shoots John F. Kennedy.
The future would be like that. Be this fucking upside down.
What is that? That's a historical earthquake. Everything's different afterwards. And how scary that one guy, maybe all by his little lonesome self, changes the world so dramatically. And what if he wasn't acting alone? All those things apply to what happens to Philip. It is the great John F. Kennedy assassination of this time period in this area. The greatest man in the world was just killed by somebody in front of everybody right before he's about to embark on this historic mission, right? He's basically declared war almost against the Persian Empire. And then this happens. Well, if you think about it, that doesn't sound too coincidental, though, does it? First of all, let's go to the sources, because the reason that Philip ends up in this situation is part of the Macedonian soap opera. We talked about love octagons. What does a love octagon look like? Shall we go to Diodorus Siculus, the ancient writer? All these people are writing a long time after these events. We presume using some sources that have now been lost to us, but who the hell knows? So we'll pick up Theodorus' account when he talks about Philip coming into the theater, right? He's got this conquering moment in his life of greater things even to come. Quote, once the theater had been filled, Philip himself entered, wearing a white cloak. He ordered his bodyguards to follow, removed at some distance from him, as an indication to everyone that he had no need of the protection of guards. Such was the degree of preeminence that he had attained. But amid the encomia of everyone as they were congratulating him, an unbelievable and totally unexpected plot against the king came to light that was to bring about his death. End quote. Congratulating maybe, I mean, we may be talking about applause there, like the theater people applauding him, You know, as garlands being thrown his way. I mean, I guess if this has to happen to you, maybe this is the time. I don't know what you would choose if you could choose. But then Diodorus diverts from what's about to happen to go into the roots of what's about to happen, and it involves two people named Pausanias. Again, we get confused here, right? Not only do these Macedonians have a limited number of names, they keep changing them sometimes in their lifetime. Both of these figures are named Pausanias. This is what Diodorus says, and now think soap opera, and now think murderous soap opera. Quote, in order that our account of this matter may be clear, we shall first explain the causes of the plot. He says, quote, there was a Macedonian named Pausanias who originated in the canton known as Orestis. He was a bodyguard of the king and loved by Philip for his good looks. On observing that another man of the same name as himself was becoming the object of the king's affections, he abused the second Pausanias by calling him an effeminate who was willing to submit to the erotic advances of anyone who desired to initiate them. End quote. Richard Gabriel says it's the equivalent of calling someone a male prostitute. Sounds like he's saying use a male slut. What would the reaction be to that, especially from another guy who was probably sleeping with Philip? Well, according to Diodorus, this second Pausanias, unable to tolerate the insult, he said, for a time kept his mouth shut. And then Diodorus goes to describe how he throws himself heroically and recklessly in front of the king to protect him, as a bodyguard, but essentially committing suicide by heroic act. And it made Atlas mad. Atlas, you may remember, the bride's uncle in this whole wedding ceremony. Apparently, Atlas got mad that this Pausanias guy, the good one who threw his life away, had to throw his life away, so he decided to punish the initial Pausanias guy. And the story of how he does that is positively triggering for some people, so I apologize if this is hardcore, because it is. Welcome to the ancient world, Diodorus writes, quote, when this incident became widely known, Atlas, who was a courtier and exercised a good deal of influence with the king, invited Pausanias to dinner, and, filling with vast quantities of unmixed wine, handed his body over to his stableman to abuse sexually in a drunken rape. On sobering up from his intoxication, he, Pausanias, was extremely bitter about the physical abuse he had suffered, and accused Attalus before the king. Philip, though incensed at the enormity of Attalus' transgression, was nevertheless unwilling to show his abhorrence because of his kinship with him and his present need of his services. End quote. So in order to punish this guy for his actions against the other Pausanias, Attalus has the guy basically date rapes him, right? He gets him drunk on wine, throws him to the stablemates, and it's a male gang rape. And Pausanias is upset about that, as you might imagine someone would be. He goes to perhaps his former lover, Philip the King, and says, Attalus did this to me, do something about it, and he can't. He's just married himself to Attalus' niece to try to, make the relationship more stable. Attalus is one of the generals who's commanding the bridgehead in Asia. He can't upset Attalus. So he gives this Pausanias guy a lot of other things to compensate, right? Here's some stuff here, I'll promote you into the bodyguard. All these things just don't be mad. But he's mad, if you believe the sources, anyway. And instead of just wanting to get even against the person who set up his gang rape, he wants to get even with the guy who didn't do anything about it when he complained. He went to the Godfather, and the Godfather didn't help. So he whacks Philip a knife to the ribs. After stabbing Philip, Pausanias runs out of the theater. He is pursued by several of Philip's bodyguards. Some run to Philip. He's almost certainly already dead by the time they get there. This seems to have been, these guys were warriors. This is a professional hit. Just were to stab somebody. Philip's probably dead by the time the bodyguards get to him. The other bodyguards take off after Pausanias, and he would have gotten away, Diodorus says. He has horses waiting for him, right at the ready, the getaway car, so to speak, in ancient terms. But he trips on a vine with his sandals and goes sprawling in the dust when the bodyguards catch up to him and spear him right there and kill him. It's a little jackaroo-ish, though, isn't it? And people have been wondering ever since that moment, was Pausanias acting alone? And I was going through a bunch of the different theories, and the number one theory, just like the JFK assassination, is Pausanias might have been acting exactly the way these ancient writers said. Jilted, male, lover, the godfather didn't. The whole thing we just described, that can be absolutely true. There's a lot of other things involved, too. A lot of people wanted Philip dead. Demosthenes said that a long time earlier when he was giving his speeches warning about Philip. He basically said he has a lot of enemies. He won't be around forever. It lasted longer than some might have thought, actually. The ancient writers, of course, having a woman to potentially link to it, often do. And the rumor was that Olympias was seen at the grave of the assassin, putting garlands on it or something like that, decorating or honoring the grave of Pausanias later. She's tied to it. The idea being that her status in the court had been very precarious. This was supposed to be a sort of a makeup affair, but Philip also might have insulted her family. This family descended from Achilles that was very proud in this ethical world where that was a very big deal. You can get whacked for that, right? We talked about how precarious being a Macedonian ruler was anyway. It was one of the things that had kept the kingdom down for so long. You couldn't keep a good king around. The second they became too powerful, somebody wanted to take them down a peg, right? The last thing you want is a perpetual boss of bosses if you think someday you might be the boss of bosses. And that's not a pipe dream if you're the mother of the air, because very quickly after Philip is stabbed, Alexander is acclaimed the king. And the Macedonians do a thing where they kind of have the people acclaim the king. And there's a lot of argument whether that's real or whether it's a bunch of nobles who get out and say, get out there and raise your hands and say, hail the new king. Who the hell knows? But it goes back to that Homeric ethos too. It's not a god king. It's sort of an acclaimed king. So if you had something to do with the assassination and you were Olympias, you just solved all your crimes. You made out like a bandit. A lot of the people I've read lately are, and this changes, are of the opinion that Olympias probably didn't have anything to do with what happened to Philip. And then neither did Alexander, if only because they had no need to kill him in public in front of a lot of people. They had access to him in private. Right, this could have been done nicely and quietly in the woods in the right place, and who would have known. This guy is murdered in front of a giant crowd of admirers in public. Today would be the equivalent of having it happen on live television. And the star of the show is the one who's killed. The greatest man in the history of this region, right? Just when they're celebrating. Some of the other people who are implicated, though, make a lot of sense. The Athenians could have hired an assassin. They would have loved to have seen Philip out of the way. But maybe most likely on this assassination, Hitler's who paid for the killing, who hired Murder Incorporated, the Persians. I'm a fan of the Persians, as many of you know, and one of the wonderful things about them is they had a government that just did not function well, and they figured out ways around it, and the number one way around it was money. They had a lot of money, and they figured out ways to have money do things for them, so they couldn't beat the Greeks on the battlefield because of tactical dissimilarities between their armies. Okay, well, spend a lot of money, have the Greeks fight each other. That was wonderful. We called it the Peloponnesian War. It kept the Greeks busy for a long time, kept them out of Persia's hair. Persia has no doubt that Philip's coming to invade them. He's already basically publicly proclaimed it. He's conquered a little territory already to establish a beachhead, as we said. He's making inroads diplomatically with some of the satraps closest to him. It's going to happen. So if you kill him, maybe it won't. But as several of these historians point out, the Persians probably did not have somebody so inside the royal family that they could do it quietly, and then so they had to kind of do it in public. Or you never know, this might be a statement, right? Especially if you're saying that you really are acting because you were gang raped, and you're not going to be disrespected like that. It all boils down to how much you are willing to trust these ancient writers who preserve the details of these incidents, or what they say are the details, or what they heard were the details, or what the source they were using said were the details. You can see why some of the historians would love if they could just throw all this stuff out as unreliable and biased and all these kinds of things. But if you do, you're not left with a whole lot, right? I mean, for example, coinage, inscriptions, and stuff like that will tell you that during this time period there was a change in leadership from Philip, king of Macedonia, to Alexander, king of Macedonia. But it probably won't tell you why, and it certainly won't give you any details. But that leaves the experts trying to pick out the fact from the fiction, and well, as you might imagine, it's tough, and views change, and experts differ. Reminds me again a little of the Kennedy assassination. We run different theories here, and when you hear the rationales for them, you kind of go, I kind of go with a bunch of them going, yeah, that makes sense, and then everything just, yeah, that makes sense. In the 1970s, when I read Alexander of Macedon, Peter Green was firmly in the camp of those who thought Olympias and Alexander belonged to a dynastic unit. His views may have updated since then. Actually, whenever updated doesn't mean better, because there's a whole lot of people still think Olympias and Alexander did it. But the story, you want to compare it to the JFK assassination, which is a fascinating story, of course. At the same time, it makes it look so vanilla and boring by comparison. I mean, for example, if you want the analogy here that starts the mind reeling, you'd have to have Jackie Kennedy basically at the root of the plot to kill her husband, right? When he gets killed in the limo next to her, she set that up. If she's Olympias, and you believe that particular conspiracy theory. What's more, the person, if you believe Oswald took a shot at JFK, that person is encouraged by Jackie Kennedy to do the deed. And Oswald, of course, would have had to have a sexual relationship previously with JFK.
Biggest pro football college girls.
Remember how wild some of the accusations from the ancient writers can get here, saying that Olympias placed a gold crown on the assassin's
I'll be
head,
sure to tell him about those
nailed to it like a cross or a gibbet, and then she placed a gold crown on his head, and then had the ashes sprayed over Philip's grave. That every year on the anniversary of the murder, she poured libations and offerings over them. But she obtained the murder weapon.
Well, they keep going to the softballs. That takes up most of my time. I really like the whack as well. Really, yeah. I mean, sometimes the big west, big sky. I really get in the horizon league once I get into March Madness, but
it starts with Olympias working her sorceress like magic, psychologically speaking, on the Harvey Oswald story. I mean,
why? Even my heart. She's a fan of the Southern Conference. Really? Yeah, she doesn't have time for pro football. She's only got time for Dolores, the numbers lady in this thing. Are you done?
That's the mild one. The more severe one was that this all happened at a
What's
party, and
your
then Athalas, the guy who organized the whole thing, was one of the people who
Mike?
gave raped him before turning
Nice,
him
man.
over to the
Nice.
who
Same
continued
here,
the process
man.
and then beat him up afterwards. The point of the story
Hi,
is that
are you
this
done?
guy's humiliation.
My friend was like, oh, dude, I had like a showing or thing, and then there was a thing, and my friend was like, oh, man. Then there was a
Culture
thing.
of a heroic ethos, clan loyalties, grievances, generational feuds. How do you think this person's going to be thinking of himself anyway? He's
It was.
humiliated, and if Olympias
It was just like, wow,
commiserates with
let's think about all the things that we're thinking. First, let's appreciate the word thing. Nobody ever sits there and is like, oh, thanks for being such a good word. We use it for everything.
Atlas will go away.
I told him.
I can think of a whole
Okay,
lot of different
so I really like
things
thing.
that might have been used on a guy like
Thing
this.
like
Starting with the most real world bedrock one of all. How about some money?
Thing is like the hairy thing.
Or how about you pull this off? Get rid of the okay.
Right, cousin.
Pay attention when new king's going to forgive you, make you a valued member of your honor-based society. Again, you will prosper, your enemies will pay. That's a pretty good incentive in any time and place for a lot of people, isn't it? Then, of course, there's the other tradition about what was maybe going on here, and that's that Olympias was in the assassin's head.
And now we're all retarded. Yeah, family.
Like Jackie
You're
Kennedy
hot if the world is
working on Oswald psychologically. There were no doctorate degrees in psychology.
Okay, are you
in
done
ancient
though?
Rome
My
that I
friend
know
was like,
of, but
oh,
let's not pretend.
you want to say
The
still one
ancients,
to ten?
especially the ancient Greeks, didn't
Yeah.
understand human psychological makeup.
It was,
They go into their plays. It's a key integral part of a lot of them. They explore the issue
There's still
intensely.
the 1 to 10. Really?
To me, when I do my movie, it's not going to be a movie. It has to be more like a Game of Thrones.
What was your favorite
Long
skill 1 to
episodes,
10?
because there's too many characters that come in and out.
Well,
You can hardly learn the names.
there was like a scale.
Much more suited to that.
There was
But in
Nazareth
the
and
movie, I'm going to
Afula.
have my moment when Olympias goes to Pausanias and gets up in his head. I'm going to have her come to him, and maybe she did, dressed the way some of these ancient warriors described.
The world.
Dionysian
Are you ready for a
priestesses.
brand new
They
beat?
carry wands. One of them said they carry wands.
Summer's here
Some of
and
them wrapped
the
with
time
ivy,
is
which is a
right.
sacred plant, I
We're
guess.
dancing
Others
in
dripping
the
honey, which
street.
is very
They're
symbolic.
dancing in your Rouge
And
Salon
stuff, and wine and all that.
down in Tel
There were snakes
Aviv.
everywhere, sometimes on the wands, wrapped around them. I think it was Plutarch said, freaking the men out. So she's going to come in my
And
long-term
Herzliya,
HBO miniseries.
all we need is music,
She's going to
sweet
be
music,
she's
sweet
going to promise
music,
very
music
Dionysian
everywhere. They'll be laughing, swinging, and music playing, dancing in the street.
all the other stuff
Oh,
that
it
Dionysus
doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, everybody, grab another. Everywhere around the world, they'll be dancing.
But even in the ancient world,
They're
this kind of
dancing
mysterious
in
was
the
part of the
street.
attraction, and she represents this. Now, another name. See, this is how I'm going to do it as the producer of this thing. The other name for Dionysus that Dionysus was known as was the liberator. Right, frees you from care, worry, sorrow, pain. The good side of what wine might do to you, especially in the ancient world, versus the destructive nature, which is the divine madness and all that kind of stuff. Although she wouldn't have seen that as destructive. That's one of the good things, right? She is promising as a priestess for the liberator, maybe, to liberate Pausanias from his cares and worries and this hell that he lives in. We should also point out that she's the one who supposedly has horses waiting for the conspirators, right? So remember, there's not one horse waiting. The tradition has multiple horses there, multiple getaway vehicles. Why do you need multiple horses? Peter Green has a 1970s rundown of how it might have happened.
Every day we're dancing in the street.
From these facts, we may perhaps form a hypothesis as to how Philip's murder was planned and carried out. Pausanias, still hot with resentment at the abominable way he had been treated, was approached, probably by Olympias, and promised higher rewards and honors if he would join with his 3 kinsmen from Orestes in assassinating the king. I should point out those 3 kinsmen.
No, it's everybody.
So the guys in Jack will meet him in a minute. The guys who were supposed to work with him in the assassination, this is very Joker-like from Batman.
I don't like to be because I love every guy grab a girl.
Olympias undertook to have horses ready for all 4 of
You
them.
guys might want to grab each
But
other.
what Pausanias clearly did not know was the real role assigned to his fellow conspirators, those trusted intimates of Alexander. Their business was not the removal of Philip. It was to silence him.
So
He
what?
knew too much. Once he had served his purpose, he was expendable. After his death, the propaganda machine could go smoothly into action. The elimination of Pausanias was an essential stage in the plot. Circumstantial evidence, he writes, does not amount to proof positive. But men have been hanged on weaker cumulative testimony than that assembled here. The motive was overwhelming, the opportunity ideal.
So what did you
Whenever
say?
there are these giant
They're
earthquake
dancing.
moments in history, it just seems
Okay.
wrong
They're dancing
for us to
in
not know more about them because the import would seem to
down
demand
in
that there
Tel
be more information
Aviv.
about them. But then I remember the Kennedy assassination, which happened 2 years before I was born.
And
Look at how much
Herschel,
you think you know, but you don't know about that. So
Wait, okay,
imagine
what is
something
it? They're
like
dancing in
2,000 years ago.
Chicago.
I've always loved Levi
Jerusalem.
Bosworth,
They're
the
dancing
Alexander
in.
historian.
So what should
I
it
like
be?
his view that
It should.
Alexander was, let's not romanticize him too much. But Bosworth points out about this period something that we all need to take into account, and it does highlight how difficult a historian's job is trying to piece this stuff together, and the need to use
What
all
the
sorts
fuck
of things
is
like
this? I
Cold
don't
Age
even
and
know. Is that?
archaeology and a bunch of other disciplines to supplement the meager bits of information sometimes for the contradictory stuff. And he writes about this period right after Philip's death. Quote, the first few days of Alexander's reign must have been among the most critical of his career. Unfortunately, no connected account
I
survives
think
of
that's his
them.
job.
There are scraps of epitome
Yeah.
and random flashbacks from later history, but most of the crucial details are irretrievably lost. There is infinite scope for speculation and imaginative reconstruction, but the sources themselves allow very little to be said. We must be prepared to admit our ignorance, however galling that may be. End quote. These are the kind of unknowns.
So what would you say? Instead of
hardcore history addendum
they're dancing in Jaffa
because a lot of the data points are missing. Forget about the
down
stuff
in
between
Tel
the data points.
Aviv.
You don't know major things like whether or not Olympias can accurately be
Why?
placed.
Because it's like
Philip's
Chicago
assassination. Was she there? Was she an
down
eyewitness?
in New
There are
Orleans.
historians who say
Down in
no. She was back in her homeland
New
at this time,
Orleans.
and that she didn't come back to
And
Macedonia
New
until
York
Philip was good and
City
safely
and
out of the way.
Jerusalem.
Maybe for reasons of their own personal security.
You could.
Others, though, generally follow a
Oh,
different
man,
approach
like
and say that she hardly would
what's
have
her
missed
Mary?
winning between her daughter
Well,
and her brother, with her son
Manson.
there, at an event that was in part staged to show that everything's
My
just
God,
hunky-dory.
my idea for this. Wait, she did it as well?
She's a prop in that propaganda show.
Oh,
Isn't
she
she?
did.
She's got to be there. But you don't
Wait,
know.
no.
Another thing you don't know about it, and it's key to
This
what's
is
going
Martha
on behind the scenes now, is how many
Really good.
children Philip II actually had. Richard A. Gabriel says they only
Martha
removed
Reason, the Vandal.
the official kids of the official wives in the Macedonian tradition, but then says Philip was a rampant, I believe the word he used was
Some bitch
rampant.
is gonna be like, I want to grow up to be a
And he
bitch.
quotes Justin, I think it was, not the greatest of all sources, but who says that Philip had sons
Okay.
all over the
They're
place.
dancing in
Just
it's
because they're not official in the
Chicago.
Macedonian system,
But it's
that
the way I say it is within the city limits of the
when a
city
royal
of
blood
Chicago.
matter, whether it was official or not.
They're dancing in
Especially if you are a tool of a powerful Macedonian clan that wants to push, for their chance to have the boss's job, and we'll overlook any problems with this contender. Heck, he's one of Philip's kids. Who cares if he's a bastard? Alexander's first several weeks or month and a half, hard to know what happened. But eventually he emerges as the king. He's 20 years old, by the way.
It's just an invitation. Okay.
Some of the
So that,
powerful
okay, so I was
powers that
on
might
it.
have
So what was it?
pushed back on him so quickly.
Philadelphia, PA was hard.
Just
Herzliya,
including
IL.
Attalus, the guy who said, I only have a full-blooded, true-blood Macedonian heir, precipitated that drunken fight.
Ashkelon and Gaza.
Just kill that. Attalus is conveniently back at the bridgehead, preparing things for the big Asian expedition.
Can't forget Netanya.
Alexander starts his
Oh,
purges.
me.
These are not abnormal. When the kingship changes hands in Macedonian history, it's often bloody. It's almost like there's a Godfather
Way down in
list. People to be hit when the Godfather died. When my father dies, carry out your orders. And when Philip is killed, people start getting killed because Alexander's official line, once he becomes king, by the way, is that Pausanias did not act alone.
Okay, so I think
This was a conspiracy.
those are real
At his
pretty easy.
father's funeral,
So,
at the gravesite, he executes people.
is that how it's gonna go? Yeah, I thought there'd be more fucking cities.
On his father's side, anyway.
They're dancing in Jaffa.
Put forward, people who might have had a claim to the
Build
kingship.
this corridor.
But Alexander says they were involved in the plot to kill his dad. Boom, they're gone. And here's the weird part: they might have been.
They're
This
dancing
becomes
in
very Stalinesque. This
Yafo.
becomes, Stalin had the Kirov excuse.
What a
Kirov
teller.
assassination is the thing that makes all these purges and killings
No, you can say they're
justified.
dancing in
Alexander had his
Yafo.
dads, and it allows him to cover up
And
the
in
traditional
Tel
academic
Aviv.
purges where lots of people are going to get whacked, including Attalus. He'll get it. He gets it by like
Down
slow
in-
messenger. They have their own version of like heat-seeking drone missiles or something, but they just take forever to get to their targets.
Gotta be down. Down.
Alexander
New York
City.
City. Down
It's a couple
in
probably weeks to get to Asia
Beersheba.
Minor.
There you go. How about something like that? Okay. They're dancing in Yafo.
The ancient writings will tell you that something happened
And in Tel
in
Aviv.
case of a moment of death. They did use poison
Down
and stuff
in
like that, but this sounds like one of those
Beersheba. Down in
traditional
Beersheba.
sort of man-to-man hands back before guns were around, knives were very popular.
New
And
York
if you think
City.
about the ways that gangsters were
Yahushua.
in the 1920s, they grab your hand sometimes in a
Down
handshake,
in
hold you really tight, and
Jerusalem.
then use a pistol on you at
Jerusalem.
close range.
Oh, okay.
Do the
So
knife
then just don't do it that way.
sometimes in the ancient
Okay.
world, so
They're
easy to imagine.
dancing in okay.
Atlas, who's probably in the
In
60s
New
at
York
this time,
City.
goes out
In
to greet the Macedonian
Jerusalem.
messenger. They
There you
probably
go.
vaguely know each
They're
other.
dancing
So
in
just in the
Yafo.
right place. Now remember, it was Atlas's niece,
It's part
Cleopatra.
of
Such a common name. It's confusing.
I don't
Then
know.
change
It would be like saying they're dancing in Manhattan and dancing in New York City.
She married Philip.
It's like, well, kind of the same.
The thing that
I-
caused the most recent
I just-
rift in the family. And
They're
she
dancing
born
in Yafo.
maybe 2 children, another one of those things.
What
Because we don't
a-
know for sure. How many children did Cleopatra have in a short time? And were they male or female? I'm not
Down
going
in
to take a position. Experts differ.
Beersheba.
There was supposed to be a female, her name Europa. There was
Jerusalem.
supposed to be a male, his name
Oh,
Kratos.
okay.
You
They're
can have either
dancing
one
in
or the other or both.
Yafo.
I don't know. Neither one of them are going to
What
make
a
it
Tel Aviv.
because they are
Oh,
both
that's why.
under the age
Down in
of
New
2.
Orleans is part of Tel Aviv.
They and their
Why?
mother
Because I was like
are
Beersheba. Okay, so then Beersheba
You
doesn't
may
get
say,
dancing.
why are you
In
spending so much time on
Beersheba. No. So then New York City has to be Jerusalem.
As he
Okay.
officially
They're
comes to power,
dancing in
it's a logical
Yafo.
question. Elizabeth Carney answers it.
Part of
She says
Tel
because
Aviv.
Olympia's participated
In Jerusalem.
one of her
In
claims to
Jerusalem.
infamy, historically
It's in
speaking,
Jerusalem.
is that she's the one who
Okay, so
made some
they're dancing in
newest wife. Remember, Philip's newest wife is his
Down
seventh, I
in
should point out.
No,
She
they're
eliminates
dancing in
Philip's newest wife and his 1 or 2 children that are either male or
Part of
female.
Tel Aviv. In
This is one of the
Jerusalem.
events that Olympias is most known
All
for.
we need.
It colors her
I-
entire historical reputation. So as you might imagine, Elizabeth Carney writing an entire book on
Do it like
Olympias
fucking-
has the luxury of spending some
We'll
time
do it
on the
live.
question,
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
several pages to the possibilities. The first possibility is that it never happened at all. We need to bear this in mind when we talk about this.
Do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
To fake news or whatever. Thousands of views, limited sources, unreliable sometimes.
It's repost today, and we will be here Wednesday. I can't do it.
If it did happen, what was going on? There was some outbreak of like raging hormones and jealousy and all this sort of stuff from one wife to another, the real soap opera stuff. Are you still with us? I get you. No. Elizabeth Carney points out that these are high diplomatic marriages with kings who go out and sleep with anyone they want. I mean, this is not a question of sexuality and all that, especially probably not by her age in the ancient world. This is about power, in some cases about personal security, and those two things are related. And the way you know this is that had Cleopatra, Philip's last wife, gotten to Olympias and Alexander first, the shoe very well could have been on the other foot. Elizabeth Carney says that this very likely was a do unto others before they did unto you.
It's just gonna be like
You
fucking
hit their
Right.
family, Attalus'
every
family,
fucking poster was
before
this
they
fucking
get you.
it looked like a
Attalus, of course.
goddamn pussy. It looked like a goddamn
He dies
Giorgio
too.
Keith painting of
One of the
La La
things
Land. When I first moved here, everything was La
points
La
out,
Land.
though, is that
Really?
people
Yeah.
die a
So
lot
this,
of these men
everyone's
power
dancing and
positions,
they had to
as
shut
we
down
say,
the
and by
fucking
the
freeway and
standards
shit.
of
The bullshit fucking shit. Why? They think it's fucking dumb ass Netflix.
lightweight Merciful purge. This side of the family, Cleopatra was always going to get cut off, and then her offspring were too.
Calling out around the world. Are you ready for a brand new beat? Summer's here and the time is right for dancing in the street. The dancing in Yato. Part of Tel Aviv in Jerusalem. All we need is music, sweet music, happy music everywhere. There'll be games playing and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, every guy, grab a girl, everywhere, around the world, every dancing. And dancing in the street. Just an invitation across the nation. But yet still hope to meet. The beat laughing, shaking, the music swinging, dancing in the street. I love Bertilia, LL, Ashkelon, and Gaza. Beersheba. No. Can't forget the. Hold on. Hold on. Beersheba comes in pretty well after that. So Gaza is very good. Can't forget not the Motor City. It's got to be Demona. Can't forget Demona. Really? Yeah. So Demona's nickname just has to be Demona City. Why? Because it's like the Motor City, but it's Demona City. Yeah. Really? Yeah.
At least in terms of
that's tight as fuck. Okay,
Dynastic
so what?
murders were a dime a dozen before and after.
I always thought they were saying
Amusina,
but it's DC now.
Philip's mother had been accused,
Okay,
albeit
so why? Because the Yankees pitcher, very good.
dynastic murder. One suspects, she writes, that many thought that
Can't
Attalus and
forget Demona
Cleopatra
City.
would hardly have expected anything else once Philip was dead.
That's my favorite
They
thing
had
of all
committed
of this is
themselves to
Demona
what
City.
proved
I
to
love
be
Demona.
the
Shout out
losing
to
side in a dynastic struggle.
Mordecai
And past
Vanunu.
reigns demonstrated what happened to those who made such a
Okay, so it's got to go. It's a liar, IL.
that the death was by hanging. Reasons for which
Ashkelon and Beersheba.
like a self-hanging.
Can't forget Demona City.
They put up a rope with the hand. The former bride of Philip
Okay, so wait. So it goes, it's a liar, IL.
Do what you know you have to do, kind of thing.
Ashkelon and Beersheba. But can't forget Demona City.
Sources says that
Oh,
killed the infants in front of
and music swinging, dancing in the street. I was listening for every dancing, singing, and music swinging, dancing in the street. Hurts a liar, IL. Ashkelon and Beersheba. Can't forget Demona City. In the street, hurts a liar, IL. Ashkelon and Beersheba. Can't forget Demona City. It doesn't matter what you wear. So come on, every guy, round the world, everywhere. We're dancing in the street, down in IL. This day we're dancing in the street.
The old guard and the new guard. The old guard are dads.
Oh, that was a good one.
There's a bunch of them.
That was a
They're
good
all
one.
famous and they're good. And they are hard-bitten guys always with this type. Remember,
Don't
this
buy
is
solar
not
panels,
young
man.
age standing. This is like some middle ages who might have been older than they are today. These guys are in their 50s and 60s.
That was
Think
a
of
good
how much
one.
fighting they've already done. And think about how they came from a time before all this glitz and backing out this whole part of the world. Alexander, I wonder how they felt about the trip.
Coming out
Especially
around
before
the world. I gotta restart. Ready for a brand new beat.
not just that, these guys are not
Summer's
like
here
the
and the time is right for dancing. I'm gonna start it over.
We said these are like bosses of other crime families. Now they may listen to the boss of bosses right now, but in the situation where turning into the interest that could
Coming
change. These are very
out around the world. Are you
guys like
ready for a brand new beat?
he has their allegiance right now.
Summer's here and the time is right.
Has the hell they want to
Dancing in the street.
do.
They're dancing in Yafo.
Jupiter's supposed to
On the Tel Aviv.
transition of power.
Jerusalem. All we need is music. In the street, music, everything is playing. And I'm just playing. Dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear. Just as long as you dance. So come on, everybody, everywhere, everywhere, around the world, every dancing. Just an invitation across the nation. Let's go on me. We'll be laughing, singing, music swinging, dancing in the street. Hersheliah, IL, Ashkelon, and Beersheba. Can't forget the Motor City. They'll be playing and playing, and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, every guy, grab a girl.
When I'm gone, somebody has to hold down the fort. It's a job for the family.
Down and out, every day, we're dancing in the street. Hello, song,
He
and
doesn't really have it. It's like an official position for his mother. A lot of wives probably would, but this is why she makes the history books, because she does the same. She says a lot of stuff.
I'm gonna try to do it with the correct pronouns. Coming out around the world, are you ready for a brand new beat?
You can't really believe it.
Summer's here and the time is right. We're dancing in the street. They're dancing in Yafo. On the Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem. All we need is music. Please, music, there'll be music everywhere. There'll be singing and playing, and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, everyone, grab someone, everywhere, around the world, every dancing, dancing in the street.
This comes into play at this point in the story is because before this great
There's just an invitation across the nation. cancel,
He has no
hope
wife,
to meet.
and he has no
The beach laughing, singing, the music swinging, dancing in the street. With July, LA.
Alexander shows no real enthusiasm for this.
Ask your monitor, she goes, can't forget the Mona City. All we need is music and everything is playing, and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, it's as long as you want that. So everyone,
They likely turning out a girlish invert, and even went so far as to procure a beautiful Brazilian courtesan named Cavatina.
we're down in
Helped
IL
develop his manly nature.
every day.
Olympias herself, we are told, frequently begged him to have intercourse with this woman, which does not suggest any great enthusiasm on his part. But then, what son would take kindly to a maternally selected mistress?
Blue, me and you.
Good point there. Weird. These
Really?
nowadays, nevertheless, without heir or wife, in 34 BCE, Alexander takes off on his adventure in Asia, never to return home again. Leaving his mother in Antipater back at home, and this is where the
Now,
dead
this one's
things
a
get
tough one.
sparse, right? They sort of go away with Alexander. She's
I've always wanted to do this, but all those fucking bee
The
cities.
first thing is she is obviously the equivalent of the king's eye in Persia. That's the famous position where the Persian king would have an official who stayed in the governor's palaces and watched the governors for him.
So it's
The king watched to make sure
no, those search
the
cities,
scuttlebutt
and
leaves,
that's
and they robbers may find it
a different song.
She was certainly jealous.
Can you do it without? I got a 34 wagon and they call it a Woody. Surf City, here we come. You know it's not pretty, sorry, but I told you what a goodie. Surf City, here we come. Well, it ain't got a backseat or a rear window, but still gets me where I wanna go. Well, going Surf City, gonna do a one. Surf City, gonna have some fun. Yeah, we're gonna Surf City, gonna do a one. Yeah, we're gonna Surf City, gonna have some fun. There's always something going. Surf City, here we come. Where we're going now, something another bit of party going. Surf City, here we come. Where we go, we got every guy. All you gotta do is just blink your eye. Well, we're gonna Surf City, gonna do the one. We're gonna do the Surf City, gonna have some fun. We're never gonna Surf City, gonna do the one. Yeah, we're gonna Surf City, gonna have some fun. It's so sexist. What are they talking about? Just the best speech ever where there are girls for every one. Really? It even starts. So who is that? It's commonly mistaken for.
But even as Alexander continues and goes from victory to victory in the East, there's almost like something from his mother that follows him.
So
Once again,
It's just weird.
I can't stress that enough. This is part of a story that may be based. I'd love to be able to compare the original.
So I know where all these places are. This is kind of how I learned all the
True.
beaches in
When
California.
multiple
Really?
sources talk about it, you start to put
Some of them are pretty far north, so it's like, oh, that was just, they were just picking something in the song. But actually, the way that
the slightly more than a decade
Ryan
that he has left in his life, while he's
Wilson
becoming
wrote
the
it,
great,
it was like
something's going on in his head. And there's been
exactly
debate
the
ever
same.
since
So
about
when
what this is.
I mean, it's
The
just like
easiest thing to
I
probably
get the
point to
house the
is
same.
it looks like some of
Got
the
water
other
on the
great
left and
conquerors in
fucking sand on the
history
right. Just like
would
hell.
engage and embark on a lucky, but a string of unbroken successes, improbable
Add one or two.
amounts of success, to where they start to think of themselves as something more than human.
And everybody had an ocean across the USA. Then everybody be surfing the Israeli way. And you're wearing their baggies, Marachi sandals too, a bushy, bushy blonde hairdo, surfing Israel. We're gonna live in a... Now, this is where it's gotta be...
There was a wonderful historian I read who tried to point out that this
I gotta
isn't
hit them
that
all up.
unusual in the Greek Macedonian way of seeing things,
Really?
because that's
Yeah.
after all what the
Why?
Achilles is and the Heracles are.
Oh, shit.
These are people whose deeds prove to be so superhuman that you can then sort of go, well, obviously they're part of God, right? That's how you know that you're a demigod or something. And if you're an Alexander and you're doing these amazing things,
If they ever did, they get with the Martha and the Dollar Bills.
it seems to be a known hazard of the
Oh,
great
big titties,
conqueror
big
business.
Alright,
You might
cool,
become
Mom.
egomaniacal.
Get this. Just shit.
Start to think
Did I
there's
just make
something
a
divine
movie?
going on here.
No
And
one's on.
Olympias's impact on this story is that, it's unlikely that
I love
Hitler's
surfing.
mom was
Really, yeah,
whispering in
surfing
his
is
ear
good.
that there was something super
Okay.
special about him.
Hey, yeah,
Nor his mom either.
yeah, Mom, that's what they're
The
all
tradition holds that that's
You
not
get
the case
snow
with Alexander. His
board
mother was whispering in his ear, at the very
surfboard
least,
the same day,
remember
man.
that you are a descendant
Like,
of
yeah, Mom, that's what I
Achilles.
live there.
But
Alright.
it might be a little bit bigger even.
Could you do it in the same tower?
One of the things in
Yeah,
history,
helicopter. Which isn't that
that's
crazy.
right. That in a
Really?
patrilineal society like Macedonia, where
You could
everybody
literally-
calls attention to their father's family line, Alexander constantly called attention to his mother's and constantly
Are
sort
you
of
sure of that?
associated himself with Achilles rather than his dad's line.
In the winters. Really?
Zeus, however, which is sort of it all devolves
Yeah.
to Zeus in the end. Zeus, however, began
And
to fascinate him as his
I
conquest.
don't know how long
The Alexander story, famously, he's going to go to all these oracles when he conquers
Really?
Egypt. He finds the famous oracle there, and he's going to all these oracles, and the stories are that he's asking these oracles.
Really?
You know, Philip might
Yeah,
have
I think
the
it's still
implication is that Philip
I know
is
it's still
dad.
like a mother.
Zeus
I
is.
never wanted to be in it. But
Now,
even if
all
my
by
family,
itself, I'm not even sure that
we took that, we couldn't even
the
think
son
of
of a god or something is
But
all that
even if we
terrible.
could have
That's how
afforded it,
works out, right?
it's cold. I don't want to think so.
But in Alexander's case, it's wrapped up with all the other traditional stuff that's
Oh
going
my
on
Christ.
with Romanian mental instability.
What is it now?
Historians and writers ever since have been
Okay,
trying
so
to
it's just
label
5
it and figure it out. There's so much unknown space in which to theorize. You get pretty wide variation of ideas. I have a whole book devoted to the idea that if you plug in rampant alcoholism for X, the unknown quantity in the story, boom, everything else makes sense. That's just an argument. But there's no doubt about it that if you
Can't forget the Motor City. I can get that. It's
ruling area of Macedonia in a
What else?
giant Concorde
Oh,
jet
Demona, the
landed
city
in
where we
Babylon,
don't
where
want to talk about
Alexander
our
was 10
scientific
years after
project.
she last saw
Really?
him.
Yeah, what do we call that? Science fair. We don't want to talk about the Motor Science Fair. It's really good.
The alcohol situation is a factor. There's no doubt about it. His best friend,
Alright, are you done?
will die from drinking. And not only does he
Can't
almost
forget the
die
Motor
from drinking
City.
initially, he's told to lay off the drinking for like a few days, and he can't even do that. When he drinks, he dies. Alexander's response to this was to drink more. I mean, these are people who are dying sometimes. When you imagine having chug-a-lug
Where's your
contests where
Stranger Things
sometimes one of the participants dies. I just imagine the other participant turning around, lowering his giant cauldron of wine and going, I win.
Who's your favorite? Who's your Stranger Things?
The only thing I could say that sort of mollifies it a little bit is that the parishes that Alexander took over, their ruler kind of is a big drinker and is supposed to be a big drinker like that to a heroic
Shout out to my
drinker.
friend Sana. She was my friend's girlfriend. And not that she's my, I mean, like, my friend. Mi casa es tu casa kind of thing. Me, amigo, su amigo kind of thing.
It's when you
Really?
get to
Yeah, her
another
friend
of
is
the
my
known
friend, basically.
pitfalls
But
of
yeah,
this
so anyway,
great conqueror sort of
last,
lifestyle, that it all falls apart for him. Maybe the
I don't know
paranoia
what it is, but I
and the suspicion.
do.
He begins to start killing the people
Why?
around him. He begins to think everyone's a threat. And maybe those letters
I was really getting it.
from his
There's
mom
an Anna
years ago
to my
that
friend
were
was
saying,
that's
yeah,
I met her.
Timber's trying to take
Well,
over.
anyway,
Timber's
she
doing
just
this,
killed my
Timber's
friend.
this, and that.
I was like, dude, you should really watch out. This is so
Lay
good.
off. I know.
And
I
he's
was trying
like,
to conquer the world. I'll get back to you.
well,
Maybe now
all right.
become more
Have you
suspicious
seen
because the mental institute
Stranger
takes
Things? And I
over.
was like,
And all these
no,
other
I don't like
he's
that
got some
bullshit.
horror
And he's
movies
like,
that are
yeah,
maybe taking
I know.
too.
But you
He's
should
not
check
the
it out.
man he
It's good.
was probably.
And I was like,
Maybe you start listening to your mom's
all right.
voice.
He's like, it happened in
You already
Pawnee.
were
And
thinking
other
you're
stuff. I was
clever,
like, oh yeah,
plotting
I did
against
know
yourself.
though. I was like,
Something
oh yeah,
Timber
the
Dash
girl
was
in that
saying
is
for like
supposed
10
to
years,
be
certainly where there's smoke, there's fire.
Amy Poehler
In
and
323,
Parks and Recreation.
Alexander
They both like
decides to sack
waffles and stuff. And he's like,
sends him a
that's
note from
weird.
Babylon
That girl
saying,
loves
bring me some more replacement troops
I
and come on over
what
here.
the
I
fuck is
want to
that?
see you.
Like the girl always has a nose.
With everybody getting whacked around Alexander, all
So I
of a
watched
sudden,
the first
Timber,
season.
who was in his
And did
60s,
you like it?
70s, maybe even now, he thinks
I'm
this is a trap.
supposed to
Traditionally,
fucking
he's
love it.
and
I like some
anybody
elements
with
of
the
it.
big mafia crime family again,
But
Alexander.
then there's this weird element of it that's like,
Clam house.
the fuck is in that wall with
I
the
just want to talk to you.
lights and shit?
So when Timber
I like everything except that wall, basically. Whatever the fuck they have on the swamp thing on the other side of
then
that
go to
wall.
see Alexander. He doesn't
You
respond
like
to the
everything? I like
summons.
the riding
So
bicycles
eventually he
and
does
the
send
fucking
his
woods
son
and shit.
Cassandra,
Reminds
though.
me of E.T. Are you done? Hey, am I?
Cassandra's about Alexander's age, by the way. He's important to the story, very important. Elizabeth Carney pointed out something that you kind of remember knowing, but it didn't sink in until
Anyway.
she said it, was how many of these people had known each other their whole lives. What's more, in the Macedonian court, many of these people's parents knew each other as toddlers, and in a lot of cases, even their grandparents played together in the schoolyard. Alexander and Cassandra were two of the people in that very tiny class taught by Aristotle. And when
What are
you
you
look at
doing?
that class,
Well, I'm out there having fun in the
Alexander's
warm
generals
California
and his
sun,
advisors
in the
and
warm
his bodyguards.
Israeli sun. So, yeah, Israeli sun. Well, they're out there having fun in the warm
His
Israeli
dad's
sun.
generals. He has his own contemporary
There are worse
generals
ones.
become great
There are worse rappers out
leaders of
there.
armies
Shout out
after
to
his
mumble
time.
rappers.
These are all
Why? I'm
guys
to
that
mumble
started.
rappers.
Cassandra's one of those guys.
Chew.
They don't really like each other that much, apparently. And Cassandra shows up in Alexander's court, ostensibly, I guess, to beg for his dad's job, but in this case, that's almost the same thing as begging for his life. And in a famous story, once again, take it or leave it, Cassandra walks in and sees something that the Macedonians around Alexander have become accustomed to, but Cassandra hasn't seen it yet. He sees the Persians bowing on the ground of Alexander. It's how they treat their kings. You see the same thing in Egypt. It's how they treated the pharaohs, right down on the ground like a god. But the Macedonians didn't do that stuff, right? They thought it wasn't democracy what they had in Macedonia, but it was the sort of egalitarian. We acclaim the leader. It was a much more down-to-earth sort of leadership by comparison. And Cassandra is supposed to have seen the Persians doing this in front of Alexander, to Alexander, and laughing at it or making fun of it. And in the story, Alexander and his son probably the men who made him, but maybe he would have done this back in
Is
the
yours trying to change his name?
Alexander grabs him by the hair and
He
starts
just
smashing
no,
his
it's
head against the
yeah,
wall.
Is it a show? Do you still call them shows?
Cassandra so badly.
Is Stranger Things a show?
I think it was Plutarch
Series. It's a
decades
series.
later,
Oh,
long after
well, I call them
Alexander
shows. I call them movie shows.
Cassandra
Picture
passed a
shows.
statue of the man without
Picture shows.
knees.
Really?
Plutarch said taking quite a while to
Why aren't you allowing comments? My friend would be like, why aren't you allowing comments?
Cassandra was hardly the only
Who's
person
your thing?
scared.
Well, he'd be like, first, you're like, Mikey, who's your Stranger Things crush? And I'd be like,
The Third Reich at the
Mike.
end,
And
or
he'd be
all
like,
these
oh, really? And I'd be
get a
like,
little unstable at the end.
which
They
one's
see
that?
plots
You'd be like,
everywhere.
is that Huck Thornbill or whatever the fuck is that kid's name? Wolf Thorngood? Whatever the fucking kid's name is? Why? Huck Fingood? Whatever the
Because if
fuck.
he didn't get rid of him, he was
Finn.
likely to get rid of him.
Dog. pile. What the
Say
fuck
there's
is it called?
the
I don't
people
know.
implicated
Are you done?
as a potential participant in Alexander's death. By the way, not only is Antipater's oldest son Cassander's brother, another son of Antipater, is Alexander's cupbearer, the one who, just to be sure that this cup does not get out of my hands and nobody spikes it with anything, that guy is Antipater's other son.
They
The only time you care about the ancestry of a king's cupbearer, like an offensive line in football, you only care about their name, apparently. When something goes wrong, well, the only time the poor cupbearer gets mentioned is when something goes wrong.
So who's your Stranger Things crush?
What the cupbearers
I'd be like
they're involved with
Finn
when something goes
Rheingold.
right.
Oh, cool, man.
323 BC.
Mine's Benediction Cucumber Patch. I'd be like, oh,
Dies. And no one
What's
to this day
I'd be like Stranger Things. You'd be like, what's that? I'd be like, we were just talking about it. It's like a show.
Theories abound in
Mark's
all
friend Carmen
directions, from the natural
told him
to
to
the
put
unnatural,
and I watched.
from the
That was
common
good.
sense
That
and
was
obvious to the wild.
Anyway, that was it.
Guy had a lot of reasons he might have died, though, and disease is
There's
obvious
something that
professional.
last time I saw what we did, I went.
The evidence from hundreds of years later.
Well, we'll talk about
writers
shout out to
have
her
about
fucking
this kind of
at
stuff.
the art studio
Proclaim definitively
or
it's
something.
just disease or
It's
bad
not or
disease.
something.
Everything.
Not it's like a dance studio, but there's also
Virus, all of it. Then there's
the exercise.
sort of common sense ones, but you can look at this.
What else?
Major
Big there.
that probably began to take its toll. The
She's like
drinking is
but it's not just dance,
long-term
but it is
and
dance. I think it's
chronic
really good there.
and still at very high levels of it. Mixing it all together could be an accumulation of things. Weaken his immune system. Virus gets him
Sound like you
revenge of the Persian Empire.
were perhaps who knows? But in there,
There's
it's in a
always
perfect
been a
place.
tradition,
Really?
modern and
Is there
ancient,
anything wrong about the
by
place?
most of the sources.
Everything.
Alexander
I
was
don't think I get
assassinated.
that anymore. Really, no, I'm disappointed.
That
So, because I was,
brought
whatever
the
girl
poison
said to me is
that
that
the cupbearer son of Antipater fed it to Alexander, that the poison might have been mixed by Aristotle himself, appalled by
are you done?
Alexander's descent into tyrannical madness. Maybe Cassander's job wasn't to go there and plead for his dad's job.
Who's your
but
Stranger Things crush,
to
Mikey? I'd be like,
assess
oh.
Alexander's
Anyway,
sanity and willingness to be reasonable.
do you have
Because
things that
remember,
are
Antipater
fucking?
and those people were all back in Greece. They're getting the letters and hearing
So it's
stories.
amazing how they got together.
You send your son say, get a look for yourself.
Um,
And if he's not
That's how-
reasonable, take him out.
I'll just say,
Olympias certainly thinks
there was an incident.
Antipater and the company did it, and she will eventually proclaim this publicly.
Yeah,
And you have to be careful because the propaganda from this period following Alexander's death is heavy duty
Judge
and it
Reinhold.
comes from all sides. So
Fuck.
saying he killed Alexander would be a huge
Fuck.
propaganda
Fuck.
tool.
Turn. What's his name?
You
Buckstein?
can tell
Winkle.
by the way
Winklevoss.
it helps take
Tuck
something. There's always a lot
Winklevoss
of
is that kid's name.
gasoline
Yoshi be like,
soaked
oh,
Olympias
oh,
into
from
a
that.
relationship.
Oh, yeah. Just didn't always got this. I'd be like, Yoshi, you're not married there. He's like, I know. She does. No doubt.
The
No
official
doubt.
name for them are
No doubt. No.
Antipatrids,
No
which
doubt,
are the
Mikey.
family of Antipater. But think
No
about it
doubt.
like a
I'd be like, why you sitting like that? He's like, no doubt, man. No doubt. Who's your Stranger Things crush? I'd be like, oh,
distinct ones, really. Her
that one
back
trick on
home. Remember, she's
this
become the regent of
this Yoshi be like,
Rome
no.
during this time period.
I'll explain it to him, kids. The thing isn't like all one show. It's like a box. Imagine a box and have like little boxes in there. We're talking about the little boxes, but not the whole box. Which one is your favorite little figure in the little boxes, but not the whole box? Why? Because he's like, oh, kids, that'd be like a bang bang place with some McDonald's and brie, and that's fucking Israeli chicken.
And center
Really?
face of the royal family back in Macedonia. Or what was the royal family?
Would it? Would it? Between those two?
All the people
Like,
around Alexander feeling really bad.
well.
Take that good advice. Marry one woman, or what the heck? Take a page out of his dad's playbook and marry two. Make sure one of them's a full-blooded Macedonian. Get a few kids going before you leave for your expedition in Asia. By the time you die here, 323 BC.
Yeah. She is breathtaking. Her face
You have a couple
on
of
the
kids
painter.
back in
It's
Macedonia,
like
you
a
get
face
lucky.
painted on.
An heir, maybe 12 years old, maybe 13 years old by this time.
Very true.
Now we all know how the Macedonian history goes. The likelihood of a
To the point
child,
where,
having
like,
the throne
I know
kept long enough for them
and I
to
know
succeed
shit. I know.
is a long shot in Macedonia. But the older you are, the
Are
better
you
the
done?
chance
That's
you
my
make it.
fucking question. Hurry the
Let's be
fuck
honest,
up,
King Alexander's
motherfuckers!
a bloodline that's incomparable, right? So maybe that's a get out of jail free card from typical Macedonian history. Son of Alexander, you're the grandson of Philip II, and let's be honest, you know
Macedonian history
until
on.
she dies of old age or something else. Olympias, because the interest with Alexander's heir will line up with his mother the same way that Alexander's interest did. And this will be the role she'll play for the rest of her life, the guardian of the heir.
Yo, show us your Stranger Things crush. You'd be like, oh, is this where it looks like from where you are?
There's not much.
Really?
There is a non-official wife, so mistress she's often called, and the child's often called the illegitimate
I mean,
son of
you don't always
Alexander.
have silos.
He's 3
For another
or 4 years
road,
old
there's
by
a
this
lot more
time,
corn.
and he's off
And
somewhere
it's
in
not
a
this
factory,
hilly.
which is modern
Really?
Afghanistan.
Yeah, it's usually flatter.
Real upper part
Really?
of
Yeah,
Turkey.
there's a
It's
hill
long
there
way
and a
away,
hill there.
There's a barbarian, for goodness sake.
Hill there.
Macedonians would think so, or at least half barbarian. And anyway, this kid does not get anywhere near the attention you would think he would get until
That's pretty
power
hilly.
brokers.
I mean, I'm not even kidding. That's pretty hilly.
I guess in some
Really?
sources.
It's usually flatter.
I've read some historians who question whether it really existed at all. But there is something real that everyone can point to. Alexander's got an official wife in Persia, and she's pregnant when Alexander dies. She apparently quickly kills Alexander's other wives, keeping the bloodline pure. The Macedonians and Persians both do that sometimes. But if you're worried about a 13 or 14 or 12-year-old heir back in Macedonia, the one he didn't have, surviving long enough to get to the throne, what chance does a kid who isn't even born yet have? What's more, it could be a female. Might not make it to term. This is the ancient world after all. The bottom line, though, is that there's no logical, easy answer to what do we do now once Alexander dies. And if you think about it, it's really kind of a crazy moment in history. These are always my favorite things. Naturally, there's never enough information. Did it really go down the way most of the sources kind of say it went down, which is that when Alexander dies, there is no plan, as we said. He's supposed to, the story says that when he's asked on his deathbed to whom he leaves the empire, if you're basically an emperor, Alexander, who's the next emperor? And he says, to the strongest.
Nice, man.
Macho,
Nice, man. Really? Well, there was this one time when it was like, there was like a thing, and I was like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if there was like a thing? And then my friend was like,
successor
yeah,
to the entire policy, right? Why don't you fight
like
it out?
a thing for all of us. I was like,
That's going to lead to more
yeah,
deaths for
man.
Macedonians.
But like none of us. He'd be like, yeah, man, none of us have
The
it.
Macedonian infantry didn't suffer as terribly as you might think because they were so victorious and so dominant. I had a professor once that said, if you want to know the way to defeat the best army in any age in history, split it up and make it fight itself.
Yeah, I'd be
You
like,
saw that in Roman history.
oh man,
The nastiest, most
let's
dangerous
go to Taco Bell.
militaries ever
He'd be like,
faced.
yeah, man, that sounds like a great idea. I'm like, oh, okay, man.
That's what's going to happen.
I don't want to go to Taco Bell.
This is crazy.
No, man,
Say, over the
it's
next
far, man.
45
Good
years,
idea, stay
that's how long
here.
it will take
Stay here.
for the two
Like, yeah,
strongest
man.
thing to be settled. They're known as the wars
But
of
wait,
the Alexandrian
one of us
successors,
like
and
it. That's
the
what
wars of the
she does.
successors, and the wars of
Dude, this girl just wants my cum inside her. This is all she's screaming.
successors.
When I see this girl, I just see
The rest of Olympia's
like
life
words
will be spent as a
come
player in this
inside me
geopolitical struggle
now.
that
And
will
I would have to
phases.
explain to the
It's
judge.
45 years of continual war.
Not that I would
There'll be
rape her or
multiple
anything.
phases that happen.
But that's why I got caught fucking my phone when they fucking came into my room. Like, why you fucking... You hit the emergency button. I'd be like, okay, that girl? Nah, she's whatevs. She's whatevs. She's whatevs. Whatevs. Are you done? That'd be my thing. Are you done? My friend was like, dude. And then my friend was like, dude, everybody watch this.
August, scary, and impressive people are eliminated early because everyone who's less competent and less impressive
I think
bands
it's no
together
problem.
to take them down. Olympias will be one of those those people, by the way. She is a very scary player in the early phases of this, so she's gotten rid of as quickly as anybody can do it, but she's very hard to deal with because she represents ghosts, impressive ghosts. The power of Olympia's which stemmed from her relationship to Philip.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad. Why?
From her relationship to Alexander after that.
Well, I was thinking if this got big, I'd probably become a gay love star. And there's a fucking law that you can't send on
I think about her like this
But I would
priestess
think that the Rebets would know, which I think that's fucking hilarious.
and gravitas and reputation of Philip and
Really, I was thinking gay guys probably would, but they could get in trouble for it. So some others would be like, what? Fucking check me. Check me. You can't send those to people. What?
Alexander dies. The story
What? It's art.
That everybody kind of looks at each other. This is a cult of personality empire, right? And it's really concentrated into one person. He makes all the decisions.
Really? Not like an aggressive way, just like in a athletic
this place.
Really? Yeah. Are you done?
A bunch
That
of
was
the
just very like my
Macedonian
video.
nobility go into a room and start debating here's what we're going to do. Now, the best way to think about this maybe is that this is as close as you can come. They're
Hey,
down
Don.
Alexander dies, by the way. This is as close as you can come to the old Macedonian smoke-filled room.
Do you?
Aristocrats
I
and
think,
heads of the
well,
family
let's
decided
think.
to
There was that
be
one time,
anarchic
yo,
for the
when
last
my friend here was
time,
like,
we'll
hey,
figure
dog.
this out.
And then his friend was like, hey, dog.
Elizabeth Carney points out
Yeah,
that they've had
his
two
friend,
kids.
well, it was like
Haven't
his
had
friend
kids
was
for a long
over
time.
at his
The
other
last
friend's
time
house,
they did something
and they were going to
like
spend the night at my friend's
Macedonia
house.
was
And then Yosh was like, oh, dude. Dude, remember when we were like talking about things and we were doing shout outs and shout outs and things? Shout outs to the one thing.
Who got to be the Macedonian king, and now she points out they're having one of these meetings to determine half the known
Do
world.
your share of the list
Different, isn't it?
in English, because like, oh, that's like a thing. So it's like, fuck.
One historian called it a
Oh,
potentially
remember when it was like
terrifying
one,
period of
and then it
time
was like
here after
red,
Alexander's
and then it
death.
was like
There's a
no
problem
battery.
sometimes when
This
you read
battery's gonna
history,
fucking die on me.
and the black words on the
Really?
white page fail to convey the parts of history sometimes that are the most human, right? The reason it can't be science, the emotional stuff.
Really?
And there's two kinds of
Yeah.
emotional
What's
stuff.
my favorite
You're
fucking
having an emotional moment
favorite
yourself,
like
and that's very different than society is having
like
an emotional moment
what do you
all
call
at the
it?
same time.
Impression?
Think of emotion.
It's what Dave Chappelle does, like
A very cool and stupid concept at the
that
same
fucking
time.
weatherman,
There's really no analogies we
and
think
he's
of
like,
what might happen. But you try to say, okay, if people in this time period are operating
you might
in
be able to
stunned
see
sort of state
a
of
cold
mind,
front coming on my big
after
black
9/11,
eye.
when you walked around and everybody had this, there's no good English word for it. I would use like 20 adjectives to try to explain it, where I'm sure one really good long German.
Really? Yeah.
I don't
I
know
love
what
that guy.
words do.
What's his name? I don't know. Why is this on 6?
Surprised,
One.
disbelief, a real sense of disbelief.
Very
There's like a
cute.
brain
All the
fog,
other
if
ones
it's anything
are
like the 9/11 thing. There's a real sense of trepidation about what happens
Yo, something's
now.
wrong.
And it's not hysteria, it's not mania, but it's not stable. It's a time where you can see the emotional state of mind of everybody is on edge. And as every major historian points out, from the sources we have, which are not great, you get this feeling like civil war could happen at any moment. Like you have gasoline-soaked wood here, and it wouldn't take much. And the reason why is because the elites in the Macedonian army, the cavalry, are the ones in the back smoky hill room thinking they're going to figure this out. The infantry of the Macedonian army are the salt-of-the-earth types. They're not going to be so much salt-of-the-earth types later when they get rich and they turn mercenary. But during this time period, they're still like the farmer people of Macedonia. The people who have a real loyalty to the royal house, who have there's a more mythical sort of feel to it. Patriotism is the wrong word in the era when nationalism arose, but it's a little like patriotism. Their allegiance is to the family of Alexander. And think about it, if you have had two virtual demigod kings in a row from that line, I mean, why would you want to change horses in midstream? Alexander and Philip, and now you want to do something else. And by the
Look
way,
at that one. Remember when that one went down?
the agreement eventually worked out.
Yeah, where were you when that one went down? Like, it was like 4:35 in the morning. I had just been up for days, but I had slept all day, and I think I feel like a mother. I think this is how a mother feels, where it's like, oh, there's a son, but I don't know what it does.
18 years, these guys are going to hold the throne warm for 18 years? Okay, well, that's a certain kind of
I used to be like, oh, Hi.
infantry
Now it's like,
who are made up, like we said, these people who are loyal to the royal
you
house.
again?
And they pretty much have their own idea who the throne should go to, and they present him to the cavalry, apparently in one of these making him an offer they can't refuse kind of deals. And he's dressed, this person is dressed in Alexander's clothes, supposedly, at one source she has with the armor. His name, just added by this group of infantry, by the way, is Philip. So if you're dressed in Alexander's clothes, your name is Philip. Well, they're trying to tell you something. It's Philip Aridaeus, though. It's Alexander's brother who has that sort of indeterminate mental condition. As one historian said, the only reason that this is the only person you have to turn to is because anybody that Alexander was afraid of is gone by now. So he wasn't afraid of this guy. Why? Because he's no threat. Although I read someone else that said the fact that the infantry knew him, and he was in Babylon with them, and he was sort of a mascot, apparently, is the way it's portrayed, the team mascot. But the fact that the infantry knew him and wanted him for this role may have been an indication that that's not really true in history. So who knows? The two sides, the infantry and the salt of the earth types, start clashing with the cavalry. Violence almost breaks out, or does, and the cavalry leaves Babylon. The infantry stays in Babylon, and then the cavalry puts Babylon under siege. You have an explosive moment here, and then a deal is brokered. The deal is that there will be no compromises on either side, that both sides get what they want. So there's going to be two kings. The unborn child of Roxanne, who does turn out to be a boy, and Alexander the Great is Alexander the Third, so they'll name this one Alexander the Fourth.